There we go. Audio. How was that mute? I must have muted myself at the end. All right. Okay. Well, we are live. Stuff looks like it's running. Yeah. So, what's going on? Welcome to Crappy JavaScript Game Development. I am your host, Jared, aka Duranosaur. So what are we doing today? Well, as of end of stream yesterday, on Monday, we finished up our new game mode idea, which turned out to kind of be terrible. I tested it out with my wife a little bit, and it's not really working. So I'll fire that up real quick here. We got kind of our one-on-one mode going right now, where both players are popping the same bubbles. So what that means is if I pop this blue bubble here, the first bubble I need to pop is the blue one. If I pop it on this player, it will disappear from this player. And then both players always kind of have the same state of bubbles. But that wasn't a very good idea. Wasn't a very good idea. And Retro MMO called it and said it would be frustrating. And it was kind of weird and annoying and just not. Yeah, the game is kind of too fast paced to really be you're just concerned about getting to bubbles. So when some of them are just disappearing without you doing anything, I thought it would be frustrating, but not in a bad way. I'm surprised it wasn't fun. Well, it just didn't make much. It's hard to explain, I think. It's kind of it was basically the two people would be playing, but a bubble would disappear, but it wouldn't. I don't know. It just didn't make too much sense, I think. And I might do a little more kind of testing with it to kind of just maybe gain some more inspiration on ways that it could be better. But I feel like it wasn't very good. So does that mean yesterday's stream was a complete waste? No, not exactly, because what we did was we got rid of the checkpoint system, which was kind of a good thing, because while it sounds like kind of a cool little system, it really, in the code, it just added a lot of kind of annoying complexity, and it was kind of it was a kind of a confusing mechanic. Even for me as a player who's popped a lot of bubbles in my day now developing this, it felt weird sometimes when you would pop a bubble or you'd make a mistake and then you'd have to go back. You'd have to recorrect on the fly. Gab Coco, hello everyone. Gab, what's going on? Welcome. Gab, I'll give you a quick demo of what we were doing yesterday, and what I was surprised that I was actually able to finish this. Well, not surprised. Was I surprised? I don't know. So Gab, I started working on a game mode yesterday that I thought was maybe a good idea, and maybe there's something to it, but it might need to be developed out a little more. But I started at Tyrannosaur. New haircut, pal. Aerodynamic hairstyle to fly like thunder into the code. Nice. No, I don't have a new haircut. It's probably just, I don't know, depending on how I sleep on the hair, if I shower the night before. It might seem less voluminous today. I don't know. But sorry to disappoint. No haircut right now. Yet. Maybe at some point. Yeah, so basically now I've synced the two players. The two players are popping the same bubbles, like, and that was kind of the thing before. But what I'll explain is the bubble. If one player pops a bubble, it will disappear from the other players too. So if I pop blue on this player, boom, it disappeared from this player. So the players are always in sync together, popping the same bubbles. Whoops, now you can't see that one. And there's a little like notification showing you that the other player popped the bubble and not you. Well, it wasn't that much fun. I played a little bit with my wife on this last night just to test it, because it's kind of hard to actually play it in a meaningful way with myself, obviously, because I can't do two things at once. And it ended up being just, it was not very good, I guess. I think the problem is, so even if there's like a tiny skill gap between the two players, it would be, because I'm much faster at popping bubbles than my wife is. So like I could have easily just kept going boom, 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 and she would have just been like, the bubbles would have just been disappearing on her screen, and it would have been kind of not super. It would have been very frustrating to be the player that's like less less skilled. Now, it might be worth testing this with like two new players maybe, just to kind of see. And I think that would probably be more fun. Like if I just threw two new players at this and watched them both play, I feel like I would see them having a little more fun. So I imagine you can anticipate what the other one is popping and pop the next one. That was kind of what I thought. Gab, you're right. Like if you, like maybe there would be points where I kind of thought like maybe there'd be points where you see that the other player is about to pop one, and then you like decide, oh, well, I'm going to pop the next one or something like that. Like you kind of get an edge. But there'd have to be more testing like that. But what I think I want to do right now is just, I want to keep this mode like available, but I think I'm going to kind of revert back to the way it was previously working. Yeah, like level ranking like in other games. Well, I do want to actually, that's the thing I want to have with this game, like maybe kind of some ranking. And if there's more, I'd like to do kind of like an ELO ranking kind of thing, like in chess. And then we could, have like leaderboards maybe. There wouldn't be like user accounts or anything like that, but it would be more of a, you kind of connect and play, and you start with like the default ranking, whatever number that is. And then, depending on how you play, the equation for the ELO number ranking system, spits out a new rank, depending on if you beat a player that's a certain rank higher than you or whatever. Ranking players on solo mode and getting multiplayer with people of your rank, like belts in karate. That could be two. I hadn't thought about doing the ranking based on the solo mode. Like I kind of always thought the solo mode would just be like purely kind of offline. Like you're just, but that's something to consider. Yeah, so what I kind of want to do this morning is, it's this morning for myself. I need to have my clock. I need to have like a little clock up here because I'm blocking my Windows clock, but I should have like a nice big clock to say this is Jared's local time. Like solo mode is a gym, you train for the Bubble Pop Olympics. Yes. Yeah, I mean, I kind of wanted it like that. Like, the solo mode is going to be called practice. Like, obviously, right now on populus.gg, it's called play. But my idea was that once I go live with the multiplayer, play would then become the competitive mode, the one-on-one. And then practice would probably move down to this gray one. And then tutorial would maybe be like another bubble somewhere off. Like, I'd kind of shift these around. That was kind of my thought. Bubble Pop Esports. Well, that was kind of the thing I wanted with this game, was that it would be kind of a very competitive, like very not RNG kind of competitive game. But I mean, the problem with that is, to have that be fun, you need a lot of players, you know? Versus, like, I think we had this conversation before, like the Super Mario or the Mario Kart, you know. Mario Kart is a lot of fun for anybody to just jump in and kind of be awful, but still do somewhat well, do somewhat good at the game. You know, so that's kind of fun for a bunch of people, accessible for a bunch of people, and obviously it can still get really competitive on the high end, but kind of having something like cubes that have a random chance of getting something kind of removes that like competitive edge, when it's like, I could beat this time just because I happened to get the triple mushroom cube, you know, power up cube or whatever in Mario Kart. So I don't know. I mean, I do want to try to keep things competitive with it, like very even playing field, but I don't know. I did want to have more player interaction. So I think this new mode is maybe too much player interaction, but at the same time, I would like to do more testing with this mode. And I say mode like as if it's going to be like, you could play this game mode or you could play this game mode, but it's probably not going to be that way. Like, there's probably just going to be one mode that you play. I mean, besides one competitive mode, one practice mode, right? Like, just kind of, you get those two options. That's basically it. So I think what I want to do is at least get the code in a nice place where I could kind of maybe toggle between these two modes relatively quickly. Like, without having, I mean, I don't need to have like two different buttons or something. Although actually I kind of could have that. But I don't want to actually have two like living game modes on the server that could potentially be running. I just want to have like code that I could maybe just comment out some code and try this game mode, comment out the code, try the other style of game mode. It should be pretty simple. So what I was saying is, yesterday's stream, while I pretty much worked on this game mode that whole time, it wasn't a complete waste because it wasn't a complete waste because I still kind of ripped out our checkpoint system out of, you know, we got the word checkpoint completely eliminated from the code. No results were found for the word checkpoint. So that was kind of good, because I think, as I was saying this before, the checkpoint system added it added complexity to the code for one. It was just more annoying to manage. And then it added I mean, it wasn't bad. Like, the code, I shouldn't really complain about that. Like, the code needs to be the code to make the game whatever the game needs to be. But more from like the player standpoint, the checkpoint system is a little confusing. And like, if we go to populus.gg right now, like, when you're playing the game so fast, so quickly, that when you mess up, like when I mess up, I'm going back to that blue bubble, but like I'm not keeping track of that in my brain because I'm just trying to pop bubbles as fast as I can. So when I mess up, I have to like quickly, whoa, okay, here's the bubble, okay, and then go. And I feel like that's, and it's varying too, because there's 4 bubbles per checkpoint. And Retro MMO said this yesterday, it'd be better if it was just like a static 1 or 2 bubbles. If you make a mistake, you go back only like 1 or 2 bubbles. And I like that. And I think I'm going to make it just 1 bubble that you have to go back to. So if you pop 1 bubble, then make a mistake, then just like it is here, this blue one would come back. But right now, purple will come back if I make a mistake. So I missed pink, now purple came back too, so I have to go back to blue, purple, or sorry, I meant to say this blue. Well, it looks kind of bluish, whatever. Now this one comes, goes, now I have to go back 2. And when you're playing fast, you just like don't understand why, like I have to go all the way back and do that again. It's just kind of weird. So I'd like to make it, I feel like having just the punishment of having to go back and do the 1, because what that does, that's a little bit more punishment for making a mistake, but not so much kind of a random punishment. Because like sometimes if you just so happen to make a mistake on the last bubble of a checkpoint, then you have to go back 3 bubbles. And it's kind of like, why? Versus if you made the mistake on that 1 bubble. So like when you're on a checkpoint, at the beginning of a checkpoint, for example, pink, I'm supposed to pop pink, but I miss pink. Well, actually, that's a bad example. Let's say this. So I have to pop green, but this green is the beginning of the checkpoint. So if I make a mistake, nothing happens. I still pop green. So there's just kind of this varying level of like, whether, how far or how far back you're going to go or not. So I would like to just, I think having 1 bubble is like punishment enough for making a mistake. But it's also kind of clear that like, okay, I made a mistake. I have to go back and do this other one again. Like I made a mistake. I'm not safe. Like my mistakes are not safe, kind of. If I make a mistake, I always have to go back, which I think is kind of cool. So I missed this. I have to go back and do this one again. And I feel like that lets you, like in your brain, kind of the cache in your brain is going to be like, oh, yeah, this one again. Oh, okay, then this. Like you don't even have to really look here. Like it's just kind of in your brain already that, oh, I just popped this one. I made a mistake. Go back to this one again. Then try it again. If that makes sense. So I feel like that's a good idea. That doesn't, currently going back, doesn't really jive with our game mode, with this current competitive game mode. You can't really have any punishment. I mean, you could have, because technically you could have one player abuse that and ruin the game for the other player. Oops, let's maybe refresh here. Like if the bubbles could go back, so I'm on like this, and if this player could just like pop the wrong bubble all the time, and then those bubbles came back for both players, like that wouldn't be fun. Because one player could just do the wrong thing all the time and just ruin it for the other player. So that obviously doesn't make sense. Whereas in this mode, if somebody wants to just click here and make mistakes all the time, that's only in the other player's best interest, because then this player can just play and wreck the other player, right? And then that sort of thing. So we can't really have some sort of, if we're going to do some sort of shared bubble thing, we can't really, whoops, this is not a bug. I did 2 single player matches. That's what happened there. So okay. So what I was saying is I kind of want to just do a very basic, I want to, maybe we could get it to, maybe I could just have some if statements and then flip between these game modes just with like a configuration option. For testing only, like on the server, like I could have, game mode match shared bubble mode or something. Like I could just have a little variable here, shared bubble mode, true. And then like maybe I could just check, just if statement out all my code, and then when I run the server, if this is true or false, then it would run the two different game modes. And what I mean by the other game mode is the independent bubble game mode. So like both players are just kind of popping their own bubbles on their own thing. It's just a direct race to see who pops more bubbles in 30 seconds. Versus shared bubbles where they're literally popping the same bubbles. And if one bubble gets popped, it disappears on the you know, if one player pops one bubble, that same bubble disappears on the other player. And they always have a synced state. So I might do something like that where I just have the ability to kind of toggle between, because I do have some family coming for Thanksgiving, and that might be a great opportunity to allow me to not play and just have some people, have some of my family try those different game modes, and I can like watch and I could just see what they're doing, how they're playing, if, you know, like that would be better than me trying it out, I think, at this point. Unless I get somebody, unless I could play somebody who's kind of more or less on my level of speed. And yes, I am bragging about my own skill at my own game. Come on, what? What are you gonna do? 80 pops in 30 seconds. You'll have to hit up phase. Is FaZe, isn't FaZe isn't he like a arena FPS player? Oh, Call of Duty clan. There is a guy named FaZe. Okay, that makes more sense. I'll have to hit up, okay, I got you. Yeah, I'm thinking of this. There is this guy named FaZe who tests. I've been following development of Diabolical, which is kind of this newer arena first-person shooter. And I've been following like the dev of that game streams, and he always talks about FaZe. So I was like, when you said FaZe, I was like, what? And that made me think, like, is this guy FaZe who tests that game? Is he like a somehow tests a bunch of games? I just had like a real weird brain fart there. Badger, what is going on? Throwing down the bits, the cheer and bits. Why do they call it two different things? Cheer and bits is the same thing, right? I appreciate that, Badger. What's going on? And yes, Badger, you were the one saying the other day about I need to do something with my channel points and everything. I'll get something. Eventually. Eventually. Badger, check this out. Why didn't you do it? That's a good question. I should probably just quit streaming altogether now. All right, Badger, check this out. So this is what we did yesterday. So now I've made it, and I don't actually really like this type of game mode now. But now for the multiplayer, I made it so that this, when I pop a bubble with one player, it disappears from the other players now. So I pop blue on this player, it disappears from this player. So they're popping the same bubbles. So then, I don't know, draw your own conclusions from that, I guess. But it's kind of an annoying game mode, I think, right now. So we'll see. We'll see what we end up doing with it. And I gotta fix the stats. The stats thing is weird there. All right, but now that Badger showed up, I can take a quick Game mode, you say? Well, I say game mode, but are you trying to avoid having many different game modes? Yes, yes. So I use the term game mode as if like I just mean like this gameplay type rule set. I'm definitely trying to avoid different game modes. I feel like you delete everything every time you come up with a new game mode, LOL. Well, that's what I want to do today, is I want to have just like maybe like a single toggle that I can switch between these two game modes as far as the multiplayer goes. Like we got rid of the checkpoints, which is good, but I want to be able to now like switch between this kind of players are popping the same bubble. I just called it right here. I said I could have like this, I could have like a little Boolean here in my config, shared bubble mode, false or true, and then I could kind of just do the if statements on the server to convert between those. That would be nice, because I do want to test this mode out a little further, but at the same time I don't think there's anything more to do with it right now. So game mode in the sense of I'm going to test out different things and see what kind of is fun. But I feel like we're on two sides of the spectrum now. Like the one mode is players are just popping their own set of bubbles. Just whoever pops the most in 30 seconds wins. And that's like no player interaction whatsoever. The only thing will be is that you'll see like the other players bubbles popped relative to yours. And maybe we do that tug of war thing where it looks like kind of some sort of tug of war thing where you can tell that the other player's whooping you by popping way more bubbles, something like that. Versus this other mode, which is like kind of complete opposite side of the spectrum, where the players almost have like direct interaction with each other, where you pop a bubble and players are just popping the same exact set of bubbles, which is kind of cool too, but I feel like I maybe need to find some sort of balance in the middle there. So at least for now, I'd like to add in kind of a toggle between those two modes. And that way I can at least make some progress. So I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. I thought of one emote idea I could have. Now I could have something that's like a BRB emote, like, and it's like a toilet or something, because I take 20 bathroom breaks per stream usually. All right. So we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere unless you want to. All right, we are back. Okay, so I think we're going to dive right in. And I think I actually like this idea that I just said, where I'm going to have just a little Boolean in my configuration here that'll just say shared bubble mode, and it'll be true false. So this is on the server. So then on the server, I can just say, I can quickly, just for testing purposes, like this wouldn't be like a production kind of thing. But just so I can change this variable and basically have the two different types of game modes where you play either the shared bubbles, right? So players are popping the same set of bubbles and they always have the same state, versus the separate mode, which is each player is popping their own set of bubbles. Those bubbles are the same exact colors and positions for both players, but they're popping their own, and the state of those bubbles is all local to each player. So I like this idea for right now. For testing only. I'll make this a to-do. Not like I ever check my to-dos in my comments anyway, but. Okay, so this actually, off the top of my head, this shouldn't be that bad. RetroMMO, bang Trello. I don't know if I have I guess I don't have a Trello command. No to-dos in code. All right, I haven't updated Trello in a little bit, but I'll post the link there myself. Yeah, it's annoying. Yeah, when you do bang commands, Nightbot just prints the link, which is kind of annoying. That would add the command if you want. Cool. Sweet. Wow. RetroMMO saves the day. Yeah, so basically I just have a single, my doing right now is the single multiplayer card on Trello, so that's not very good right now. I think it doesn't list them because you might have like 5 million commands. Oh. Well, I only have like 4 that are mine, I think. I might have to look. Yeah, I guess I'll just have to dive in and look at that. I have so many stupid ones. Okay. So what we want to do is I want to look at the match. And I think if this will be kind of like a little if config.share.match.shared bubble mode. All right, so I'm going to do a bunch of like little if statements everywhere just to kind of have this toggle. So if we're doing shared bubble mode, this target bubble ID is going to be a shared state for the match rather than for individual players. So we're just diving right in. Yeah, there would be no else for this. This property wouldn't exist otherwise. And this property needs to be in, this target bubble ID needs to be for each player, basically. So okay. Traverse popped in play. Okay, so I still have these. So this is good. I still have this class here, and I can take advantage of that. The player themselves needs to have a pop. I think I need to have, whoops, if config.match.shared bubble mode. I need to do if not shared bubble mode. If not shared bubble mode, then this dot target bubble ID equals 0. I think. Oh, no. This has to be part of the match state. Ah, yes, and I commented it out. Brilliant. All right. So, look at that. I thought ahead. Okay, so yes. Okay, this, oh, cool. Then we would just do an if shared, if shared bubble mode, oh my goodness, okay, else, okay, so if shared bubble mode, then we do this, else we would do this, yeah, cool. I like it. This is going to be easier maybe than I thought. I mean, this isn't super optimal, but for testing stuff, this is going to be great. So I'm basically, if we're in shared bubble mode, the only state of a bubble that we care about right now for a given player is whether or not their cursor is traversing that bubble or not. Otherwise, we care about these three things. We care about if each player is popping their own individual sets of bubbles. We care about the player, whether or not the player's cursor is over the bubble or not, which is the traversed. We care about whether or not that bubble has been popped. So like with the shared bubble mode, both players pop the same bubble, right? So this doesn't need to be per bubble per player. This just needs to be per bubble per match in the match. So now that we're doing this toggle between the shared bubble mode or not, if we're not in shared bubble mode, then the player needs to keep track of this per bubble for themselves. And then this in play also same thing. Because the in play just keeps track of which bubbles are currently visible on the screen. But this is server side. So we're not, obviously there's no in screen, there's no screen or pixels or anything on the server, but we're just keeping track of a bubble, whether or not it is currently visible by both players. Yes. So I believe set match. Oh, I stopped calling set match. Okay. Or no, wait a minute. No. This is still here. Set match. Oh, yeah. We need to do. I think we need to do a check in here. At least this is how I did it. If config.match.shared bubble mode, or this would be if not shared bubble mode, then we need to initialize the first sets of bubbles. So we need to do this dot match state dot bubble states dot for not for each. We need to initialize the first 4 bubbles. We have a variable for that number 4. Because we have the on-screen bubbles. So if, not if, for let I equal 0, I is less than this dot, or config dot match dot bubbles on screen count. So that's the 4 bubbles that would be on screen all the time, I plus plus. So for each of those first 4 bubbles, we need to this dot match state dot bubble states I dot in play equals true. So this is setting those first 4 bubbles to in play true, so that we know that we've got those first 4 bubbles on screen. Cool. Okay. And this is per player now. So if we're not in shared bubble mode, then we're setting this per player. If we are in shared bubble mode, yeah, that's what's making me think maybe I should move this up to the match, because the match is doing, yeah, the match does this. I should have just copied and pasted this. So basically, the match does this because in the shared bubble mode, both players are sharing the same bubbles. So we're setting in play, the bubbles are kept track of for each player. We might as well do popped bubble count. We might as well do actually, what I'm thinking is I could probably get rid of this old thing where I was counting. So this is for kind of the stat calculation. And I was calculating the popped bubbles right here after the match ended. So on match.endMatch, it would calculate the stats for the popped bubble count for each player right at that time. So it would just loop through all their bubble states and then count the ones that were dot popped. It was set to true for each bubble. This property here, dot popped on a bubble state object. But I'm thinking now of maybe just counting that on as the game plays, because I could just do that. I could just do that like I don't know. I feel like, yeah, that might be better. Okay, so this dot players dot for each. So I could probably just get rid of this. Yeah, let's just get rid of this. And then we could keep this. This doesn't even need to change. I just need to make sure I update popped bubble count in the correct spot when the player does pop a bubble. Okay, so Okay. Send target bubble ID to opponent. So this will need to be used again. Okay. Player cursor down. Player cursor moved. Match state.cursor in play. None of this stuff should change. Well, maybe let's see here. Okay, this is the create method for the match. This dot bubbles was always something. Bubble count. Config.match.initial bubble count. Why do I have a bubble count? Oh, yeah, we don't need that anymore. Don't need that at all now. Okay, so I feel like I still need to have do I still need to send this array of bubbles? Oh, okay. Yes. All right, so we'll pass bubbles in to the match object. So this is our create method, which is a static method on our match object. So we call .create, and we pass in an array of players, and we pass in a match end handler function. And then this sets up the bubbles, and this, the initial bubbles, and then passes those initial bubbles in as an array to the match. And I believe that this only happened as of yesterday. Because now the match itself really needed to actually care about the bubbles. So I think I'll still pass these bubbles in to do check if these bubbles still need, well, okay, never, I'm not gonna do that. We're gonna yeah, because what I was thinking is maybe what was the thing. Well, okay, never mind. Okay, so I think all of this code is fine. What I want to do up here is actually, I think I could keep bubbles. I could put this only as a property of shared bubble mode when we're in shared bubble mode. Otherwise, we don't need bubbles. So, yeah, because right off the bat here, I'm doing this when in our init function on a match, when we set up a new match, we're talking to this .bubbles.inPlay, but setting that to true. But this should only be running in shared bubble mode as well. So this would be if in shared bubble mode. Because the inPlay variable is going to be for not in shared bubble mode, each player has their own set of bubbles, their own set of bubble states, I should say. So the in play is set per player now versus per match. So I just did that in the player object here. We set the player's bubble states to in play, the initial first 4 bubbles. Okay, so then, yeah, so again, we add another little if. We're in shared bubble mode. We do this, blah, blah, blah. So all of this is still good. All of this should still be good except for this. Well, actually, oh no, wait a minute. We do need a bubbles array. Okay. All right, so I had a brain fart there. The bubbles, I kept thinking the bubbles and the state were separate. Okay. So we obviously need a bubbles array because this bubbles array property, this is the bubble objects themselves, the radius, the size, the colors, everything. Like that's the array of bubble objects that we have here. But what we don't, this is the thing we need to comment, we need to conditionally add in or not, the popped and in play. Because this, so we'd have if config.match.shared bubble mode. Then we have these extra properties. Unexpected token if. Oh, this is interesting. I accidentally did these commas, and I don't know what that means. In the constructor. I separated these parameters by comma in the constructor. That's interesting. And apparently that was valid. That was weird. So I had that running that way before. Giovanni JS, missing semicolon. Thank you. Line 9. Giovanni, welcome to the chat. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, well, what I just did and I didn't realize was valid was you could have this in a JavaScript ES6 class. You could do this. This was valid because this was just running just fine before. Or maybe not. Was it like this? Huh, maybe it was like this. I don't know. That was weird. I don't know why this is allowing me to have those commas. That's very bizarre. I didn't want commas. That was just a mistake. Like I typed those commas yesterday, I guess. Or at some point a long time ago. Because now I just need to have this if in my constructor. All right. That was weird. All right. Okay, so yes, so these state properties only need to be attached to the bubble in yeah, because I had forgotten I have a bubble object itself. Like, you know, I don't know what I was thinking. But that has the ID of the bubble, the radius of the bubble, the position of the bubble, and the color of the bubble, right? So that's the important part that gets generated and sent to the players. What we don't need is like a game state for those if we're not in shared bubble mode. Because I just attached these to each bubble, because then the match is keeping track of whether they're popped or in play. And you know what? Maybe I could probably do that better by doing like, well, nah, it's all good. It's all good. Once we go to actually get rid of this shared bubble mode code and whatever we do, it'll be good. Or whatever we end up doing, it'll be better because I can just go check for all these if shared bubble mode things in all the code and just delete or whatever ends up needing to be deleted. All of this if shared bubble mode is just for kind of testing purposes right now. Just so I can quickly switch between the two different types of game modes, multiplayer game modes on the server. Okay, so what are we doing now? Man, Giovanni JS with to the rescue there with you like a bot or something, Giovanni? Just checking the JavaScript streams and catching errors. All right. So why did I ever use player bubble state on this match file? Player match state. And then in player match state, we use player bubble state. Oh, because we pass new player bubble states every time we add a bubble. That's right. So we do need to go back and do that. So this line does need to be here. Okay. So, in fact, did I have that commented out? No, I didn't. All right, so what else needs to be changed here? The cool thing is client side, I don't think we need to change anything. Actually, we will. We will need to change a couple things. So never mind on that. Okay, so this will be if config.match.shared bubble mode. This will be if not shared bubble mode. Why do I have that in its own separate function? There must have been some another place where that was. Oh, yes, because when the player goes forward, we need to also call that. Okay. All right, so yeah, so like this, the send. Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, the get client format thing. Okay, so I'm pushing off messing with this player cursor down thing, because this is going to be the important. This is really like where the gameplay logic happens. Like just this one like method is where the important part is happening. So we'll kind of avoid that until the end. I'm just trying to find like all the other spots we possibly need to like clean up on the server, which shouldn't really be much because nothing in our application file, none of that changed. The match file, I think we have mostly everything. Nothing in the helper. The bubble should be good. Ooh, okay, wait a minute. Never mind. Oh, here's the old one. Okay, so we could have just a big if statement on the check traversal, which is okay, I guess. If config dot match dot shared bubble mode, then we do this code if we're in shared bubble mode. Else we do this code in shared bubble mode, or not shared bubble mode, rather. Yes, because now I'm glad I left that that commented out there. If player.matchState.BubbleStates popped, yeah. So we've got like different checks for the states stored in two different places depending on the game mode. Basically, like the logic is the same, but just the state is different. So this is good enough. This is messy, and I wouldn't want to use this like. If we were doing this production side, we'd be doing something different. But if we're having really two coexisting game modes, we'd be doing something different. I'd have like a separate match class or something, or an extended match class that overrides stuff and an inheritance thing. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe we wouldn't do that. Okay, so get client format. That all stays the same. Let's just check through. Yeah, this shouldn't change at all. Because we did change this stuff yesterday, but that was to do our new bubbles on screen thing to get rid of the checkpoint stuff. So that will all be fine. Okay. So I think that is good. Let me make this I shouldn't really just do this as an inline comment here. Okay, player side, I think we are good. This commented stuff is just for testing pings, ping times, latency, whatever. This comment is for testing different, doing a array buffer instead of JSON strings. This doesn't change. This, okay, so this, wait a minute. Match state, new player match state. And then, okay, so then this is the one thing we've already changed. So this is good. If we're not in shared bubble mode, then set the states yourself. The player should set the states themselves. All right, player bubble state, that's fine. Player match state, we set up this function. If we're in shared bubble mode, do this. Otherwise, do a new player bubble state thing. That's just, basically, it's just like a piecemeal. Oh, you know what? New player bubble state. I could actually... okay, I could make this a little simpler. If we're not in config.match.shared_bubble mode, this didn't auto, it did auto import, or maybe, okay. If we're not, then we're doing, oh, wait a minute. No, I did that backwards. If we're not in shared bubble mode, if we are not in shared bubble mode, then yes, okay. This will be nice because then I can just simply do, I don't have to do this anymore. We don't have to have the if statement here, and then there's another spot where we won't have to have the if statement. So we are making things a little simpler. Yeah, we're making things a little simpler now. Now the player bubble state constructor itself will do the logic. And that will make things nicer also on the... Well, actually, maybe that won't. All right, so I think I've handled all the cases in all the other files. So now it's just a matter of getting into the meat and potatoes. That is the match. Yes, okay. And we already looked at that. And the helpers don't change. Okay, so here, inside of our match, we've got this, so that's good. The init code should be fine. The init method here should be fine, because if we're in shared bubble mode, then we have an in-play property attached to the bubble. Yes. And I wish I hadn't deleted all the code from yesterday. I mean, I could go back and just I could look in the previous, on our other branch, Git branch, and see what it looks like. But I actually don't want to do that because I can't completely go off of that because we got rid of our checkpoint system yesterday too, and I don't really need to look at the code from the old checkpoint system because we're kind of creating something a little new right now. We're kind of going back, but we're kind of creating the old game mode, the original game mode, but we're creating the original game mode without the checkpoint system, so it's actually much simpler. If that makes sense. Probably doesn't make any sense, but yeah. So again, I'm not explaining things super well right now because I'm kind of just thinking out loud, trying to see if we can get this going. But I think all that's left to get us back to our okay, this is all fine. All that's left to get us back to kind of, or to have this now, we could kind of toggle the server between the two different game modes. All that's left for that now should just be this. The player cursor down method on our match, because that's kind of where all the magic happens as far as the game state and everything. Send target bubble ID to opponent. Op target bubble. Oh, this is old. Okay, maybe we can get rid of this while. Yeah, because this is doing op target bubble changed. Because we've changed that now to opponent target bubble changed. Yeah, okay, I'm going to get rid of this. That's gone. And are we not using this send players command anymore either? Let's just comment this out. Okay. Oh, okay. So let's look at this. Since this is a simple little method here, just a short little method. This will be better to set up first. So this is still a valid variable here. Player match state cursor in play. This is valid for both game modes. Actually, no. This whole thing, I don't need to do anything with this. Yeah. No, wait, never mind. Bubble in play only exists in shared bubble mode. So, I guess let's do I guess I'll just do the if inside of this, which is just kind of nasty and everything, but it's all right. So if config dot shared bubble mode, we do this. Else we do basically the same thing, but it'll be if this, instead of bubbles dot in play, this has to be for the given player. So player, oh, I'll keep that. Player, it's got to be player dot match state instead of this dot bubbles. Player dot match state dot bubble states dot in play. Yes, and then our check traversal should be fine either way. The check traversal should then be method on the bubble. Should be, yeah. So then our check traversal should be filtering appropriately between shared bubble mode and not shared bubble mode. So again, we're adding a bunch of if statements and blah, 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 blah to kind of toggle between everything, but it's okay for right now. This is just for me to be able to test things nicely. Okay. Because again, I don't even plan on having 2 different multiplayer game modes at all, like production side. So there's not going to be some sort of like switching between 2 different game modes ever, pretty much on the server. There's going to be just one game mode, but it's just a matter of me figuring out what I want first after testing kind of different settings and tweaking things to be able to get to that point. So another thing is if we do get to another point, if we do get to some point where maybe we do want to have like, at least still even in testing where we want to have different game modes, then I might, if it gets to be kind of crazy, I might end up just doing a new match.js file with a new match.js class that extends and inherits stuff, and then we do just the overriding things for the different game mode. Because like the structure of these is pretty much the same in terms of, you know, a player is sending a mouse position to the match, and the player is pressing a cursor down. So it's like all that stuff's kind of the same. So we can do some sort of inheritance to make that better. Is my my dehumidifier's running and I didn't shut that door to that room. It's probably not creating too much background noise. No, I don't think it is. Okay. All right, so I think the last thing we need to do is just look at our player cursor down method. Okay. So what do we have here? Well, if player.match. Okay, so this is still valid. This is good. This bubbles I.popped. This needs to be changed. So I guess we'll do how do I want to do this? Because I don't want to create like a whole nother if statement. I need to create like a little grouped if just for right now. So it needs to be like if ugh. This is going to be annoying. Maybe I do need to just do a whole nother like copy of this function, of this if statement. Maybe. Because like already these need to change. This one line. Oh, this changes too. all of these would change because all of these are right now set to the matches state, but they need to change to the per player state instead. And then, yeah, this is different. This kind of is handled differently, maybe. The bubble generating is that's going to be at least in one if statement. And then the more bubbles event is going to be slightly different. Maybe I'll just do like a big, the player made mistake thing should be fine. This needs to be uncommented now and put in our other one. All right, I'm going to do another quick bathroom break, and then we'll be right back. All right, we're back, and I lied. I got an extra glass of water, too. A new glass of water. Whoa. Got a follow. Joshua JTB. Joshua, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Actually, well, I got a couple more follows, too, just one more. One more follow off stream. Weeble, thank you for the follow. I think you were hanging out with Ravier. Almost to 100. Yeah, I was thinking of putting a little counter up there to say, to show the number of follows or whatever. But yeah, thanks again, Joshua. Appreciate that. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, and Weeble, I believe she was in Raver stream, that retro MMO suggests we raided yesterday, so we did that. Speaking of which, Ravier's MMO is looking pretty cool, the idea of it, and crazy that he did all that in like a month. That's crazy. Sounded like he's been making games for a lot of years, though. But yeah, that's pretty cool. I don't understand how he makes progress so fast. Yeah, I mean, like when he said, like, yeah, it's like our 22nd stream or whatever. I was like, and like, that you started from nothing at stream 0. That was pretty crazy. Every day. That's pretty awesome. And it just, yeah, it had like all that very customizable world and everything that was kind of cool. It's kind of Minecrafty, I guess. That's kind of what I got the vibe of. Was getting vibes of kind of a 2D Minecrafty. I don't think I had images on the screen 22 days in. Right. MMO speedrun any percent. Frulu, what's going on? Thanks for hanging out, Frulu. Always appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It feels to me like Ravier's doing full percent, 100%. I mean, it was pretty crazy how much stuff he had in that game for 22 days or 22 streams. That's crazy. 120 stars. I got that. Super Mario 64. It's funny you say that, Frulu, because I just was watching a little bit of like Cheese and Simply on YouTube. Some of the Super Mario 64 speedrun champs. And it's really cool. It's really fun to watch those guys play. It's ridiculously impressive. And I was actually thinking of firing up Super Mario 64 myself just for in my spare time. But I can't find the ROM for it. I used to have a ROM of Super Mario 64. I can't find it. So it wasn't in my N64 ROMs folder that I have. So I was a little disappointed. Sma using an emulator. You mean there's another way to play it? What's a Nintendo 64? Actually, my brother's got an N64. I got a couple friends that have N64s. That is the real console. You can get it on Switch now. I'll have to get a Switch. I've been wanting to get a Switch because I've wanted to play Animal Crossing. I played it once on the Wii emulated version. Gotcha. I like emulators because I can run it at, well, you kind of want to keep it at 4:3 aspect ratio, otherwise everything's stretched. But I really like how I can just, run it at a really high resolution. And just, you kind of have you can crank anti-aliasing up and everything. And just make it look really nice. And I can kind of play it, like, obviously texture, resolution, everything is what it is. But you can kind of sit there and just play. But at least have nice, crisp 3D. Because you're just running at a really high, running at a resolution you play any modern game at, so it's I really like that. But yeah, I want to get a Switch to play Animal Crossing, maybe, but that's kind of took me like an hour to get the backwards long jump down the stairs thing. It's super hard. Speedrunners are crazy. Yeah, I've seen a little bit of the BLJ stuff, and it's like, or like how I've watched a how-to video on it, and I'm like, I don't even know if I'd want to try. Like when I wanted to play Super Mario 64, that was more just like nostalgia, saying I just want to play the game, like not try anything speedrunny. But yeah. All right. So what I was saying we need to do here before I took my bathroom break / grab a new glass of water break I'm thinking this whole chunk of code here is going to kind of need to be this. Is going to kind of need to be in its own if statement. Actually, technically this check needs to be in its own if statement too, or at least this part is valid for both game modes. This one needs to be different. This target bubble ID only exists in the shared bubble mode. I just kind of had the idea, like maybe I could just do like ternary things everywhere, like check, but that would just be annoying and it would look awful. Yeah, so I'm thinking, oh, and this needs to be different too. Maybe I just do like, for right now, just we say, who cares? Let's do just a whole inside of this. Basically, this for loop is valid, but then there's a bunch of stuff we need to check inside of that. So maybe we just keep the for loop and then, well, I guess we do I guess we do the check here, and then I'll just do the for loop again. Then why don't we just do the whole method? Well, okay. I'll just do it up at the top level here. If config.match.shared bubble mode this? No. This? Wait a minute. Where's our for loop? Okay. I believe I did that correctly. Whoops. Believe I did that correctly. If we're in shared bubble mode, we're going to do this whole shebang. Otherwise, I'm just going to copy paste this and then replace piecemeal what we need. So the for loop here. Okay. So we're still doing the same thing. We're looping for bubbles.length for each bubble. If this dot bubbles in play, so this no longer is valid, it needs to be what, player? Okay, so this would be player dot match state dot player dot match state dot bubble states I dot in play. Okay, so this is good. This one is already good, but then this one needs to change to the same thing. If not, bubble states I dot popped. Then if I equals this dot or player dot match state dot target bubble ID. Yes, target bubble ID. So player.matchState.target bubble ID. Basically, anytime we have this, we can replace it with player.matchState. And then this would be player.matchState.bubble states. Yes, this would be player.matchState.bubble states. Dot in play, set next bubble to in play, and that would also be player.matchStates.bubble states dot in play. And this would be player dot match state. Yeah, anytime we have this now, basically, is really going to be player dot match state. Dot target bubble ID plus equals 1. Player popped a bubble. That's going to leave that log in there for right now. Player send command bubble popped. Okay, so this part. This, I guess we could maybe just remove. Trying to think if, yeah, this kind of needs these events, commands, whatever that gets sent back to the client can change. Player popped a bubble, match state popped bubble count. This can increment. The thing is, okay, now we need to do our if statement. If this would need to be out here. Okay. So the thing is, we have an if statement here now to generate a new bubble, because we're doing the on-demand bubble generation. So bubbles are getting generated as players play. So the player who's ahead is going to be kicking off the bubble generation. And then the other player is just going to be receiving those bubbles, not kicking off any sort of generation. So we need to do like an if the bubble that we'd otherwise be looking for doesn't exist. So if, okay, so we would do a check if this dot bubbles player dot match state dot target bubble ID plus config dot match dot initial bubble count. So if that bubble doesn't exist, then we're generating a bubble, right? So if this is an invalid index, then we need to generate the bubble. Let me make sure that I really am doing that correctly. Yeah. I think this is good. So we move this up. So we push the new bubble on to the bubbles array, and then we update. Yeah, we create new match states, which this can be changed now to new player bubble state. And we can do that actually in both locations. So I'm going to do that in both game modes. So we're going to do push new player bubble state. That should be good. And then I want to do the same thing also up here, actually. Okay. Player.matchstate.bubblestates.push, new player bubble state. Yes. All right, so let me pull up my fancy diagram to see if that's really what I am intending to do. Oops. Okay, so this is our old checkpoint mode, which is gone. Here we've got the new thing we're doing, where we have two variables, where we have bubbles on screen count 4. So that means there's always going to be 4 bubbles on screen. And this might change going forward when we do kind of, well, I'm not going to talk about that right now. But as of right now, we only will have 4 bubbles on screen max. Initial bubble, and we won't have any less. There'll always be 4 bubbles on screen. So once you pop one of those 4 bubbles, a new one will appear. Initial bubble count is the initial, I should maybe make this like initial generated bubble count, just so that it doesn't kind of confuse with this, but I don't know. So this is the amount of bubbles we generate up front. So we generate 8 bubbles worth of bubbles. So that would be 0 through 7. But then we only show the first 4 of those. So we show 0, 1, 2, 3. So we've got we've got a little backlog here of 4 more bubbles. So like those initial 8 get sent to the client. So as soon as the player pops bubble 0, bubble 4 can appear. And the client will already have bubble 4, so it's not like waiting for the server to generate it or whatever, which is great. So what we also want to do is as we pop bubbles, we're going to generate the bubbles that are basically whatever the bubble ID you popped plus the initial bubble count. So when we pop bubble 0, the server needs to generate this popped bubble plus 8 plus initial bubble count. So it's going to have 0. These are already going to be generated. Then it's going to take this plus this plus the 0, the popped bubble plus 8, and then it will generate the next bubble, which makes me think I did something wrong already. So we can't do player match state.target bubble ID because in this case, target bubble ID has already been incremented. So if this would be a bug right now, if I left it the way it is. So player match state.target bubble ID plus initial bubble count at this point. The new target bubble ID has already been incremented by 1. So we'd be at 1, and then we would generate bubble, we'd be checking for bubble 9, which wouldn't exist. Actually, technically that wouldn't be a bug. Or it's a bug, but it wouldn't actually cause any problems. The code is incorrect, but I don't think that would have caused any problems. No. Actually, it might have. So we do 0. Yeah, so I need to do not, basically we need to take the ID. Or I. Wait a minute. Can I use I? Yes. Okay, so we'll use I, and I don't need to do anything fancy. So I at this point in time is the bubble we just popped, the ID of the bubble we just popped. So that way that will be 0 on the first pop, and then that way we can do 0. We can check if in our bubbles array. So our bubbles array initially will have 0 through 7. And then what we do is we check if we've got a bubble at index I, which is 0, plus config.match.initial bubble count, which is our initial bubble count thing right here, which is 8. So we check if we've got a bubble at position 8. So we take I, which will be 0, plus 8 is 8. And we won't have a bubble at that thing. So we're doing an if. We're checking if there's not a bubble there. Then if not, we generate a bubble, a new single bubble. And we add a state object for that for each player, and we create a bubble, we push it into the bubbles array, we update the states for both players or add new states for both players. I just said that. But then we only do that if the player popped a bubble and that's triggering the generation of a new bubble. So then this initial bubble count could actually be named a like bubble buffer or something. Like that's the amount of like bubble generated bubble buffer or something, like bubble buffer size. It could be called that. So that way the server is always going to be 8 bubbles ahead, or whatever we make this number. You know, we can make it 16 or something, or 12 or 3. But basically that's the amount of bubbles ahead that the server will be of wherever the bubble will already have 8 bubbles ahead of whichever bubble the player is the player that's in the lead will be, I don't know what I'm trying to say. But basically what I just said is all right. Anyway, moving on. So that's this if statement here. If we need to generate a new bubble, generate a new bubble. Otherwise, well, not otherwise, sorry. Then it's going to send that new bubble to the player. And then that way, so player 1's ahead, player 1 will trigger the generation of the bubble. But then when player 2 gets to that point, the generation of the bubble will skip. And then it'll just go down to this part here that will actually send the bubble to the player. So I just need to look at this now. So basically we've refactored all this the way we wanted so far. Just we're at this point now. And why do I create more bubbles? Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, this should kind of get changed, but otherwise this is actually pretty okay. Oh, no. This is not okay. This is okay in the shared bubble mode, but this is bad in the competitive mode. We need to get the bubble of whatever the player currently is at. So we should actually create a variable here. I'm going to create a const bubble to get. Bubble ID to get equals, and that's going to equal I plus this. So bubble ID to get, then we can use that here, and then we're also going to use bubble ID to get down here. So this bubble ID to get, I'm going to make a little comment. Either the bubble to generate or the bubble or the bubble to send to the player. I'll just say the bubble to generate and or the bubble to send to the player. And the and or is just because one player will generate it and send it to the player, or if you're the player who's behind, it would just send the bubble to you because the bubble would have already been generated. So bubble ID to get is what we need to yeah, this is okay. This dot bubbles bubble ID to get in here. Okay, so right now we're sending one bubble at a time, and I'm doing this bubbles array and sending an array of just one bubble that's always in there. So I'll have to change that. So let's make a little to do for that. Clean up bubble, or clean this command up. Yeah, that should be good enough. And then we do actually need to uncomment this line now that we had, where we're going to send the opponent target bubble ID. And that is down here. Send opponent target bubble ID. Okay. Send opponent target bubble ID player, and then we talk to the opponent and send. Yeah. Brilliant. Okay. That is cool. Now Mistakes and everything is fine. Well, so what I want to do is let's just test that everything works. We did a lot of writing code and not testing anything, which that's the way it is sometimes. So shared bubble mode, let's set to true. Let's just make sure that I did everything correctly, because shared bubble mode is, the clients are already configured for shared bubble mode, basically. There's a couple things we need to change on the client side to accommodate for the new mode, but we'll see if, okay, so config is not defined in player match state. That's easy to fix, player match state. I guess we'll do const config equals require config, because for some reason VS Code decides to auto import things for you, and sometimes it decides to not auto import things for you. Two, one, okay, and something didn't work there. We are in, okay, did I make a, oh great. All right, this is going to be hard to track down. Okay. If we're in shared bubble mode, we do this. Else we do that. Oh boy. All right, so I maybe made a mistake. Ooh, play. Okay, actually, we do have some hints here. So we do have some hints. We are not getting. So the server is not logging that the player popped the bubble for some reason. Okay. So we are not. See if we are logging that. Okay, we are logging that, but somehow we are failing. So let's CLG this dot bubbles I dot in play. Okay, that looks good. True, 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 true. Four trues, four falses. That's right, because the first four bubbles are visible. So that's valid. So we're going inside of this if statement then. So that means we've got that state property properly on the bubble. Maybe traverse is not. Or wait a minute. CLG I. Okay, so that should be 0 when we come in. Oh, 0, 1, 2, 3. Okay. Oh yeah, because we're this is if it loops, and then for the four bubbles that are in play. Okay, so something failed there in this if statement. So player.matchState.BubbleStates I.traversed. So I guess Let's just CLG player dot match state. Let's see what we're missing. Okay. Oh, that printed the WebSocket. Okay, so match opponent. Okay. Oh, okay. So all of our bubbles, or wait a minute. Huh, that's weird. So all of our traverse things are false, which that means it's down here in our player cursor moved method, because that's where we're setting those to true. Because that first one should be true. This first one should show up as true. So player dot. Okay, cursor in play is true, so we are, in fact, that is good. So traversed of bubble 0 here should be true. So I guess we're doing check traversal. Match state, cursor in play, match state, cursor in play. Okay, so none of this should really... Oh. Okay. Oh, no, I do it here. Shared bubble mode. Oh! Typo. That's why. Man, if I would have just... Okay, I just had one typo. That was hopefully all that we had. 2, 1. Okay. Go. Okay. Stats worked. Okay, cool. All right, so that's looking pretty good, I think. Stats and everything are good. Yeah. Okay, so I just had that one typo, that one singular typo, hopefully. Let's do player dot, or let's do a search on that. We'll do config, or no, we'll do a search for shared bubble mode. And every time we see, except for right there, we should see config.match.shared bubble mode. Config.match.shared bubble mode. Config.match. Config.match. Yes. Okay. So that is what we want to see. And if I had done that right before, we would have saw that one of these would say config.shared bubble mode instead of config.match.shared bubble mode. So that was the only problem. That's JavaScript for you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. I can hear somebody should do TypeScript. I can hear those comments right now in my head. Because then I wouldn't have had this problem. Kind of. Because I should have gotten an error that config.match.shared bubble mode isn't valid. Or config.shared bubble mode isn't a valid property on the config object there. But anyway, nonetheless, didn't take that long to figure out, I don't think. So, config.match.shared bubble mode. I think we are good. So now we just need to tweak the client, hopefully just a little bit to make this work. So let's see. All right. Yeah, so before we toggle off shared bubble mode, there might be a couple things. Actually, you know what? Maybe there aren't a couple things we need to even check on the server. Because we have the server bubble popped, which won't run. That just won't run now. Because basically this only runs inside of the if statement for that. Yeah. So let's just try. Let's just try on the server now. Going to our config file and setting shared bubble mode to false. And then just see what happens. 3, 2, 1. The one thing we want to keep track of is I'm going to count how many bubbles I popped on this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. Cool. So we got 27 on this one. So that's right. We got 32 on the other player. Cool. That's looking good. Let's test mistakes really quick here. Yeah, so actually we didn't even need to change the client at all. 1, 2, 3. I already did 1, so that's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And let's look at, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Uh-oh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, we've got a problem. 8 mistakes, so the mistake count is good. We definitely had a problem there, though, where we only... One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Okay. I don't know what changed. Whoops, that's not what I wanted to do. Something changed, and we ended up with only 3 bubbles on the client somehow. So I think I did like a bunch of mistakes. That's not what I wanted to do. Something happened where we ended up with only 3 bubbles on a client. So I need to figure out what that was. Okay. Let's just, okay, so I'm gonna on the server, I'm gonna print some things. So we're gonna do and we're printing the player too somewhere. Or the match state. Okay. All right. So if I pop a bubble here, generating 8. But if I pop a bubble here, nothing. But if I pop a bubble here, generating 9. Oh. Something went wrong. These numbers are correct. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Not missing a number, right? 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Okay. Let's just see what happens again. Uh-oh. Wait a minute. Oh, no. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Yeah, we're missing a bubble. So a bubble didn't get sent. Okay. All right. Quick bathroom break, but I think we got something now. All right, we are back. Okay. So, we've got some issue where okay. Let's look at our client code and see what changed. Okay, we have a new pop bubble method because I should just do, yeah, okay. Init the next bubble, the popped bubble ID, so that was I. Okay, pop bubble I. So we pop that bubble. In other words, we set the bubble to pop to true. We set in play to false. We initialize the next bubble, which is simply that plus bubbles on screen count. Yes. Then we increment the target bubble ID, increment the popped bubble count. If practice, generate next bubbles. Which we are basically doing the same exact thing. Bubbles.length, bubbles.length -1. Yes. So that's good. Players dot for each player. We're setting up the new states. Oh. This is the problem. I can't. That's the problem. I'm sending those more bubbles to both players, and then the players were kind of stepping on each other. It was sending like duplicate bubbles. Okay, so if that makes I don't want to explain it. Whether or not, so what was happening is a player would generate a bubble, and then it was sending that new bubble to both players. But it was only supposed to send the new bubble to just the one player who generated the bubble. And then when the other player gets to that point where they need that bubble, then it'll skip the generation and just send them that bubble. But basically, then it was resending that bubble to the other player too, kind of simultaneously, even though that other player already had that bubble. So I need to. There's another. Well, there is some desyncing kinds of things I might need to do, to make sure that to kind of make sure that players don't idempotency. The word idempotency. Idempotent. Denoting an element of a set which is unchanged in a value when multiplied or otherwise operated on by itself. All right, that was too complicated. Idempotence is the property of certain operations in mathematics and computer science whereby they can be applied multiple times without changing the result beyond the initial application. Right. So that's my problem. I am not idempotent. I need to be idempotent. Because I was sending more bubble to the client, and the clients were just going more bubbles, and adding them on. But with the more bubble thing, the client, when it gets that, it should just say, okay, is this the... Oh, I already have a bubble of this ID, so I don't need to do anything with that more bubble command, basically, is what I should be doing. So I could just send a million more bubble messages, but until it's an actual new bubble, then would it actually make a difference on the client? So, yes, but anyway. Let's try now, and we should be fine. So now I can just do a bunch of stuff, and then over here, whoops, we can do a bunch of popping. And then over here, we can do... Yes. Let's look at this here. So we're generating one. Oh, now we are in single player again. Okay, so going back to a competitive match here. We generated a new bubble. 8, 9, 10, 11. So then let's go here. All right, let's just do another one. 12. Okay, so let's go here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Whoops, 4. Okay, so now these, yeah, then I do this one. And now we can see that they're both in sync there. I wanted to keep it going. No, I didn't want to hit retry. Retry goes back to single player. Multiplayer. Okay, so let's just do 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 9, 10, 11. Then on this guy, we go 1, 2, 3, 4. No more generated bubbles because these ones were already generated. And then we go 1. Now we generated a new one. 2, 3, 4. We go 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, what I'm gonna do to test this is I want to pop 4 on one, pop 4 on the other, pop 4 on one, pop 4 on the other, and just make sure that everything looks. Whoops, I didn't need to refresh. Make sure that everything looks swell. So we're gonna 1, 2, 3, 4. We're gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4. We're gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4. We're We're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4. So far they're the same. 1, 2, 3, 4. And go 1, 2, 3, 4. We're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4. And we'll go 1, 2, 3, 4. Everything's matching up beautifully. And we generated a bunch of extra bubbles. Let me, here, just to stop being annoying, I'm going to do close the consoles and shrink these up. And then let's quit and let's start from the top with both of these. We're going to do a bunch of them. We're going to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Let's go here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Are they the same? Yes. Okay, they're the same after 30 pops on each. Great. That looks pretty good. Okay. So, one thing. So this is great because now we have our 2 game modes. They are working. So if I go on the server and I just change this one variable, we can switch over to the whole other game mode. So I change shared bubble mode true. Now we go back to both clients. We refresh because the server restarted, so we have to refresh. 3, 2, 1. Now we're in the game mode where I pop bubbles here and they also pop here, or vice versa. So there, the players always have the same state no matter what. The bubbles are updating on both things. And the players are always synced together rather than their individual bubble states. So that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. And again, this game mode, the current game mode here that we have, which I say, again, I say game mode, but I'm really not going to have a differentiating game mode. 2 different game modes. I just need to find the one thing that works and is fun for everyone. That's fun and enjoyable for everyone. So this one, there's this mode where players are popping, literally trying to pop the same bubble in space, which is going to be somewhat of a challenge from, I got a little fluff going on here. That's okay. That's going to also be somewhat of a technical challenge too, because it's going to require just a lot more like syncing, you know, and if one player has a lower ping, they're going to have an advantage. Versus the other mode, if you're just popping your own set of bubbles, you're not really going to have an advantage other than if you've got a really low ping. I do in both cases, I will need to do some sort of latency compensation. Not exactly sure what I want to do for that yet, but just to kind of give best case example where you're just popping as many bubbles as you can in 30 seconds and the players can pop independently, aka shared bubble mode equals false. I still want to have some sort of latency compensation because like if the server just does 30 seconds and then when the server ends its 30 seconds, if it sends that to the clients, it will no longer be accepting bubble pops from those clients. And if a client had like some ridiculously high ping and popped in that window that like they had a 100 millisecond ping delay and they popped the bubble in that last time, I mean, it would only be one bubble. That might not be that big of a deal. But who knows? We might end up having like really high latency in some cases. I don't know. We only have one server, so maybe there will be high latency. I have no idea. Like 200, 250 millisecond latency. And it would be cool if we could just have one server, right? And there wouldn't be any sort of, you know, even if you are, maybe you have double the latency of another player, but your opponent. But if the game really doesn't have that much to do with latency and affecting other players, then that's not really that big of a deal. And it doesn't in our shared bubble mode equals false. because in shared bubble mode equals false, the players don't really have any sort of interaction. The consequences of one player does not affect the other player at all, other than at the end of the game, you're going to see how many bubbles you popped versus how many bubbles the other player popped. So if I wasn't doing any sort of latency compensation as far as that goes, the player is going to have a disadvantage of equivalent to whatever their latency is. But that, in the grand scheme of things, maybe means like one bubble popping. I don't know. If you have a 100 millisecond delay. I mean, if you're popping... Okay, so I have like a... When I play really fast... Scriveni Flash. All this code makes my head dizzy. No worries. Me too. Scriveni Flash. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it. Yeah, it is a little perhaps dizzying, but I think it's manageable at this point, which is good. Manageable for myself, maybe not for someone else and maybe not for myself in 6 months. Maybe it will be bad, but well, Kriveni, not sure if you've been hanging out lurking for a little bit or whatnot, but I'm working on my game. I'll just give you a little intro. Working on my game called Populus. You can actually play it right now if you go to populus.gg, the website. It's a web game. It's a browser game. And I'm currently working on multiplayer for it. But right now on populus.gg, there's just like a single player version of it right now. Actually, I have it. Do I have it open right here? Yeah. So it's a game where you pop bubbles. And you can do a little tutorial here, and it explains you what to do. But otherwise, you're just trying to pop these bubbles by either pressing the space bar or clicking on the bubbles in the order that they appear here. And you're just kind of trying to see how many you can do in 30 seconds. So that's basically it. I'm trying to do a multiplayer mode of this game. So I'm trying to make it... Right now, I'm actually in the middle of kind of thinking about how I want players to be able to interact with each other during this game. Because I have two kind of game modes at this point, where one hand you have a mode where basically each player, they will pop the same bubbles. So if I go here and we pull up our clients and I start a single player game, basically they see the same bubbles, but their popping is individual of each other, right? So it's just they will have the same exact colors and positions of bubbles. But the ones they're popping are all completely independent, right? So I popped a bunch on this player. Now this player could pop some, and eventually at some point we would see that they kind of sync up here. Yeah, so now we can see I popped the same amount of bubbles on both players, so that we pop 14. So that each player in this kind of game mode, they pop the same colored and size bubbles and everything, and position bubbles, but they're totally independent. So really there's no awareness of the other player. The one thing I will add, and I'll probably do that, actually that'll probably be the next thing I do, is adding in like a little indicator to show like how far your opponent is ahead of you. But otherwise, the other game mode, which all I have to do is go in and change this thing from true to false. And when I say game mode, I don't mean that I'm going to have multiple game modes on the live site on populus.gg. But I am going to have... I'm trying to test out these multiple gameplay things right now and trying to experiment with what I think would be a compelling multiplayer competitive experience. So I just changed this one little value from true to false, or from false to true, I should say, rather. So now we've entered the shared bubble mode. Doesn't mean he's going to have multiple game modes. He means every stream he starts the game over. Yeah, we rebuild the game from scratch every stream. I'm just kidding. That's not true. Retro MMO is just making fun of me because every other day I get excited about some new thing and delete all my code and start over. Just kidding. Not exactly. Truly from scratch, yeah. So now the other game mode here, if now I have to refresh because the server restarted. So now, this game mode, the players are popping the same bubble. So if I'm on this player here and I pop this green bubble, it will actually disappear from this player. So boom. So in this case, all players are always in sync, no matter what. And on this player, you see like the little red ring. Like, so when the bubble disappears, you can see that, oh, the other player popped that bubble. So this is like a very interactive experience between two players. I do think you're making the right decision, though, with the stuff you've ditched. Thank you, Retro. I think so, too. I think so, too. Veniflash. Sorry, I don't know how to say the name. CR Veniflash. Oh, so you can actually code games on JS. Just started learning JS. Yes, you can, actually. But that is a good question, Veniflash, and I can clarify that a little bit for you, since you just started learning. So, you know, I mean, I assume, Veniflash, that you just started learning JavaScript, or seeing as that you've just started learning JavaScript, you're kind of learning how to do browser stuff, web browser stuff, because that's the main application for JavaScript as a language right now, I guess you could say. Because that's kind of a universal standard thing. Aaron Eckel. Hey, you followed me the other day. Did I thank you for that? I think I did, right? I think I did. If not, thanks for the follow, Aaron Eckel. I think colorblind mode would be nice for this kind of games. Yes, Aaron. Yes, I am definitely thinking about that. Well, yes, thinking about. A lot of people have mentioned it, I will say. A lot of people have mentioned it, and it's something I will get to at some point. Right now, I'm just trying to see if I can make an actual compelling game kind of first with this before I start getting a little more in the weeds with that kind of stuff. But Veniflash, correct, web dev is my main goal, though. I feel like everybody that watches the stream is colorblind, LOL. A lot of people bring it up. I showed the game to some other friends in real life. And one of my friends was colorblind too. And he could play a little bit, but he was like, "Yeah, I'm colorblind, so it's kind of hard." But Veniflash, yeah, I'll explain. So what I'm doing to make this, yeah. So I mean, as you can tell, I guess this is a web browser game, right? So it's a game in a web browser, Populus.gg. And if you're very interested in more game development in the browser, check out Retro MMO, who's in the chat. He streams him working on a like Texas Hold'em game that he's working in the browser. I'm just kidding. He's working on a retro MMO. His name is Retro MMO, and he's actually building a retro MMO. Thanks. Yeah, no worries. So if you're definitely looking for more examples, Veniflash of games and stuff, retro MMO, you should check him out too. And it's very different from what I'm doing. Like my game, you could almost think like, oh, this is just like HTML or something, or in CSS, like doing all of this. Because yes, you could totally build like this UI, and everybody tells me, oh, this UI must be just HTML and everything, but it's not. None of this is anything. I can't do anything with this. These these are HTML tags. I was going to say href, but yeah. These are actual HTML links. But other than that, all of this stuff is drawn on Canvas, which that's the HTML5 Canvas tag, which I generate dynamically, so I can't really show in HTML that. But yes, Crevene Flash. You can do so with using HTML Canvas and JavaScript. Basically, you can draw things on the screen with you can draw basically whatever you want on a canvas. And there's a simple way to do it, and there's a much more complicated, but you can kind of maximize performance way to do it with WebGL. I'm doing it the simple way. There's a simplified way to do it, and it still works well and fast enough. There are some limitations that I've actually run into with that, but I'm using the 2D context of Canvas, which, like, if you go to like the W3 Schools page on using HTML Canvas, like look at their Canvas reference, very simply can that show you how to, that I was going to say that their documentation on that is really good at just checking everything you can do with the simple 2D context, the 2D graphics context with a canvas, with an HTML canvas. And then you basically can control all the stuff you want to draw with that. But Kitty, you look like a Jedi. Oh, come on. Yeah, because I got the brown with the white. Yeah, thanks, Bekitty. Bekitty is my wife, so if it seems like I'm being rude by saying that, then it's just because she's my wife, so that's how I talk to her. I'm just kidding. But if I roll my eyes whenever Bekitty says something, I'm not trying to be rude. Crevene Flash, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. But what I was going to say is, like, if you check out Retro MMO's stream, you'll see it's like a vastly different kind of game, right? So and he's using Canvas as well with his game. So in his game, he's using images and kind of like sprites and everything, kind of that sort of thing that you might expect from a typical kind of 2D game on a console or whatever. My game is a little more kind of, I guess, abstract in the sense that it's like circles and stuff and weird things. But his game looks more like a game you would kind of see, a kind of old school top-down kind of game, adventure RPG kind of game. So yes, the HTML canvas is pretty cool. You can do a lot of different things with it. Kitty sending a heart. Your heart's actually working now. I think you were sending hearts before and it wasn't turning into an actual heart emote. All right. So, yeah, what I think we want to do now. Well, I was explaining something about how I'm kind of trying to figure out what the optimal or what the most fun multiplayer experience would be for this game. Because I kind of have the two extremes right now, where on the one hand, we've got this mode where the players are popping the same bubbles. So like the players will always end up with the same bubbles on screen. There'll always be 4 bubbles on screen, and the players will always have the same bubbles. So I want to test this mode. I've got some family coming over for Thanksgiving holiday in America. That's next kind of weekend. Not this Thursday, but next Thursday. So I'd like to have them kind of try it out a little bit. I'd like to watch them play this mode. That was not what I wanted to do. I'd like to have them try to play this mode and just see what it's like. But on the other hand, we've got the mode where the players play completely independently. So if I go in here, set this to false. We refresh our browsers because the server restarted. And now the players play completely independently of one another. They see the same bubbles, the same colors and positions of bubbles over time, but they are popping them at their own pace, basically. So, whoops. Then you can kind of see, like, as I go here, now they're both caught up at the same place. But they're both like totally not affecting each other at all. So I feel like I need some sort of maybe middle position to make kind of a fun game. So I feel like with this game, with this style of gameplay, like, why are you playing one-on-one if you're not really like interacting in any meaningful way with the other player? That's kind of my dilemma. On the other hand, I feel like the other game mode might be a little too frustrating and kind of not fun. Unless you had people that were very, very close in skill gap. Because as soon as you have one person who's like slightly better than the other one, I feel like that person's probably just going to get all the bubble pops. And then the other player's just going to be riding the coattails and, you know, not quite getting there. So that's why I want to do a little more testing with it. But now I at least have a way where with just one little variable change here, I've got my shared bubble mode. I can just change between true and false and switch between those two different modes. And that's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. So the one thing I do want to add right now, actually, is for our other game mode, for shared bubble mode false, I want to do I need to refresh now? I don't know. I wasn't paying attention. So for this mode where the players are playing independently of one another, I want to have some sort of little thing that gives you an indication of where the other player is related to you. Why not make more bubbles and then make them smaller, maybe? That could be. Sorry, I had a weird itch there. That was probably like looked really awkward. Let's. I guess, are you saying as far as might be a little more balanced for both sides? Well, the thing is, I think even in that case, I think it would still, I guess if you made it more difficult to pop bubbles, you would probably be in the same. Yeah, if you made it like more difficult to pop bubbles, I could see that it would take longer to pop a bubble and therefore make it maybe a little more interesting in terms of players popping bubbles before the other. Yeah. So that could be. That could be. And actually, I could do that. I could do that relatively simply. Because we could just take this bubble radius unit, so we could maybe make this like between 50 and 100. Ooh, that would be really tiny. we could maybe clamp this down between 150 and 100 maybe. And then we just tweak these things, bubbles on screen count. We make that 6. We make this 12 maybe. This doesn't have to be double of this. Let's just try that for fun. Let's just see. I want to just see. I haven't messed around with that actually ever. So let's see about, oh boy. So I'd have to go in here. We could go 150, 150, and then make this, we could go 8 and 16. Or no, I guess it would be this plus 8 is all we would need to do. Or this plus 4 is, I think, all we'd really need. So 12, maybe. Let's try that. 150. Let's go even. Let's go between 75 and 150 actually to make it just a little more. So this will shrink the bubbles down quite a bit. And then this is the range, the random range. Before it was between 100 and 200 units, and now I just made it between 75 and 150 units. So that should be significantly smaller bubbles. And let's see. Okay, so we made bubbles on screen. So now we made it double. So now there'll be 8 bubbles on screen. And actually, the colors might be a little screwed up now. So I might have to tweak the random color generation a bit. The colors might be too close, or they might kind of overlap with one another, which won't be good. But we'll look at that. So 75, 150, 8, and then 12, and then we need to do that here. We'll make this 8, and we'll make this 12, and then let's try that. Let's see what happens. So now we got 8 on screen. Ooh, actually the colors don't quite. We could have a little color collision. Yeah, we're getting some. We definitely could have some that overlap with one another. This is kind of crazy. Oops. I didn't want to retry. Oof, that's tiny. All right, let's go back to do another single player here. This is kind of cool though. I haven't really played, honestly, I haven't played around a lot with different bubble amounts and everything. Really just haven't done it. But yeah, I would need to tweak the colors a bit just to make sure that they don't intersect too much. Because I think we've got a little bit of overlap. Actually, it's maybe not too bad. Wow, that's tiny. I'm doing single player now, but let's change this over to just, oh, I didn't even save the server. Whoops. Okay, so let's change this to true. Let's just look at this on, whoops. So, ooh, nice. That's kind of fun. Those are a little too small, but we can do that. We can at some point I might do a little messing around more with that to see if there's something a little more fun. I feel like the way it is now is probably the way I'm going to keep it for the time being. Okay, so this is now needs to go back to 4. Bubbles on screen count goes back to 4, and then initial bubbles count, we did 8 and 8. Technically, this initial bubble count could just be this number plus something, plus 4. I think, but yeah. All right, so now everything should be back to the way it was. Yeah, we've got some bigger bubbles now. Yeah. All right. So what I want to do now is actually create some sort of component to show either I don't know what would be best. Maybe let's just show like the numbers for right now. Like maybe we can do just a real ugly kind of debug thing for right now. We could just show, so if we do a competitive mode match, or not this game mode though. Go here, change this to false. All right, so for this game mode, where the players can play independently, it would be nice to show it would be nice to show maybe the count, maybe just the counts, like just the numbers of your bubbles popped and your opponent's bubbles popped. Like maybe that's good enough for right now. Sending a quick message there. Okay, so let's look at I guess on our marathon object, we could set up like a new, so in our creation method for the marathon object. So again, marathon is the name of the game object, which is kind of dumb, and I need to change it at some point. But basically, we've got a full method here, a static method for this marathon.js class, a marathon class. So I have a marathon.js file, and then I have a single class called marathon inside of this. And we've got a static method on there that just creates the object, just kind of sets up the object itself for all the gameplay stuff that's needed. There's quite a bit of stuff. There's a lot of lines here of everything. And the one thing we need to do is basically we could add like we add in a couple more elements. And we could maybe just actually what I'm gonna do. We're gonna create a new object. We're gonna call it scoreboard. So we're gonna create a new class, a new file. Ooh. New file. Why did that go away? Why does it? VS Code. So we're going to create a new file. We're going to call it scoreboard.js. So, scoreboard is going to be an entity. So I'm going to import entity from entity.js. And this is going to be a class. So we are going to do export default class scoreboard extends entity. Yes. Crevene Flash. How long since you started coding JS? Maybe like 5 or 6 years, probably. I remember doing something with like doing a very basic little like website. That probably would have been in like 2014. Yeah. But I didn't start taking JavaScript seriously until maybe like, or at least more seriously until 2016. I started making a game in 2016, in a browser game in 2016, and it was really rough at the time, and I was learning a lot of things at that point in time. But I did actually have somewhat of a playable game. So it's been a while that I've been doing JavaScript, a few years at least. I don't really consider myself that much of a savvy web developer. So like when it comes to all the other stuff, especially like CSS and just components of making a web page, I have a lot. There's a lot I don't know and a lot I'm kind of bad at. I consider myself more of a programmer. So I don't just do JavaScript. I'm learning like C right now, the C programming language, in C++, kind of by inheritance. And I'd like to eventually be doing a game, like a native, native Windows, at least for now, native game that would be in Windows at some point. But yeah, so I'm not the person to ask specifically about anything really web development related. I do use React, the framework for doing web pages, which I'm sure you've come across, Crevene Flash, or at least you will come across it if you're just learning about web development. So I can do some stuff with React. But my game here, like, yes, it's a web game, but it's mostly all of my own JavaScript, just drawing things to the canvas. So really I'm not doing a whole lot with like the browser itself other than like drawing stuff on canvas. I'm not doing a lot in terms of browser things or HTML things or CSS things. Not really doing any CSS at all. My HTML file for this thing is basically this, and half of this is Google Analytics. And the other half is my stuff. So this is like my HTML that's there, and that's it. So there's really not a whole lot there. React, LOL, all I thought I needed is HTML and CSS and JS. To be honest, I don't even know what React is. Welcome to the web developer world, Crevene Flash. You're going to learn a new framework every 6 months. You're going to learn, I don't know. Well, React, okay, so React is basically a framework, a web development framework. It's maintained by Facebook, or built and maintained by Facebook, I guess. And it's basically like it is a whole nother kind of thing. Like at the end of the day, all your browser understands is HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, right? So there's not some extra thing, some extra magic that you can use. But React is like a framework for the developer, for you as a developer to write your code in, and then it kind of, you organize your code in kind of React the way that React kind of wants you to do it, and then React kind of dumps out HTML, CSS, and JavaScript kind of in a different way that the browser actually understands. But it's really a way for, yeah, I mean, I would say don't worry about React right now. Just worry about, learn like what the web browser kind of needs to work, which is HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Learn that, and then at some point in time, you're going to have to start to get into probably a framework. If you're looking at probably job kind of stuff, you're probably going to have to start looking at like a framework kind of thing. Learning some frameworks or something. And that's why I said welcome to web dev, because there's all sorts of frameworks and everybody wants you to learn something, whatever. You can check out React, but I would say probably just hold off for now. Like get your head wrapped around HTML, CSS, JavaScript. Just kind of understand what those are, because at the end of the day, that's what your web browser uses and runs and does stuff with. So you focus on that. Then maybe you can look at, some sort of framework that basically just lets you write your code in a certain way, in a certain style, and then that gets dumped out into just raw HTML, JavaScript, and CSS that the browser then understands. Yeah, it's all pretty annoying. And I'm not dealing with anything like that with my stuff, with my game. It's all just my, like I said, my HTML file is just like 5 lines of my actual, 10 lines or whatever, 12 lines with the Google Analytics stuff. And then it's pretty much just my own JavaScript that just gets run on the client. And I'm doing, there's a whole nother part. I think I get the picture, LOL. Yeah, sorry. I repeat myself from time to time. You can just tell me to knock it off. And the other thing, Flash, the other huge part of like web development is kind of like there's a server too. You've got like a server that's doing something. And that's kind of where otherwise your web browser can't really do much. Like your web browser can like show stuff, and you can build a whole game inside of a web browser, but you can't like save things to disk, save things to your hard drive or something like that through a browser. Like that stuff doesn't work. There are little storage and cache things that you can take advantage of, and cookies and that sort of thing that you can take advantage of through a web browser. But when you're learning web development, you're usually going to be learning doing some sort of server kind of stuff too. Unless you're looking at just becoming a front-end developer, in which case you're going to be just doing the look and feel of the web page, basically. But then, web development stuff, you have like logins and user accounts and everything. That's all stuff that's happening on some server with the database and everything. So that's kind of the other half. And that's what I'm doing with my game to make it multiplayer, right? So I can have 2 browsers that actually interact. Like the browsers themselves aren't interacting with one another. They're interacting with a server that I have running on my computer that's then sending data to each of those browsers. Oh no, I didn't mean that you can talk. Well, I don't know much, so all info I can get is very appreciated. No worries. I knew that's not what you meant. I knew that wasn't what you meant. I sold you short there. All right. Sending text messages there. Sorry. So yeah, so you'll see the terms Flash too of like front end web developer, back end web developer, or just back-end developer or front-end, whatever. And you'll see stuff like full stack developer, which basically just means front-end and back-end. And the front-end basically just means just the browser kind of stuff. And the back-end kind of means like the more application kind of stuff. So like a database and some sort of programming language that, you might hear like PHP or Node.js. And those are programming languages that are typically used for like back-end kind of web development. Python, I think, is popular for doing kind of back-end development. Yeah, and all of that stuff is kind of like where your browser, the code you write on your browser, can then talk back to a server, and then a server can do something. And, like if you have, Facebook or some sort of any kind of website where you want to have like user accounts or you have user accounts and maybe you've got friends in this system, right? So the back end is the one that's keeping track of you have a user account and you got a password and everything and all that's saved. And then you've got like maybe some friends. So you've got like a list of friends that would be you attached to you have a user for your user, and then you've got friends. So those are like kind of attached together in some sort of way on the back end in the database, whatever. And then when you want to see like your friends list, your browser, you'd log in your browser, right? And that would go off to like some sort of back end thing that would then get you, your information just for your user once you log in. And that would, maybe show your friends list or something like that and show your friends that are online, that sort of thing. I didn't explain that very well. But, so the front end side is just like kind of showing what that stuff looks like on the browser. And then maybe the things that you need to do to talk back to a server. But then back-end development is kind of what's that stuff that's happening back on that server. So like in my case, I don't have any sort of like user accounts thing, but I've got like a player object that's happening on my server. So I have all my back-end code on the left side. That's what I've been doing. And then all my front-end code is on this side. The front-end code's a lot more complicated because that includes all the stuff for graphics and everything, for graphics on the screen. But the back-end stuff's actually pretty simple. Relatively simple, I should say. And so basically I kind of have this thing like where when currently with my multiplayer, right now, typically, like if you go to populus.gg, you'll see that like I am right now, I just switched tabs to the actual live site, populus.gg. And there's this red thing here for the O, and that's actually a button object in my engine, but I just have this to kind of look cool. But on my development versions here, which I switch back to my development thing, so it's my local IP address there, and then here's my another browser that's also hooked up to the development server. So then what I made this red button is actually the button to queue multiplayer. So like if I press this button, down here's my server, and we can see that the server logged a message, player requested match. So when I push this button, my browser sends off a command to the server or a request to the server to say, hey, can this browser play in a match? And then the server's sitting here waiting, and then it added that player to like a little queue, a little array. Basically, it's just a JavaScript array that I stick that player into. And then when I click the button on this player, it'll match them up together. It'll say, oh yeah, there's a player already ready. And then it'll start a game immediately. So when I click this, then boom, the server said, okay, you guys are in a game together now, instantly. And it generated some bubbles and then sent them down to both players and kind of had, So I don't know if anything I'm saying is making sense, but hey, why are these all so small? Okay, there we go. There's some bigger ones. But anyway, I don't know if that's making sense, if any of that stuff's making sense, but there's a lot of different things in the web development world. It gets complicated fast. So I should say I'm using Node.js for my backend, for my server. So that's all JavaScript. Node is basically JavaScript, but it's kind of like, it's the JavaScript programming language, but with some other things to make it more of like a I don't know, can interact with an operating system, basically. So like JavaScript that's on your web browser is one thing, but JavaScript, Node.js is kind of very similar, but kind of another thing. Like Node.js can do stuff like save things to your file system, to your hard drive, that sort of thing. So, I just got started kind of. I'm creating a new little scoreboard class here. And what that's going to be, the scoreboard class is going to be to show basically the bubbles popped. Right now, I'm just going to make it very basic. I'm going to make it just be the bubbles popped for each player. So this scoreboard will only get generated, the scoreboard object will only get generated it'll get generated only in a multiplayer match, right? So if we do a single player thing, then you won't see it. So a scoreboard is going to be an entity. So an entity is an object that can listen to events, game events in my engine. So I'm doing a new class that is a scoreboard, and then all I have to do is have it extend an entity, the entity class. So I have entity in a separate file, entity.js. All of my JavaScript files are all just in one folder, one scripts folder, just like this. And if you play Populus.gg live, all of these files actually get bundled into one file that I call bundle.js. So I have a little script that basically I use this JavaScript program called Terser that smashes them all into one thing. Actually, no, that's not quite true. There's a JavaScript program called Rollup that mashes all these into one file, and then there's a program called Terser that then shrinks them all down and kind of simplifies things. And then that's what you end up with. Then you end up with a bundle.js that's in the actual live site. So you don't have all these individual files. Flash, thanks for the info. Got to bounce. Have work tomorrow. GL with your game. Hey, thank you very much, Flash. Yeah, if you got any more questions, just ask away. I'll answer to the best of my knowledge because, like I said, I'm not I don't really consider myself that much of a web developer. I can do it, but I don't know. There's definitely a lot I don't know, but I have a pretty good idea of how things kind of work in that world. I kind of have to if I'm making a stupid web browser game, I guess, but yeah. So yeah, have a good day, Flash. We'll catch you later. Okay. All right. So now my scoreboard is going to kind of be it's going to be kind of a wrapper entity. So what I mean by that is the scoreboard itself isn't really going to have any logic or any like meaningful. Well, okay. That's not really true. What I'm going to do is I like to think of this kind of object being like a manager kind of object. Maybe that's kind of a dumb. Forget what I'm saying. Basically, I'm going to have one scoreboard object, and I'm going to have two text objects. So a text object is kind of a special thing. That has stuff set up so that it will actually draw text on the screen, on the canvas. So that's what any of these things are. This bubble's popped, this blue number, these are all individual text elements here. And then even the button has also a text object on top, right? So again, none of these are HTML text things at all. This is all text that gets drawn to the canvas using the draw text method on the canvas. Yes, draw text, I believe, if I recall correctly. So anytime you see text in the game, aside from this, these links are actually HTML. But all of this stuff is all drawn to the canvas, and therefore it's not like selectable text or anything. It's not selectable. I can't like copy paste the text or anything like that. So what I want to do is I'm going to import a text object because we want to have basically two text items, objects. Well, we're going to have one for our player's score, or the amount of bubbles that you have popped, and then the amount of bubbles that your opponent has popped. So we'll have kind of those two numbers showing on the screen for right now, just kind of a really rough, really basic little thing. We might end up making this more fancy or have some kind of cool graphic that displays the score, but for right now, I feel like we can just show the numbers. Number of bubbles you have popped, number of bubbles your opponent has popped. So that would mean we basically just need two text objects, one for your bubbles popped. And I'm trying to think of how I actually want to set this up. Because it's going to be a little more complicated than we would like. So I'm going to have this dot event listeners, equals an array. Indubitably, sup dude, indubitably, what's going on? Welcome back. It's good to see you. Not a whole lot's going on with me, just working more on multiplayer here. Yes. Right now I'm just working on a little score element for the browsers so that when during the game, just for right now at least, there might be some cool graphic I want to do later, but for right now I just want to show the number of your bubbles popped, so the count of your bubbles popped as a player, and the count of your opponent bubbles popped. Yeah. So since scoreboard is an entity, one of the things that's important about entities, basically all that entities are, is that they have this array called event listeners, this event listeners property that's an array. And then when you initialize an entity, you call .init on an entity, it will load those event listeners with the global event emitter object. So that way you can, right here for my scoreboard, I can just specify some code that I want to happen on certain events, certain in-game events. And then the entity kind of class itself, the super class, will kind of take care of getting that all set up for us. So it's pretty nice to just go in and get something, you create some new little object like a scoreboard here, and then just have it actually start responding to game events, right away without a lot of craziness. So to do an event listener, basically it's an object that's called, or has a property. It's an object that we just instantiate on the fly. Basically our curly braces there, an anonymous object. And we have an event property where we put in the event name. So there's actually a couple events we want to listen to. There's going to be 3 total, if I'm not mistaken, because we're going to need a few things. But what I want to do, we're just going to get things very basically set up here. Very basic. I'm not going to do, just to make sure I can just for the proof of concept, let's say. So I think we want to listen to bubble popped events. I believe we still have a bubble popped event. So again, I'm setting up an event listener, which is an object that has an event property and the name of the event we're listening to. And then the listener property here, which is a function that in this case, we're just going to create on the fly here in line. And that will be the function that will run on this event. When this event happens, this function will run. So, yeah. What I need to figure out actually how I want to have this work. So there might be kind of a special thing I might do here for this. I'm actually going to use the restroom really quickly and get a new glass of water before I get too far into it. So we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere unless you want to. All right, we are back. Thanks for waiting. Okay, so right, we're working on our scoreboard object here, right? So to recap, that is just going to be an object that has, for right now, just very basically, just printing the number of bubbles we, the player, have popped and the number of bubbles our opponent has popped. And it'll just be some number shown on screen, right? Because right now we show those numbers, but after the game has ended. And some of these don't look quite right, and there's some stuff missing, but yeah, normally we show at the end of the game how many bubbles we have popped. And in this case here, this player popped 0, but his opponent popped 15, which is why, you know, this player popped 15, but the opponent popped 15 because these players were playing each other. I don't know how to explain that. Want to become famous? Yes, absolutely. Sorry, we'll get we'll ban these suckers here. Frulu, get out of here, bots. Yeah, get out of here. All right, I got one of them. You know what? They think they're all clever by using those wacky Unicode characters, you know? Somebody's probably got a nice little conversion of all those back to like your normal ASCII characters or something, and then you can just do a little pattern matching against that or something. You know, that would convert like an A with an accent just back down to an ASCII A, you know, something like that. And then we could block chats on certain words, just based on certain words, something like that. All right. Anyway, I'm getting a little chilly down here. So I want to see if I might not actually use this bubble popped event, because I might not be using it anymore. We've got too many files open here. Okay, what do we not need? We don't need, well, I'll keep tutorial up. We don't need nav meter. We don't need nav meter. We don't need bubble. We don't need drawable. We don't need stat screen or stat or menu or player input. Yeah, that's better. We don't need canvas wrapper anymore for right now. Cursor crash indicator, don't need that. Opponent popped indicator, don't need that. Okay. Okay, so we do have a, oh no, sorry, this is if we get a message from the server showing bubble popped, but we want to look at, yeah, so we do have an event called bubble popped. And are we sending it to the server? Let's just CLG, never mind, let's not do that. Let's just do, let's check the server, actually. How about that? We'll check the server and see if we're doing a bubble popped. Yeah, we're not responding to a bubble popped event from the client at all. Or a bubble popped request. I think I was maybe keeping this around just in case I needed to use something like that. But let's see if am I actually firing that from... Okay. Nothing there. What about on bubble, which I just closed? The file I just closed. Bubble popped. Oh, okay. So I did have something where I was doing that at some point in time, but we're not using that anymore. All right. So bubble popped is not really an event we're using anymore. So we can't really use that for our scoreboard. What I think we want to do is probably then, instead of having an event listener that's listening to bubble popped, we could probably just have a scoreboard, a method on our scoreboard that can be called directly when a bubble is popped, because the marathon object, that is our game object, is going to know, that's the thing that tells when a bubble is correctly popped. So what'll happen is from the marathon, we can just say, the scoreboard will be a member, will be a property of a marathon. So the marathon can just talk to the scoreboard and directly call a method to say, yeah, a bubble was popped. In fact, it'll probably just say, to be idempotent, to be nicely idempotent, we should probably be passing in the full number rather than a single plus one kind of thing. So yeah, so what I think we'll do is we're gonna have a method on here called update player score, update player bubble pop, or maybe we'll just say score. We'll just say score, and then we'll say bubbles popped. or we'll say bubble popped count, bubble popped count. And then, so before we do that, actually, we're going to have two things. We're going to have our two text components here. And then basically that'll be this dot player score, or maybe score text. I don't know if I should use the word score. Player score text. And we're going to set this to null. We're going to have this dot opponent score text equals null as well. Actually not null. We're gonna do a new text object right off the front, right out of the gate. So we're gonna set these up as new text objects right away. So we'll do new text. Oops. And then we are gonna have something fancy here. We're gonna override our entity.init method here, and what we're gonna do is firstly call super.init, and then we are going to call the entity init method itself, and then we are going to initialize our text elements here. So then we will do this dot player score.init, and we'll do this dot opponent score text.init, and then we likewise have to have kind of a matching thing. That's not what I wanted to do. We need to have a companion destruct method, which is kind of the opposite of init, basically. I kind of came up with some bad names for all of this stuff, but whatever. It's not that big a deal. So basically, when we initialize, we call init on something. The event handlers for this object, so that would be for the scoreboard entity itself, so any event listeners that are here would get registered with the global event listener. But when we're done with our scoreboard and we don't need it anymore, we don't want it listening to events still. So when we call init, those events get set up. When we call destruct, those events get pulled out. Because otherwise, you know, if, for example, bubbles, there's a lot of bubbles that come and go in a game, right? And if we just never destructed any of those bubbles, the game would just slow down to a crawl over time, because literally just every bubble you generated would still be trying to update, get events and update on the screen and check for the mouse cursor and everything. And because the bubbles, one of the events they listen to is every time the mouse cursor moves. And then a bubble then checks if that mouse cursor moved over inside of it, checks for like a little collision. So if we never destructed any bubbles, you know, there'd be a lot of bubbles hanging out eventually, potentially, that it would just slow our game down to nothing. So, so that would be bad. Because eventually what would happen is the first thing you would see is the time of our game loop would start to be slower than our frames, than each frame we're drawing per second. So then we start to lose frame rate, basically. Like up until that point, we'd be technically fine. We wouldn't see any graphical, we wouldn't have any graphical latency. But then as soon as our CPU time starts getting greater than our frame, the time it takes to draw the frame and everything, then we start to see our frames per second dip. Not dip, but start to go down, right? And then we'd start to just eventually, if you just kept cramming things up, and the game loop would just take longer and longer and longer before it would be able to draw a frame. So your game would just like literally just, the frames would just tank over time. I'm not explaining that very well. But yeah, so all that's to say, we need to be destructing our entities as far as our game is concerned. So we do super.destruct, and we need to call this dot player score text.destruct as well. Same thing here. Destruct. Can I spell it? So basically, these text, the player score text, this text object is in and of itself an entity as well. So it has its own little inheritance thing that it goes through, and an entity is the base class of a text class as well. So that's why we're able to call destruct on top of these text objects. So this method here, actually, I'm going to move up. So then we're going to have this update player score, right? So this is just for our player. So what that'll be is that will set the value of that text. So it will be of that text object. So we would set this dot player score dot text equal to bubble popped count, right? So that there's a text property on a text object itself, and that is the value that will actually be drawn to the screen as text. So in this case, it's just going to be that single number. So we just set it here and we're good. In fact, it's kind of stupid that I even have this method because we really don't need it. We can just set it directly. I'm not one to get all fancy pants about object-oriented programming. So I don't care about setters, getters, and blah, 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 private variables and all that junk. Not going to deal with that. We're just going to we're going to update the property directly. So we don't even need that function. I'm just going to, from our marathon object, we're just going to call directly down to player score text and set it there. But we need to define what our player text stuff is, our player score text and our opponent score text. We need to actually set some properties up in here because we're doing a new text object, and then we pass in a anonymous object here with these curly braces. We need to actually set some parameters that we want. So one of those things is going to be the text, the initial text. So we want to just pass a 0 because in both cases when we set this up, both the player and the opponent are going to have scores of 0, right? Your score is going to be 0 until you pop a bubble. Then it'll be 1. And so on and so forth. So we want text to be just 0 for right now, initially. But we also need to set some stuff like the size of the text. In fact, to do that, we need to import a font. Our font class, which is a very simple little object. Oh, yes. So one of the properties of a text object is font, and we do a new font object. And we have basically two properties that we specify for that font object, a size and a style. So the size is the font size in font point size, which is basically pixel size. And for right now, I can hard code some stuff because we really don't care too much. So we can do kind of a bigger font. We'll do just 48 for right now. That might be bad, but whatever. And we do Arial as our font for everything. So I'm going to do Arial. And then basically we're doing the same exact thing for the opponent score text. Next thing is the position. So that's pose. And that's an object that has an X and a Y coordinate. Another anonymous object that has an X and a Y coordinate. So for this, we'll just do some hard-coded things. So we're going to do pose of what do we want to do? Just something up at the top of the screen, kind of. So maybe down, maybe 40 pixels down. Oh, that's X. Maybe maybe 200 pixels in X, and then maybe 40 pixels down from the top. Just something kind of close there. And then we'll do the same thing for our opponent score, except maybe we'll just offset it a little more. So like 200 to 250. I guess that'll just give us this ample amount of space for both of these for right now, just to make sure that they're working and everything. And we're gonna get rid of all of these variables and these hard-coded numbers, these magic numbers. But just to get our thing drawing on screen, we'll do this for right now. So that is good. Let's see. So we're gonna have the opponent's score. I want to look at. We should have opponent target bubble changed. Yes, opponent target bubble changed. That is the event. Oh yeah, count. Wait a minute. Message.count. Okay, let me look on the server and see what we're doing for this. So inside of the match, we should have a method here called set opponent target bubble ID. So here, and we're going to have a nice little idempotent thing solution for this. So we're going to emit the event opponent target bubble changed, and then what we pass is count, which should just be target bubble ID. Wait, let me really make sure that. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So I shouldn't call this count. Let's just call this target bubble ID for right now. Just be descriptive about that. So the event that's firing is opponent target bubble changed, and then we're sending the new target bubble ID. So that's great. And I was console logging that thing before, but now we should have, basically, we can emit an event, which I guess will match. So this is the command, this string here, opponent target bubble change, is the command from the server. And what we can do is actually do an event, a game event on the client that I guess is the same exact name. Opponent target bubble change. There's not really any reason to have something different. So what we can do is then fire that event, and we're going to pass the message.targetBubbleID. So what this happens is any entity that listens to opponent, oh, if I spell it right, opponent. So any entity that's listening to opponent target bubble changed, this game event, will get it when the opponent target bubble change message comes from the server, and it'll pass down the target bubble ID. So right now, no other entities are listening to this on the client, but now our scoreboard will be. So in here, we'll have opponent. I'm going to copy paste. I'm not going to mess around with spelling that wrong. I already spelled opponent. I've spelled opponent wrong enough times on stream. So we're going to copy that string, opponent target bubble changed. We're going to go back here. So in our event listeners on our scoreboard, we're saying that I want to listen to this event, opponent target bubble changed. And then our listener function here will then get passed a property, and that's going to be target bubble ID. So that is going to be the opponent's new target bubble that they're trying to pop. So we can know the amount of bubbles they've popped. Actually, the target bubble ID, whatever the target bubble ID is, that's the number of bubbles they've popped. Because the math lines up because of zero-based in numbers and whatever. The bubble IDs and blah, 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 blah. So this number is actually the opponent's score. As well as being their new target bubble. So we don't have to worry about why or what for whatever reason. But from here, we can then just set. So for, yeah, well, okay, blah, blah, blah. I got rid of that other thing. So now we just need to go to opponent score text.text, and we're just going to set that to this target bubble ID that came in from the event. So the server will send that in. The WebSockets wrapper, which parses the messages from the server, will then in turn fire off the correct event, and then the correct game event that our client is listening to. And then our scoreboard will listen to that event, get that target bubble ID of the opponent, and which is also in turn the score. And then we can set that, our text object for our opponent's score, to that target bubble ID. And that should do exactly what we want. Now, that's really all we need. In fact, we're pretty much golden. We just need to actually instantiate a scoreboard object and initialize it. And I'm going to do that in the marathon create method here. So we're going to create a new, we're going to say the scoreboard object setup. Scoreboard setup. We'll just say scoreboard setup. That's what I'm saying for everything else. So we're going to create a new variable here called scoreboard. Oh, wait a minute. We need to do an if statement in here. We need to wrap this in if server bubbles. Yes. Okay. So actually the way we should do this is we should do a let. And then we're going to create let scoreboard equal null. So this is going to be null. And then if server bubbles, if server bubbles is something, we are going to actually instantiate scoreboard to a new scoreboard object. And ooh, don't do that. So we need to import our scoreboard object here. No, come on. Scoreboard from scoreboard.js. Who would have thought it could be that easy? Certainly not me. So now server bubbles is basically, this gets passed if, so this method, this is the method that sets up our entire game on the client. It's a create method here. And basically it takes one parameter, that is server bubbles, which will be null if no server bubbles were passed to it. If no server bubbles are passed to it, it would also be undefined. So this equals null thing is kind of stupid, but JavaScript, and I'm an idiot. So basically, if we're playing a single player mode, server bubbles won't get passed in. And basically that tells our create method to actually generate bubbles right there in the browser. But if some server bubbles get passed in from the server, then we skip generating bubbles on the server and we just take whatever, or skip generating bubbles in the browser and we just take whatever those bubble definitions are from the server and we use those. So basically I'm using server bubbles also as a check to do anything that might be related to a game that's on the server. And we might at some point want a scoreboard for the single player game. Like we might just have, for a single player game, might just show your count of bubbles that you're popping. But for right now, I'm not going to do that. Don't really need to, I don't know. I don't want to do that right now. So what we'll do is, and basically what I would end up doing is maybe just having this, all that would need to change is when we instantiate a scoreboard, we just pass like a true or false if it should show an opponent's score or not. Because if you're just playing single player, then we just say don't show an opponent's score. And then inside of our scoreboard object, we could just say don't create an opponent score text object then, which would be nice. But for right now, I'm just going to make the scoreboard just be a multiplayer only thing, so it'll always show a player score and an opponent score. So in other words, what I want to do is instantiate this as null first. And then if server bubbles, if we're playing a server match, then we want to actually set this to something. So then scoreboard will get redefined to a new scoreboard object like that. And then what I'm also going to do is call the init method on the scoreboard object because it's an entity, and that will also fire up the text objects. And this is good enough. Actually, this is, yeah, I think that, yeah, this is exactly what we want for right now, let's just say. So the other thing is at the end here, we could pass in. So what we'll do, we pass into our marathon constructor, the scoreboard object, which will be null if it's single player. Otherwise, it'll be a new scoreboard object, a new initialized scoreboard object. And then in the marathon code instance code itself, we have destruct and we have init. Or no, we don't have an init because we init everything outside. That's nice. So we have a destruct method here, and basically we just need to do a little check. Oh, wait a minute. First of all, we need to do this. So we're going to have, up in our constructor, we're going to take a scoreboard object now, and I've already passed it in where we actually call the constructor of a marathon object here. But then this comes in, scoreboard, and then we're going to do this dot scoreboard equals scoreboard. And then in the destruct, we need to actually check if it's null. So we want to destruct this if it's not null. So we need to do a check if, we'll just do a one-liner if this dot scoreboard. So in other words, if this dot scoreboard is not null, then we will call this dot scoreboard dot destruct. Because if it's null, that means we're in a single player game and there's nothing to destruct because we never instantiated a scoreboard. If we are in a multiplayer game, then this dot scoreboard will be the scoreboard object, in which case this if statement will be true. This expression will be true, and we'll go to this part of the line here, and we'll destruct. Again, one-liner if statements. Love them or hate them. In cases like this, I'm fine with them, but I can see why one-liner if statements can be kind of annoying or bad. Like in a case like this, I have like a one-liner inside the body of the if statement, but, you know, whatever. Retro MMO, hate them. There you go. Duly noted. So okay, so in theory, actually, I think we're done. Oh, the one thing we need to do is actually set the player score. We need to actually update the player score in this pop bubble method. So this is where we would actually, okay, right. So here we would do another little if statement, and I'm actually going to do a multi-line if statement here. This dot scoreboard, if this dot scoreboard, then we will do this dot scoreboard dot player. Again, if I was using TypeScript, it would tell me what the name of that property is. Player score text dot text equals this dot target bubble ID. Yes. Okay. Wow. So we should have something here. If I didn't do something wrong, which is always a possibility, we should really have something here. So I'm gonna open my consoles back up on my clients just to check for errors. Man, what's going on here? Okay, we need to make these wider now. Let's do that. Let's do this. And what is our game mode currently on the server? Retro MMO. There is much worse you can do in JOS. In JS, LOL. For sure, for sure. JOS, that's the operating system I'm developing. Jared OS. Job of yeah, job of script. Yeah, there you go. job of script. Okay. Oh, what am I doing here? We're checking on the server to make sure. Okay, yeah, we don't want shared bubble mode right now. Oh, actually, it doesn't matter. Oh, no, yes, it does. Yes, it does. Shared bubble mode, if that's true right now, this won't work. So we will make it work, I think, on shared bubble mode, but for right now, we don't have it working. So let's refresh our clients here. Let's fire up a competitive mode. And of course, something doesn't work. Uncaught reference error. Scoreboard JS7 must call super constructor in derived class before accessing this. Oh. Yes, that was a bad mistake there. Okay, so scoreboard, I need to call super in the beginning of my whatever. Need to call super to say the entity super to blah, 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 blah. Should have caught that. Hopefully that was our only error. Will it be? There we go. So we got, that's exactly what we should see, 2 zeros. And then when we pop a bubble on this one, 1 and 0, 1, and 2 and 0, 2, and there, and there, and there. So as we're going, we're seeing bubbles and popping bubbles, and our score is just going up. Oh, we should make the spacing a little better there. But then here on this player, we can do the same thing. We can keep popping, popping, popping. Oops. Nice. Okay, so that's working. I stole that joke from someone else on Twitch. I forget who. Hope they're not watching. No worries. JOS. JavaScript. Did that joke just come from something else, like, or did it actually come from the JOS? From saying JOS and then responding with JavaScript? Or is that just like a common misreading of JavaScript, mishearing of the word JavaScript? No, I think the whole joke is just JavaScript sounds like job of script. Oh, gotcha. Job of script. Yeah, that sounds like a Google text to speech or speech to text thing, you know. Like, we were pretty low effort in my community. No. All right, so I get that we go straight for that instant gratification of saying, all right, let's show some numbers on screen. And then I get depressed because I say, okay, now I actually have to do it right and put these numbers in the right spot. And then it's like, okay. All right, so obviously these numbers this looks like 1,416, but it's 14 and then 16 and vice versa. The numbers are just stuck real close together. So I didn't put enough space between those numbers. But nonetheless, we can see that that's working. So like we saw, 14, this player popped 14 and the opponent popped 16, and same thing. This player popped 16 and the opponent popped 14. So that's pretty cool. It'd be nice to do these colors, I think. Maybe the colors are dumb. I don't know. But at the end of the day, I don't know if we're gonna do text anyway. If we're gonna do like numbered text to say like, here's your bubbles popped, here's your opponent's bubbles popped. Or if we're gonna do just some sort of like graphic thing, like a tug of war or whatever. Yeah. Speaking of low effort, what I did is the very low effort thing right now. Just show the number. But now, maybe it would be nice. And also, these numbers don't scale at all. I didn't do any good work here at all that would let these numbers scale. So, like, when we scale our screen, those numbers are just stuck there, and the bubbles draw on top of them, and that looks kind of funny. Just looks weird. So... other than kind of crappy debug mode kind of numbers, these really aren't what we're looking for as far as a scoreboard goes. But nonetheless, we've got a scoreboard object that gets set up and it goes away when the game ends and everything. So that part of it is all good. And if we do, if we do a single player game, we will know. So if I hit retry, it'll just kick me into a single player game. We don't get anything, right? So that's good. It's correctly adding in if we're in a competitive game or not. Wow. With not having any penalty for mistakes, it's really easy to correct. Ooh. So the mistake, having a bubble go back 1 will be something to do, I think. Be something good to do. Anyway, that's not what we're working on right now. But basically that's working, and that's cool. That is cool, I think. So let's add this to, well, okay. Let me think about this. Because we fire a different type of event to the client, or fire a different type of command to the client in the other game mode. You know what? I kind of thought of something. What if we did show the numbers? I mean, the numbers kind of screw around with like my minimalistic design. Because I like kind of just the simple shapes and things and everything. Just kind of very bare bones. So like having numbers on the game feels just a little weird. Well, not this, but if we actually do a competitive game here. Oh, there we go. So if we actually do a competitive game, like I feel like numbers is just kind of weird or annoying, you know, just kind of like, I feel like there's got to be a more creative way we could show the scores. But we could do something kind of cool, like maybe animate the numbers or something, like make them kind of like grow, you know, like really fast. Like whenever the number ticks up, it would like grow, like animate and grow and then shrink again. And then that way you could kind of see that in your peripheral vision. Because like just seeing the number, like your opponent's score ticking up, really wouldn't like register in your head. Because I want the fact that your opponent is ahead of you to be like a known fact to the player. And that sounds weird, but what I mean by that is this game is you're playing so fast and you're just focused on what's going on right here in front of you. So like if there's some score like up here or somewhere, like you're not looking at it. So it's like, why is it even on the screen then? Like there's got to be something. It would be nice if there was some way to tell you, okay, here's how here's your performance versus your opponent. And like tell you that without you having to like directly look at something and take your eye off the game. So one idea I kind of had, and maybe this is a bad idea, but would be like having maybe we go to that tug of war idea, which I think Retro MMO was the one who said that, or maybe it was someone else, and Retro MMO said something about the tug of war being kind of a cool thing. But having maybe like a tug of war where it's kind of, obviously if you're winning, then you're pulling. Well, maybe it would be like a push of war kind of thing instead of a tug. So like, and then what I mean, okay, so let me be more concrete here. So maybe we show like a line right down the middle of the game. It would go underneath the bubbles, but a line right in the play area. Or it could be in the background, maybe. Well, okay. It could either be a background thing or an inside the bubble thing. And then that line would represent, maybe on this side of the line, it would be like shaded blue. And on this side of the line, it'd be shaded red. And obviously, when I say shaded, not this stark, bright, vivid blue and red, but like a very faded blue and red, like these blues and reds, but with like 80% transparency or something, like just very bright or very light colored, red and blue. And then it would be like, as blue is like pulling ahead, maybe the line would be like kind of shift going this way, and you'd like see, like it would just be a vertical line or something, and you'd see it kind of like going more this way. But the one thing that I kind of see, like the one thing I'm not so sure about is there's not like a number that you can say that you're ahead, because it's all like relative, right? It's all I am, like, how do you determine what is far ahead of another player? Like, what does that scale look like, right? Because it's all about, like, let's take two, if you had two players that were really good and they could get like 80 bubbles a second. Rintaro TW. Rintar. How about just Rintar? How about a leaderboard? Rintar, you read my mind. Rintar, welcome to the chat. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. I do plan on having a leaderboard kind of thing. So for the competitive mode, and thanks for the follow, Rintar. I really appreciate that. Where are you from, Rintar? If I may ask, you've got some interesting characters there that I don't know what those are. From Taiwan. All right. Well, thanks for hanging out, Rintar, all the way on the other side of the world. I'm here in the United States of America. So it must be like, what is it? Early. You're probably like, what? Taiwan's probably like 12 hours. So it's like really late. Really late for you. Very early in the morning for you. But yeah, back about the leaderboard thing. Yes, I do plan on having a leaderboard. Yeah, it's 4 a.m. here. Gotcha. So that would be about 14, that would be 14 hours ahead of me, my time zone. I'm at 2:11 p.m. So you live in the future somehow. You're like in the future from me. So so the leaderboard thing, that's kind of separate of what I'm talking about right now. I do want to have like rankings. And then by kind of extension of that, like you could have a leaderboard. So you could show like the top whatever players or something like that currently. So that is a thing that I would like to get to. And at this point in time, I haven't done anything as far as like ranking code or anything like that. And I'm not sure if I'll even get to that before I do the first version of this, the first public version of the multiplayer. You can actually play this game right now, Rintar. It's called Populus. You can go to populus.gg. And you can play the single player version of this game right now. And I'm currently working on the multiplayer. And what I was kind of saying is once I release the multiplayer, I might not have the ranking and leaderboard system going yet. That might be kind of the next thing to work on after I get like a base multiplayer figured out. Because I might just want to like, have some people test the multiplayer and kind of have, I could play it with people on stream and that sort of thing. Because there's not going to be a lot of people, that would be playing it, but whatever. Actually, I'll plug the Discord here too. I have a Discord server. I'll say a little thing about that. So I have a Discord server. So I started it not that long ago, but I'm trying to get better at using that and updating it and kind of getting the stream. When I start streaming, having that on there. Retro MMO really suggested I set a separate channel for that this morning, so I did that. And also kind of doing the updates, like the change log for Populus, that sort of thing. There hasn't been a update on that in a couple weeks, but cool. I just played the first set. Nice. How did it go, Rintar? Did you try the tutorial, by the way, Rintar? I'm curious about the tutorial to see if people are trying it and if it's effective in communicating how the game actually works. I did not see any tutorial though. Gotcha. The tutorial is just a button. Like if you're on populus.gg, there's just this little gray tutorial button. So either you've got play or tutorial, these two options basically. So play is just a single player, pop as many bubbles as you can in 30 seconds. And tutorial kind of just explains the move your mouse over the red bubble. Pop the red bubble by pressing spacebar or clicking. And then pop the bubble that matches the color by the arrow above. And then kind of just tells you to do that. Keep popping. And then that's it. And then pop as many bubbles as you can in 30 seconds. And then it starts the game and then you're in. Wow, the tutorial's not bad, if I do say so myself. I think we went live with the tutorial 2 weeks ago now. Has it really been 2 weeks ago? I think so. Oh, mistake. Okay. All right. Well, anyway. Oh, I see that. Next to you, the gray color looks like disabled for me. Ah, thank you, Rintar, for that comment. That's a really good point. Okay. Rintar, save the day. Tutorial button. I thought I was being clever by just using a gray color, but to Rintar that looked like it was disabled. Tutorial button looks like it's grayed out. I'm making a note right now. I'm gonna pick a new color for that button just because you said that, Rintar. Why didn't I think of that? I've had that tutorial running 2 weeks now, and nobody's been clicking it because they've thought it's grayed out. Wow. Yeah, it really does look grayed out, doesn't it? I mean, hence grayed out, right? What color do I make it, though? What color do I make it? I'll figure that out. I don't need any suggestions. So anyway, I should update that and do a new version. Now that I've been doing nice proper Git branches here, I could switch back and update that and do a Git rebase master and pull in all those changes. Could be a Git legend. All right. So, but yeah, thank you for that, Rintar. Thanks for that comment, because I am going to change that. It's not going to be gray anymore. Yeah. I'll figure out a better color to use. So, oh, yeah, so we were talking a little bit about, great, UX matters. Yes, it does. All right, so, oops. Okay. So I was talking a little bit about maybe having like a line or something that communicates your score versus the opponent's score. Let's do a competitive one here. There we go. I get that error because basically the server restarted before that client restarted, and the client needed to restart in order to accommodate for that. So that's why there's that, and I might build some logic or something to get around that, but that's why I got that error in there and then had to refresh. Okay, so let's start this over again here. So right now we've got our scores, or the amount of bubbles popped by each player, right? So here I'm popping a bunch, and I need at least some better spacing between these. It's really annoying. Okay, so instead of 250, we're going all the way. Let's go 320. How about that? So now these will have just some really big spacing between them. 3, 2, 1. So now your score is here, and the opponent's score is here. So then as you're going, that's ticking up, and then on this player, same thing, it's ticking up, and we're seeing that here, reflected. Made mistakes, whatever. So the thing that's kind of weird is, like, how do I show, well, okay, I hit retry, but that doesn't actually, because when we're in game, it's kind of it's a relative number, right? Like there could be maybe like a percentage, but if you have two people that are really good and maybe they get like 80 pops a second, or 80 pops a game, right? Or at least that's what I could get, like, in a really, like, at my best, kind of, in the current format of the game. 80-ish pops a second. So if you're 80 pops a second and you're against someone who maybe went AFK, where does that line fall? So, like, the other player has 0. Like, where does that line go? If I'm showing, like, a kind of tug of war between the two players, like, how far does that tug of war go when it's 80 to 0? And is it different is it different between 20 to 0? Or, how different should it be from, like, 20 to 0 to 80 to 0? Or what happens if that player brings it up to, like, 15 then, and then it's 80 to 15? Like, where does that line go? And I was thinking, like, you could do a percentage thing, but that's a little weird too, because if I'm at 80 to 1, that's the person who's at 80 has 80 times, or let's just not use 80 anymore. Let's just say 50 to 1. If somebody went AFK and then the person popped 50 bubbles while that person was gone, and then they come back and they pop 1, like, where do you show that line? Because 50 to 1 is 50 times greater. But then if you go 50 to 2, then it's 25 times greater, right? You just halved that percentage. That percentage is changed by half. So how do I show kind of this tug of war in, like, a way that accommodates for, like, a big gap or a small gap too? That's kind of the question. Because we're not dealing with, there's no cap on the amount of bubbles you can pop. I mean, technically there will have to be some sort of cap that I'd want to do on the server in case somebody's trying to, like, break something in the game. But, there might be, like, a limit of, for 30 seconds, there might be a limit of, like, 500 bubbles or something. Something that's way above probably whatever a human could ever get. But that could just absolutely cap to say, okay, something's wrong if we hit 500 bubbles. But if you had some sort of, like, cap, then it would be easy to show. Like, then you could just show it in a bar, like in a kind of progress bar style, right? Because this is the timer, and the timer is just showing, this blue is just like the percentage left, right? This is simply a percentage of the time left. So this black bar height here represents 30 seconds, and then the blue bar is just saying, oh, whatever percentage left, that's how big I am, the blue. So like there, we're dealing with some absolute values, so that makes sense. But when you're talking about some sort of bubbles popped and there's no cap on that, it's a matter of like some sort of like completely relative scale. Now I just thought of an idea. So if we don't have some sort of absolute value, I'm letting you know, the chat know, pointing right at you. I have an idea. Just because I thought about that timer thing. The time is the only absolute thing that we have. So maybe we could take our... So the bubbles popped is just something that could be anything. It could be 0, it could be 80, it could be 50, it could be 20. You know, ideally two players that are pretty close, neck and neck, are going to be within a bubble or two of each other as they're playing, and maybe one edges the other one out a little bit. So how do you show that how do you have that dramatic difference, right? Where they're just like one bubble ahead, one bubble, you know, you want it to be like, oh, I'm ahead, now the other guy's ahead. Oh, you want it to be close like that. Versus you also want it to be like, whoa, I'm way ahead, they're nowhere close to me, kind of thing. You want to have like something like that as well. And what if we relate those bubble pops to like time somehow? Because the time is the absolute thing. You got 30 seconds. It's just whatever you can do in 30 seconds, do it. Because what if we could make it maybe more of a... like the distance you are behind the other player is like, or ahead, vice versa, whatever, is like some sort of... the amount... I had kind of an idea for it. Now I can't really quite wrap my head around it. Hang on a second here. Texting the wife. Okay. All right, I had kind of an idea. Because you can show Rintar. Is it going to have some sound effect? I would like it to have some sound effects, yes. For right now, that's kind of down the road. Like, I'm not going to be focusing on that right now. But I think sound effects is something that could really make the game kind of more special or more fun or more, you know. I actually used to do some sound design and stuff kind of semi-professionally. So that's definitely something that I really want to do. And it'd be my first time kind of doing sound with games. I've done like sound with like commercials and that sort of thing, ads, whatever. But it would kind of be my first time doing, I want to do music too. And I write music and I play guitar. There's a couple guitars back there. So music is also another thing that's in my mind for this. But unfortunately, those are things that are going to kind of get pushed back for right now towards the end. All right, hang on. Sending a message quick. Whoops. Rintar, great. Yeah, sound design will be... I think that actually the sound design thing actually could really help with this kind of game, because since it's such a fast-paced game, your eyes are very where your eyes are looking at the screen is very important, and like you can't like look off somewhere for the to get some information from the UI off to the side. Like that's not, your eyes are valuable for playing the game, but that means your ears can be just as valuable for giving you cues on, oh, your opponent's ahead of you, or oh, the timer's about to run out. That's one thing I want to do. So I think that's like we could have some sort of cue for like you're in the lead or your opponent is in the lead, like kind of that switch. You're in the lead, your opponent's in the lead, kind of something. And it doesn't have to be the words somebody saying you're in the lead, but like Quake 3 style. 3 frags left. Sorry, I always bring up Quake into the conversation whenever I can because I love Quake. But retro MMO LOL. Yep. So yeah, we don't have to have like some explicit voice cues for things, but we could have some sort of sound that indicates that you're in the lead or that you're losing. And I actually did some fake sound design for a very early version of this game. And I like edited the sounds to like a video of me playing the game. I might show that at some point. I don't think I'll show it right now because technically the audio won't pipe through over the stream. It would have to pipe. You'd have to hear it out of my speakers and into the microphone. So, which wouldn't sound very good, but maybe at some point we'll look at that. But that with that I had kind of like this. I had like this the music, or it was kind of there was no music, but it was all the sounds were very musical. So like every time you popped a bubble, it was like a note in the scale. Or I did kind of like a chord. I did kind of an interesting chord, I think. So like every time you popped a bubble, you'd be going up in pitch in that chord, and it sounded nice. And then if you hit a wrong one, it would be a bad note. It'd be like a accidental note, which would sound off, and that was like a nice cue to like say that you made a mistake, because you kind of have like this nice little chord playing, but then you hit the wrong one and it breaks. And then there was also like this intensity that would build up. It was like this really kind of scary, ominous intensity that would build up as the timer was getting towards the end, which would be nice, because right now the timer is not the graphical part of the timer is not very nice. Just because it's like, or it's not very precise, I should say. Like you don't have like this 10, 9, 8, you don't have like this direct countdown. So that's where another reason I think audio cues could really help. Not like it really matters either, though, because it's not like that you have 10 seconds left, you got to like do something else because you have 10 seconds left. It's like, no, the whole game, you're just pedal to the metal, popping as many bubbles as possible. So there's not really like this, oh boy, I should try to, it's not basketball, like, oh, I should try to, or football, like, oh, Hail American football, where, oh, we got to throw a Hail Mary because there's only 10 seconds left on the clock or something in the fourth quarter. It's not like do something different because the time is about to run out, but it would at least give you like some heads up on saying, oh boy, the timer's about to run out. And maybe it'd be like a little motivational boost. Well, so I'm talking a lot. And when I'm talking a lot, it usually means that I'm trying to avoid doing any sort of work. But at the same time, I actually don't know what, I actually am kind of struggling with, like, what I think this should be. And And I'm starting to think we need to like bust out a spreadsheet or something and start like plugging in doing some equations or some formulas or something. Because I want to be able to, well, because we can kind of hash this out without. Well, so here's one of the things we could do. Yeah, we're gonna draw something. I'm gonna bust out my pen tablet here, my drawing tablet, which is getting dusty now. Come on, I'm pretty good at dusting off my desk, actually. Believe it or not. I know I probably don't seem like the most the kind of guy that keeps his workspace clean, but I've been trying to dust my desk off like once a week. Because otherwise, dust is it's nasty. All right, so we're going to open up the almighty GIMP. And we're going to do a new little thing here. So, like what I was saying about how do I draw a line? How do I draw a circle that's just a line in GIMP? I should know this. Actually, I think I Googled this and didn't actually. GIMP circle, how to draw a circle in GIMP. I know how to draw a circle, but how do I draw a circle and fill just a line? Assuming all that work, congratulations, you now create a circle in GIMP using these steps to follow. Hollow circle. Okay, create a new layer in your image. Select the ellipse tool. Yeah, actually, I am going to do a new layer. All right, sorry. Quick GIMP tutorial. I know this is boring. Select the ellipse tool from the GIMP toolbox. Draw an ellipse. I'm reading some article on my other window here, so that's what I'm doing right now. Draw an ellipse circle where you want on your image. I got that. And then release it. I recommend making it a bit larger than you think you'll need. Whatever. Hold the Shift and Alt keys while drawing to make a circle rather than an ellipse. Yeah, I did that. I'm a GIMP pro. I know. On the GIMP menu, no, I'm not a GIMP pro. That's why I'm reading this. On the GIMP menu, click the select menu. Then the border menu item. Select. Wow, I never even like thought about that. Border menu. Border. Oh, sweet. 5 pixels. Okay. On the border select dialog that comes up, select the pixel width for your circle. I know that's not what it says, but that's what it means. This article must be old because GIMP 2.10. Looks good. So then click that. Can I just hit OK? Oh, sick. That is awesome. Okay. So now I can do the fill tool. I can do a fill, and I can just fill this little gap. It gives me, it like selects a little gap for me. That is awesome with the anti-aliasing. All right, so we're creating our own little fake background here. Control-Shift-A. Okay. Oh, I didn't want to do that. So now let's do a new layer on top of this. Okay. And then, so what I'm thinking is like we could have, so obviously this kind of represents our play area, right? That is not a 2-pixel radius. That is like, that's a pixel. 1, 2, 3, 4. From that vertical slice there. All right, anyway. That is not a 2-pixel radius, but nonetheless. So what I'm thinking is we want like, all right, I'm trying to use my pen here now. So we'll probably have like maybe like a line down the center. Oop. And the bubbles would be like underneath it. And then this would kind of like slide either way, if that makes sense. Like if you're in the lead, and maybe like this side would be like shaded blue for you, and this side would be shaded red for the opponent. So like if your opponent's in the lead, like maybe the line would be sliding this way. So like instead of a tug of war, it'd be maybe like a push of war kind of thing. Because tug of war kind of implies that like the further the rope is, like I'm pulling the rope this way, I'm tugging the rope this way kind of thing. And that is what means I'm winning, because if it's like I'm pulling the enemy over the middle line, right, is kind of how the tug of war works. But what if we're just kind of doing like kind of the opposite? Like the more red, like the more the line is this way, like this is the blue side, this is the red side. The more the line is this way, the more the opponent is in the lead, right? So the line down the center would imply you're neck and neck. But like, what is there some sort of scale that we say? Like if the line is here all the way down, like, does this mean we're like 5 bubbles ahead, or you're like, does this mean your opponent's 5 bubbles ahead, or does this mean like you're 5% behind or something like that? Like, I kind of am feeling like maybe we do like a like we could do like maybe 20 bubbles or something. So like we'd like divide our circle by 20 ticks. And this is not 20, but this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So it'd be more like double this kind of thing. Let's just say. So it could be more like 20 bubbles, and then like if you're more than 20 bubbles away, then the line, it's just like fully red. But I don't know if that seems kind of bad. Because what I was thinking is like maybe this line, like as you tick, so like, and it wouldn't just instantly snap to this line like as you pop a bubble, right? So this would be, this would be like the red. Let me do like, let's pick some nice colors here. So like this would be the red. Like this is what I was talking about before, about like a really faded red and then like a really faded blue. Wow, doing this with the pen is really nice. So you'd kind of have like a really faded red and blue, and then like this, so this half would be the blue half. And I could fill it in, but I don't really want to. It's kind of a little late for that. So that would be like the blue half, and then the red half would be the opponent, right? Over here. Yeah. So, and then it would be both ways, right? So then if the line is ticking this way, that means you're overtaking the opponent, kind of thing. And like there'd be the little tick marks. Kind of, well, there wouldn't be tick marks. The tick marks are just for the example of like saying, what if actually, can I just straight up, if I do a merge down, actually, let's do a duplicate this layer, and then merge down, or then let's duplicate this layer, okay, and then these. So then if I do an eraser here, let's get a big eraser. Let's hide this, okay. Eraser. And then let's just erase all of this for this layer. And this. All right, I'm sorry. This is not the exciting stuff people subscribed for. Okay. So, and let's just quickly do that fill. So then, okay, so I got my line, I got my new copy of that. So if we merge these down, merge down, okay, now I've got one layer that's just this. So let me do the fill on that. Yeah, there we go. All right, so that's good enough for example, right? Okay. There's a little flub in there that's not right, but that's okay. All right, so now I got my layer back with my tick marks and everything. What is this layer here? Oh, this is just our base circle. So anyway, So like the half of the play area is blue, right? That would be you kind of, and these colors are also a little too vivid. I would want something maybe even lighter, or maybe no colors at all. Maybe it's just a line kind of, well, I don't know. I don't know how we signify like what is the player and what is not, right? Like, because if we take a line down the middle and we say like, yeah, I don't know exactly how we want to do this. This might not be quite the solution, but this is at least what I'm thinking for now. We could maybe like get the let the player know the state of the game without them having to like take their eyes off of the game, right? Because the whole time you want to really be like focusing on the center of the circle, right? As I'm playing the game, I am just really trying to be focused here. So like you can't, I'm really trying to focus here and look here and like just not, be paying attention to much else. So like any other thing, like even the timer is just too much to like really zone in on. Like I never look at the timer, right? Partially because the timer itself is not really that important. Like I was saying before, the timer itself doesn't really, it's not like I'm going to play the game differently because the time's about to run out. That's not, like I said, it's not American football where you're going to throw a Hail Mary because you got 10 seconds left in the fourth quarter. That's not a thing in this game. So the timer really isn't that important anyway. It's like this being that on the UI is fine. Like from a UI perspective is fine. But I feel like for the competitive mode, having some sort of thing that shows you, because again, if you're behind your opponent, that doesn't mean you're going to play the game any differently. Like you're still just trying to pop as many bubbles as fast as possible as you can. Rintar, how about a indicator outside the play circle and indicate the ticks, which is the delta from your opponent? Well, the thing is, like, we could do something outside the circle, but I'm trying to see if like I could do something inside the circle that would just make it maybe a little more dramatic for the player, right? So like you would see like, oh, I'm like neck and neck with my opponent. But you could also, but yeah, it could be something outside the circle. My original idea for this was actually before I switched to the game mode. I say game mode, but before I had the gameplay the way it is now, where it's pop as many bubbles as you can in 30 seconds. It used to be like a fixed number of bubbles, and then it was how much time can you pop like 100 bubbles in, right? So it was a matter of just pop 100 bubbles as fast as you can. And I went away from that because I felt like it's a little more fun to just see how many bubbles you can pop in a certain amount of time, in X amount of time, rather than pop X bubbles in whatever time you want. But that would have, if it was pop 100 bubbles in, or how fast can you pop 100 bubbles in a competitive sense, it would actually be very simple then to show, because now our absolute number is 100 bubbles, right? So if you're on bubble 0 and a bubble 100, you just have like a little line representing 0 to 100, and as you're ticking up in that, as you pop bubbles, you have an absolute position relative to 100, right? I had pop 5 bubbles, I pop 100 bubbles, whatever. I said absolute position relative to 100. I don't know if I'm using the right words there for that. Hang on a second here. All right, sorry. Okay. Hang on a second here. No. Stupid autocorrect. Okay. All right. Well, so what I was saying is, like, with a fixed number of bubbles, then it's really easy to show your position relative to the player, right? Because you're both trying to pop 100 bubbles, so it's just really easy to show. You know, like the timer. The timer is some sort of, you know, time's ticking down, and we're some sort of percentage complete of our timer, of our 30 seconds, right? Just any point in time is, any frame is some sort of percentage of our time complete, right? Like right now we're about at 50% done. So the blue bar is like right halfway there. So it could be like either we show, yeah, so like what I'm trying to show here is maybe do we have these like tick marks here be like an absolute, like I'm one behind, like if the line shifts to this tick mark, and the tick marks are just for, the tick marks wouldn't be shown on screen. The tick marks are just for like reference to say, like, if the line was in this position, that would imply that the opponent is one bubble pop ahead of you, is one bubble ahead of you. And if it's here, then they're 2 bubbles ahead of you, 3 bubbles ahead of you, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then maybe 20 is like the limit that we show. So then if they're over 20 bubbles ahead of you, then you don't know if it's if they're 20 bubbles ahead of you or 50 bubbles ahead of you. Like that, at that point, we just show like 20, like this line is somewhere between 20. This line represents somewhere between 0 bubbles ahead of you and 20 bubbles ahead of you. And, or the other way too, then this would be you being 20 bubbles ahead of the opponent. So if you have any sort of like close match, competitive match, then this line would kind of be floating around, kind of not too far off, right? And I think for the most part, like rhythm-wise, when you're playing the game, you really don't, I feel like I don't have too much of a rhythm break from what I'm popping the bubbles at. Like, it's not like all of a sudden I pop like, it's not like all of a sudden I go from popping like 1 bubble a second to 3 bubbles a second, you know, something like that. There might be times where my pop rate or the time between those pops is really quick because there's 2 bubbles that are really close to one another, and I just so happen to be able to pop like that. But yeah, so maybe something like this where you just show some sort of 20 bubble either way, like I could either be 20 bubbles ahead or 20 bubbles behind, is maybe good enough. And maybe it doesn't have to be inside of the circle either. Maybe it could be something just right up on the top. We don't have a lot of space right up on top, but, or maybe we like tie it into the timer bar somehow. Another thing we could do is like, we could have like a bar. Ooh, and I'm gonna take advantage of, I'm gonna do a new layer. I'm gonna take advantage of this newfound tool that I just learned about, which is, what did we do? Select, and then we did border, and we do 2 pixels. Yes, that is awesome. All right. And we zoom in. Oh, that's so cool. Okay, so obviously this doesn't, it's not the same size as our timer bar, but whatever. So then what if, another idea is, what if we had something kind of like a bar? This isn't supposed to be the timer bar. This is supposed to be another idea for this kind of thing, the scoreboard thing. But what if we had something where you have a line that also just represents your position? A line down the center. How do I do that? This? Okay. Come on, this can be, I can do better than that. So a line that's kind of like 50% down the center there, that represents like your position. And then like your opponent would maybe be like a red line or something. And like if they're behind you, maybe it shows them up. I don't know. I don't know what the better way would be to like show them up. You know, so maybe it's like the same thing. Maybe this is also this like the same thing. That if the red line goes all the way up to here, they're 20 bubbles behind you. If the red line's this way, they're 20 bubbles ahead of you. Or maybe this is a bad example. Maybe the top bottom thing is a bad example. Like maybe it should be this should be sideways. So like you're always the black line in the center, and then the red line relative to you is either like some sort of bubbles behind you or some sort of bubbles ahead of you. I feel like that maybe makes the most sense. So but in terms of like screen real estate, just how we've been like lining things up so far in the game, I'd be maybe hesitant to do something on the top, at least for right now, like without maybe shifting things around. Like, cause the timer bar kind of works nicely because time's ticking down, and it's like this bar is like the certain amount of time that you have. The hourglass actually is what I think we're calling this, right? Or no, actually I think it's called progress meter now. But yeah, the timer here is showing, that the vertical height for this kind of works nicely. But I feel like vertical doesn't work for this because I feel like kind of a left to right thing would be maybe better to show whether or not your opponent is ahead of you or behind you. Because we could do this, but if the red line is above, does that mean the player's ahead of you, your opponent is ahead of you or behind you, kind of thing? I think that's not super clear. And we could just have kind of, well, we could also show that we could show this in different formats, I guess. Like the vertical bar could be, in other words, like we just show one line instead of two lines like this. Like this is saying the player's position is always in the center. The player's progress is always in the center. And then the opponent is always the line kind of moving behind you or whatever, right? Like kind of somehow moving relative to you. But you kind of are always dead center of this box. So that way it gives you like enough. This is like a little buffer. So like whatever your current progress is, whatever the amount of bubbles popped you are, there's always a buffer showing if the opponent is that 20 behind you or 20 ahead of you kind of thing. Because we could show something like that, which would be maybe doable. Or that way, I don't know if I still think the vertical format is kind of weird. And also, again, it's not really meaningful to the player if it's kind of off in their peripheral vision, unless it's like very bold in what you're seeing. Another thing that might be kind of cool to show. Yeah. Well, no, I don't know about that right now. And the vertical line by itself, like let's say we didn't have the shading or something, the vertical line by itself wouldn't be super clear. Yeah, like if you didn't have the shading, for example, if you didn't have blue be the shade to say that like I'm player blue, I'm the blue player somehow, which we're not really establishing that you're the blue player anyway. So that's kind of also maybe a weird thing. Like, I feel like red kind of makes sense to have, because like that's your opponent's color. Because we kind of use red for like bad. And like in the stats for the multiplayer game, we've been kind of showing like, or at least so far, but I kind of did that willy-nilly without thinking too much about it either, is like the statistics for the multiplayer game. Stats for the multiplayer game show your stats in blue and your opponent's in red. So that's kind of where I was kind of going with the blue, the red versus blue kind of thing. So if we, get some bubbles popping here for both. And again, our little, I just did black for the little scoreboard text things right now. So like this at the stat screen here, once we're at the end of the game, your stats are the blue ones. And then the red, well, the time is not really a stat. So it doesn't have a blue and red thing. But you have, my bubbles popped, my opponent's bubbles popped, right? And vice versa. Same thing here. My bubbles popped, 23. Opponent's bubbles popped, 12. So that's kind of where I got like the red blue thing, but that's kind of weird. And it's also kind of the retry quit buttons are red and blue. So it's like that kind of weird too. I don't, like just from a UX thing, is that like, whoa, red and blue just kind of looks a little weird, kind of all like that. So there might be something else I do to kind of get these stats looking better. Or you might do kind of like a little table view maybe or something. I don't know. And then there'd be like a row description. You, opponent. I don't know. I don't know exactly what we want to do with that yet. But all that was to say I could that's kind of where I was going with the red and blue, like for opponent and you and opponent. But I don't know if that makes a ton of sense in like having something where, like having a shaded color. But having not shaded and just having like a line would probably be weird. Like just having the black line move, I don't know how clear that would be. So like, for example, if you're pulling ahead, the line would be going this way. This vertical line would be kind of going this way, and it's always vertical. And then that way you're seeing more blue. More blue is shaded. But if you're losing, if your opponent is ahead of you, the line is going this way. That way you're seeing more red shaded. Moscow Bish is raiding with a party of 6. Moscow Bish, yo, what's going on? Hey, thanks for the raid. I appreciate that, Moscow. What is, what's going on? Thank you very much for that raid. Are you a developer, Moscow, I guess? That you found me? We're doing some game dev. Sweet. Cool. What kind of game? I'll give you a little demo of the game I'm working on. I'm working on some just concept stuff right now in GIMP with awful graphics. This isn't my game. Some hand-drawn stuff. Yes. So my game, it's actually live right now. You can play if you do Populus.gg. It's a little browser game. So I'm working on multiplayer right now, but if you go to Populus, that's what I'm working on currently on stream right now. But the live game doesn't have any multiplayer right now. So if you go to Populus.gg, you can, it's just a single player game currently, and there's a tutorial you can try. Basically, it's just a little game where you see how many bubbles you can pop in 30 seconds. So to pop a bubble, you're clicking or pressing the space bar when you hover over a bubble. And the bubble you're trying to pop is whichever one is in this top position here. So pink would be first, so I can hit space bar to pop it. A new bubble will pop in, but now I need to pop brown, and then yellow, and then green, and then this green, and that blue, and this, and that. The idea is you're just kind of going fast and just seeing how many bubbles you can pop in 30 seconds. It's basically what it is. So nothing too crazy. Nothing too fancy schmancy. This would be cool if you added a rhythm aspect to it. Play some music over it. Yeah, I kind of have thought a little bit about that. The game is already kind of turning into Osu or whatever that game is. It's already turned more into that than I would have liked it to, and that game is very rhythm music based. And I think at that point, if I did add a rhythm aspect to it, it would pretty much be that game. So the thing I'm trying to do that's a little more unique versus that game is having the multiplayer thing. So I kind of am working on, well, I'm kind of battling with two different multiplayer modes. And what I'm currently working on now with this drawing here is trying to figure out how I want to display the two, like your score versus your opponent's score in like a meaningful way, or in a useful way to the player. So if I do, well, let's see if will this work now? Yeah. So I kind of have some basic multiplayer setup where the players are popping the same bubbles, but kind of at their own pace. So like you can see, I am popping bubbles here on one, and I've popped 15 bubbles now, and then this one is showing that this player has popped 0, but the opponent has popped 15. Kind of the opposite. So you're kind of just in this case, it's just like racing to see who can pop the most bubbles in 30 seconds at this point. And yesterday, I kind of added like an alternate kind of game mode where you can, here. Kind of added an alternate mode where you can do, basically the players are popping the same bubbles. So in this case here, and this scoreboard thing isn't going to work right now, or at least it shouldn't. It should partially work. If I play now, the bubbles actually disappear from this player too. So like if I pop here, both players are kind of always looking at the same bubble. So it's like who can pop that bubble quick first before the other player, if that makes sense. So instead of each player kind of popping their own set of bubbles, they're literally fighting to pop that same physical bubble. So that's kind of the other opposite end of the spectrum as far as game modes go. And I don't want to have multiple game modes for the multiplayer side of the game. I just want it to be, I think I want it to be somewhere in between kind of these two game modes where it's completely separate. You and your other player are playing completely separate of one another. It's just who can pop the most bubbles in 30 seconds versus this other one where you're literally popping each other's bubbles, like. For one, the technical side of popping each other's bubbles is going to be much more complicated because latency will have a big, one player having a higher latency than the other player could be, an advantageous. So I'd have to do a lot more complicated stuff on the back end to kind of even the playing field, so to say. But yeah, it's basically what I've got. But what game are you working on, Moscow? Yeah, and right now I'm trying to figure out the best way I want to show one player's progress versus another player's versus your opponent's progress in the middle of the game, during the game. Because right now I just have these little numbers here which aren't actually Yeah, it's not working for this game mode. Right now it's showing both players being at 2. There's a reason for that. But if I go back to this other mode here where I just change a true to false, change a little Boolean value there, and if we go here, yeah, right now I'm just kind of showing your progress as a number. Like you popped 4 bubbles, your opponent's popped 0 bubbles. So like as your opponent's popping bubbles, and that number's ticking up. So yeah. Yes. So yeah. I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. We'll be right back in a second here. All right, we're back. And yes, I did wash my hands. I know that was kind of a fast bathroom break, but don't worry. Don't worry. Yes. So I kind of think well, I was kind of thinking like maybe the other way. So like instead of so like this style thing is like maybe we show a line down the center of the circle. Kind of show a line down the center of the circle that kind of represents you versus your opponent's score. And like that line is either kind of moving in one direction or not, or the other, right? So if you're ahead of the player, maybe the line's moving this way. But we have to kind of like pick that we want, kind of like I was showing here, like kind of these tick marks, which wouldn't actually show up on screen, but that's for the sake of the diagram. You'd maybe have like each one of these tick marks representing one bubble. So like if the line moves this way, 1 tick mark, that means my opponent is like 1 bubble ahead of me, right? So we'd have like a fixed even space distribution of these tick marks, and then maybe this would be like 20 tick marks. So like half the circle would represent 20 tick marks. So we could see that as the line's moving this way, you know, when it's dead center here, it's 10. Now I know my opponent is 10 bubbles ahead of me. And then if it gets to the end, they could be 20 bubbles ahead of me. They could be 30, 40 bubbles ahead of me, whatever. But vice versa, if the line's going this way, you know, at this height, now my opponent's 10 bubbles ahead of me. If they're here, then they're 15 bubbles ahead of me, you know, and then if they're somewhere at the edge, the line is somewhat, you know, off the screen here. Or no, wait, sorry. If the line is this way, then I'm ahead of my opponent. So then I'm ahead of the opponent, at this point, at this tick mark, I'm ahead of the opponent 10 bubbles. I'm ahead of the opponent by 5 bubbles. Or maybe the 20 thing is bad. Maybe this should only be 10 bubbles. So at this point, I'm 5 bubbles ahead of my opponent. Here I'm 7.5 bubbles ahead of my opponent. Here I'm 10 bubbles ahead of my opponent, at least 10 bubbles ahead, right? So that's the thing, like, it'd be cool to maybe see kind of how we'd want to do that. Where is X is now following? Where is X? Thanks for the follow. I really appreciate it. Thanks for hanging out. Hope you're having a great day. Neat game, friend. Thank you very much. Where is X? I appreciate that. Appreciate that. Were you, you come over from Moscow's crew there? Moscow's raid? I did. Gotcha. Nice. Well, yeah, thanks again, Moscow, for the raid. I appreciate that. The other thing I was thinking is, like, so we're kind of giving some sort of meter of, like, okay, I'm up to, I can see when we're within like 40 bubbles of each other, right? The opponent and the player within 40, or no, well, within 20 bubbles of each other. Because I can either be 20 bubbles ahead of my opponent, less than or equal to 20 bubbles ahead of my opponent, and see that somehow shown. Or the opposite, I'm somehow 20 bubbles the other way, right? So we could show, or we could make it 10. Maybe 20 bubbles is too big. Maybe that's too, maybe that's not enough. Like, the more competitive we get, technically, the more competitive two players would be, like, the tighter that gap could be, because you could kind of, if two players are really close within 5 bubbles of each other, right, then this line would be like just kind of dancing around the center of the screen here. This vertical line would kind of be sliding back and forth. So I'm trying to think if maybe, like, do we want to test this somehow? Like, maybe we could just have like a little, maybe I could just do like a little box or like a little rectangle just to test this out before we get all fancy with like some sort of circle and whatever. Or like doing our line down the center of our circle and doing something interesting like that. Maybe I could just test out how that kind of looks and feels just as a box, which might be kind of interesting. Which we could just, to be able to do that, I think we can put away my drawing tablet for right now. Yeah, because I think I'd actually like to try this. So we just created our scoreboard object. Which basically just has those text components, right? So as we saw, not that, this. Okay. I don't want, get out of here, GIMP. All right. So if we, do a competitive mode here, this is what we just added. These little, just for proof of concept kind of things, we just wanted to show the opponent, the player scores on the screen, right? And we got that working. So I popped 6 bubbles on this player, so this is a 6, and then here, and then my opponent has popped 0 bubbles. And here I popped 0 bubbles, but my opponent has popped 6 bubbles, right? So now if I try to catch up, 6, now we can see that we're both at, while we're popping separate bubbles, they are actually all the same colors and sizes and positions. So So I think we could just kind of hack together our own little rectangle and a line. Basically just our own little rectangle and a line to maybe kind of show this for right now. Yeah, I think that would be best. Or a square or something. I don't know. It doesn't really matter. So with our scoreboard object here, let's kind of take this a step further now. So we've got these text objects, but let's actually try to do something with like that rectangle. So I can import rect from rect.js. So a rectangle, is it called rect? Yeah. So I have a class called rect. And basically a rect is a drawable class. It extends from the drawable class, which drawable extends from the entity. So a rect is an entity at the end of the day. So I guess what we'll set this up in the constructor here, just in the constructor of our scoreboard. So we'll just call it rect, I guess. This dot rect equals a new rect. So when we instantiate our scoreboard, we'll instantiate this new rect object, just like we're doing with our text objects here. Our player score text and our opponent score text, which at the end of the day are just those, well, that's not. At the end of the day are just those little numbers that we saw up at the top there of our score and of our opponent's score and our score, the player score. So we have this rectangle, and what I want to do actually just right away, I'm going to initialize those. Rect.init. We have to initialize any entities. We have to call .init on any entities because that means that we register all their event listeners. And since a rectangle is a drawable entity, it needs to have event listeners set up specifically to know when to draw its stuff to the screen. So I have kind of a special way that, like, typically you'd have a game, like a game loop, like an event loop, or not an event loop, but a game loop that runs, you know, every frame or whatever in a game engine, and you call like update on your entities or actors or whatever you're going to have in your game that's going to tell them to render on screen, right? Well, I do it kind of a little differently. I have kind of an event-driven JavaScript engine. So what I do is I have an event that fires on every frame, and then any objects that need to actually run on that frame, those get called. So that's kind of how that works. So event listeners and any entity is something that in my game is something that listens to events, basically. And that might not be the best nomenclature for that, but whatever. I don't name things the best all the time. Okay, so we've got our little rectangle that, again, this is just kind of a little scratch sandboxy playground for us right now to kind of just see how we like how this will work. So we can, with a rectangle, we need to have a position, a size and a position basically for it. So we'd have a size object here that we're going to pass in, and the size is going to be a width and a height. An object that has a width and a height. So maybe we want to just do a square, I guess, a 100 by 100 square, something like that, maybe. And then what if we do, okay, where are we doing our current, I actually want to keep the current text objects that we have. So let's do another multiplayer game. Oh, the server restarted. So we got to refresh our browsers. Whoops. Okay. Actually. Okay, so it broke because I initialized a rect that doesn't have all the right properties, so that's fine. Okay, so maybe we'll have the rectangle off to the side here, or our little square, whatever we're going to have, maybe off up here for right now. So I just want to kind of hard code its position for the time being. So we'll have maybe what okay, so we're going to do 100 by 100, but then for the position, so we need to set a pose. So that's going to be an X and a Y. So we'll do 20 or we'll do y20, but we'll do x. What are we at here? This one is 320, so this is like 640-ish. So this, let's just say 700. Let's say x is 700. And then y, we'll just do 20 for right now. And then size, position. Is there anything else I need for a rect? Well, a color, but the color will just default to black, which is fine. And I want to do, there is something I need to do to say if I want to draw if I want to fill a rectangle versus just draw a border of a rectangle. So I have a thing for that in my helper file here. Draw, fill, draw stroke. Draw fill rect or draw stroke rect. Okay, so we need to call draw stroke rect. Helper.draw stroke rect. Okay, so we need to say this dot rect dot draw style, and that's going to equal helper. We'll see if VS Code imports helper for us automatically. No, it imported the server helper. My goodness. I'm just trying to write some code here, you know. Can I complain about extreme first world problems? Okay, helper dot draw stroke rect. That's what we're looking for. Oh, no, I think we just do that, yeah. It's a static function that we pull in. I think this is exactly what I do. A static method of our helper class. That's kind of stupid, but whatever. This.rect.draw style. Okay. So if I'm not mistaken, actually this should be fine, and we should be drawing a little rectangle, or it'll be a square in this case. So let's refresh everything here. And hey, we got a little square up there on the screen. So both clients are like slightly off a little bit because this stuff centers up on the screen based upon the width and the height of the screen, but I don't know if what I said just made sense. So that's why this one is like a little bit further away than this one, because these window sizes are like slightly off. So we hard coded the rectangle, or the rectangle, but the position of all our in-game elements is not is centered up on the screen relatively. So if that makes sense, I don't know if that makes sense. Oh, and we're not. Hey, I thought I did the destruct on this. Oh, that's a problem there. So not only did we make things worse, but we instantiated another rectangle. Okay. So now if we do, that's not what I wanted to do. Now if we do a competitive game, that rect will go, and then it'll die when we quit the game. All right, that's nice. So we quit on this client, and we went back to the main menu, and this guy got kicked back to the stats screen because the opponent quit. So that is looking good. So now, oh. Okay, something broke bad there. Okay, what happened? Wow. All right, I've got some bug I got to work out here. So what did I do? I went like... Okay, now the server is crashed. All right, never mind. Okay. Hang on. Let me address this crash here real quick. Match.js 53. Okay. Let's try just restarting the server. Cannot read match state of undefined. We did match. Player quit. End match. For each. Let me just screen grab this real quick. And I'll move that off to the side. Let's restart the server here. All we have to do is just do something and change some code, and then the server will automatically restart. I have a little script that's doing a file system watch. It's a little Node.js script that's watching basically any file for change in our directory of our code at all. And then when it does, it restarts our server. Our server script, which is a separate Node.js script file. All right, so let's refresh these browsers quickly here. I want to just see if I can replicate that error, which I think I know what I did. So we just need to quit in the middle of one, and then quit here, and then I think we just need to start a new game. Yes, okay. So we've got something not happening on the server there. Let me just write this down for now. I'll address it later. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to need to do a bunch of testing of all this stuff before we go live with the multiplayer. But we've got a lot of gameplay multiplayer stuff to take care of. So for now, I'm all out of water. Okay. So what were we talking about just now? Oh, all right, I'm gonna kill my error message there that I took a screenshot of. I think I know what the issue is. So anyway, what were we just doing right now? Well, we got our rectangle going, right? Is the game going to work this time? No. Oh, yeah, that's bad. See, look at that. Okay. Yeah. So let's refresh. So something when you quit the middle... Oh, the server crashed. Right. Okay, so there's an issue where if you quit a match, like something happens and you can't, like it doesn't properly clear out like the match data for that player when they quit the match early. So something like that happened. So I'll address that later. Okay, so we got our little rectangle drawing, right? So this is just going to be, for example, I think we're going to do like the vertical line thing. And we're going to do kind of like I was explaining with GIMP, like when your opponent is ahead of you in bubble pops, it'll be like some sort of like percentage over, like some sort of tick mark over. And then when you're in the lead, this line, like the center line, will be some sort of way over there, if that makes sense. So I guess what we need to do is just, we're just going to draw. We're just going to draw a line. So we'll just do like a vertical line. So I have an object for that. So this will be, let's import retro MMO, throwing the cheer in there. Thanks for the stream. Don't know if you'll be here when I get back. Retro, did I just say thanks for the cheer? I think I might have said that in a really rude monotone way. Retro, thanks again, always, for the bits. I appreciate it. Don't know if you'll be here when I get back. Yeah, no worries. Thanks for hanging out again, Retro, as always. You guys should check out Retro MMO's stream, by the way. He put in his 2-week notice with his day job, and he's gonna start doing Retro MMO full time. His name is Retro MMO, and his game is Retro MMO, and he's gonna be doing that full time. So you guys should definitely check him out. See ya. Yes, please act like you just won the lottery, so my ad feels worth it. Nice. All right. All right. So, yeah, have a good one, Retro MMO. Have a good one. I'll have to repay the bits. All right. So we can import what's called an open path from open path. So open path basically just means any sort of weird line segment we want to do where we can just draw a line between a bunch of different points. And then, so an open path is a drawable entity, just like a rect is, and just like a text object is. So an open path is any sort of line that we can draw that won't connect back up to itself and form a closed path, if that makes sense. So like an example of an open path that I'm already using in my code here is the mouse tail trail. So that's an open path. It's just a series of random connected points, right? Well, it's not random points in this case. It's previous mouse points. So that's, I believe, actually the only open path that I'm using right now in the code. And the open path, this is my own JavaScript engine. So an open path is just a construct of my own, is an object of my own construction. That basically it's a way for me to quickly kind of draw just a line or any sort of connection of multiple points. So I don't need to go into too much detail about that. Unless someone is interested in that, then all you have to do is ask in the chat. Just ask me to explain something. Ask me why I'm making such horrible decisions with my game. That is always appreciated. So, okay, so we need to set our open path. I don't know what I'm going to call that this dot line, I guess. Equals new open path. Like I'm just kind of trying like a very templatey kind of, or this is very much just going prototyping right now, just kind of trying to get an idea of what I'm looking for in terms of conveying the player and opponent score together. So I'm not trying to be very proper about how I'm writing the code right now. I'm just kind of doing the quick and dirty, getting as fast as I can from point A to point B in terms of writing the code. So this dot line is a new open path. That's great. We need to initialize this dot line. So we'll do that down in our this dot line dot init, and we're going to do this dot line dot destruct in the destruct of our scoreboard. This dot line dot destruct. So I need to look at my open path class and just to look at what, okay, so the points I have to set later. So we will set up, I guess for params, we just need to set, we don't set anything. We don't pass any params. We could pass a z index and, because an open path is a drawable, and a drawable has a z index and a position and a size, but an open path doesn't have a size because it's really just a connection of points. So that's what this points array is in our open path class. So I don't need to pass anything. It's going to be black line. Black is the default color, so I would pass a color to a drawable normally, but we don't need to do that. So any parameters that come in through our constructor get passed up directly up to the super class, which is drawable. Don't need to worry about that right now. So my basic blank constructor of a open path is fine. And then I believe it's fine. Let me see what I do for cursor trail. Cursor trail extends open path. Okay, never mind. Where do I set up the cursor trail? In the Marathon Creator. How about that? Cursor trail. I know that was a lot of code I just scrolled through. That was quite a bit. Cursor trail. It's up at the top, isn't it? Yes. Oh, so the cursor trail, I do pass a color. So the cursor trail, again, that was that little tail around the mouse cursor, which has a color object and a z-index object. Okay. Oh, okay. Don't know if you heard that little back crack there, but so I don't know. I don't know what's going on. What was I looking for? Oh, why am I in application? We don't need to be in here. Okay. We don't need to be in open path. We want to be in scoreboard. So I think I can just do a new open path without any object passing to it, and that should be fine. If I don't have any points, is that going to break stuff? Let's just see. I'm kind of curious. Curious as to what my own code will do. Okay, it's fine. Didn't do anything. Okay, so we have our new open path, and we're initializing it and everything. Okay, we just don't have any points. So if we do this dot line dot points equals, and we just have to do an array. We're going to do an array of points that are in this X, Y format, just like we have for like our position. So it's kind of like a little vector2 kind of thing you might use in like in some sort of game engine kind of thing. A data structure that kind of has your X and your Y and the two floating point numbers or something like that. I don't have a formal vector2 object because I didn't really need it. This engine's just kind of simple. There's not a whole lot to it. So if I was doing maybe some other game where I needed to do a lot of like vector math, I probably would end up with some sort of vector class, vector2 class for showing a point in 2D space kind of thing. Basically, we need our 2 points. So we need our 2 points that I think should just be I guess I'll do this I'll do the line setup relative to this rectangle, which will be kind of nice because I can just, if I move this rectangle, I can then the line will just move with it. So we want the line to be dead center of the rectangle. It's just going to be a vertical line going right down the center of our rectangle, our circle, our square. It's technically a square, right? But it's a rectangle object. So we want to have, basically, we need our X to be halfway up, halfway this way, right? Of the width of our box, right? So we need to offset it by whatever the X is of the square itself, of the rectangle itself. So X needs to be the rect.pose.x. So we're going to take this .rect.pose.pox.pose.x plus half of the width of the rect. So that would be this dot rect dot size dot w divided by 2. Okay, so that will get us an X position that is halfway up, right? Because we offset it by X position, the position of our rectangle, of our square rectangle, which is right here. And then we added in half of the width of the rectangle, which would put us right about here. So we've got our X position going. And I'm getting all these errors, WebSocket errors, because the server's restarted since I've changed the code, but the client is still running, so I need to refresh the browser. So don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Let me put these on multiple lines just so it's easier to see. Okay, so then that is our X position, and that should be good. The Y needs to be actually I don't like that. It's too much. It's too much line. It's too much lines now. It's too many lines now. So let's, for our Y, we need to do the same thing. We're going to do the exact same thing just with the Y-axis. So we're going to take our rectangle .pose.y. We're going to add in the rectangle height this time, not the width, but the height. So size.h, and we're going to add in, well, we're adding in half of the height. So that should give us our first point of our line, because again, we're trying to just draw a line down the center of this square. And we're trying to draw, the first point is going to be from here, and then, oh, okay, I have no idea what I'm talking about. Never mind, I'm okay. I brain farted there hard. Okay, so that's wrong. What we want to do is we want our X position. So again, our line is an open path object, which is basically just draws lines between an array of points that have an object. Points that are an object that has an X and a Y property. That's it. So the first point needs to be halfway up the X of our rectangle, but equal to the Y of the rectangle, the Y position of the rectangle, right? Our first point has to be here. And then it's going to draw a line from that point down to this point down here, which is going to have the same X position. And I'm going to just copy and paste this because you know, in reality, you shouldn't recalculate this, but this X position, but who cares? I sure don't. So now we're going to do this .rect.pose.y, but now we're going to add in the entire height, because our second position is going to be the height. For those of you, you know, who maybe aren't doing video game or computer graphics, typically you might be used to your X and Y grid, you know, being X goes up as you go this way, right? And Y goes up as you go this way. But that's not usually how it works in computer graphics. Usually it is your X is still going up as you go this way, but then your Y goes down, goes up as you go down in position. So your 0, 0 point, your 0x, 0y point is always that top corner of the screen. It's the top left corner of the screen, if that makes sense. I know that's confusing. But then once you do computer graphics stuff for a while, you start to realize that's the correct way to do it. We should have been doing it that way all along. They should have taught us to do it that way in school. Why didn't they? Okay, so what we're doing is our first point is going to be here. So we did that by doing this .rect.pose.x. So the position of our rectangle, which is right here, and we added in half of the width of the rect to that, which puts us right here, right? Half of the width. That puts us right there for our first point. And then our second point of our line needs to be down here. So the same X, it has the same exact X value as that point, right? So I did that. I just copied and pasted that calculation. Which, since I'm just doing a quick and dirty prototype version, I don't care about that, redoing that calculation, but I'd want to, you know, kind of tighten that up, put that into a variable, and then use that variable to set those, whatever. But honestly, this isn't something that's happening every frame anyway, so it doesn't really matter. But it will, because this line is going to be moving up and down, so that this calculation will be happening every frame. So we'll do it the better way later. So we share the same X position, but our Y is now going to be at the height. So we need to take the Y position of our rectangle and then add the height of the rectangle into that to get our Y position down here, if that makes sense. So we're going to take this .rect.pose.y, and we are going to add this .rect.size.h for the height. And that should give us exactly what we're looking for. And if I'm not mistaken, if I run this code right now, we should be golden. So let's give it a shot. So let's jump into a competitive match. And there we go. We got our vertical line. Gee, all of that work just to have a vertical line. All right. So that's kind of cool. And what we want to do is have that vertical line. Now, that vertical line is going to move relative to if we're ahead. Okay, so if we're beating our opponent, the vertical line will be moving this way. And if we're losing, the vertical line will be going this way. If it's dead center, that means we're even. So what I mean by that is basically what I think we're going to do is we're going to use like half of this, the width of this to represent half of that of our rectangle here is going to represent 10 bubbles, I think. So when you pop one bubble, the line will move like this way, like a little bit, a couple pixels basically, you know. And then as you pop more bubbles, like I'll start like beating my opponent, right? And then I didn't want to do that. Quit everything. All right, here we go. So as I'm popping bubbles on my opponent, I'll be, if the line is somewhere this way, I'm somewhere 10 bubbles ahead of my opponent, I guess. Or I'm somewhere between 0. If the line is dead center, we're neck and neck. We both have the same amount of bubbles popped. But as the line is going this way, I'm somewhere between 0 bubbles ahead of my opponent and 10 bubbles ahead of my opponent. For example, maybe 10 is not the number. Maybe we want this to be 20, 15 maybe. I don't know. That's what we're trying to figure out, what we actually want those numbers to be. And vice versa, if my opponent is ahead of me, then by a certain amount of bubbles, then this line will be going this way. And then if you're like more than 10 bubbles, then the line will just be like solid this way somehow. Hang on here. I'm going to be right back. Quick little tiny break. We'll be right back in a second. Don't go anywhere unless you absolutely want to, then that's okay. All right, we are back. Okay, so I can move that out of the way now, right? Okay. Yeah, well, let's just move on now and try to get this line actually moving based upon the score of the game. So, okay, now we are going to want to create a method here. Update player score. Score. And we're going to say score, I guess. Which this just means our bubbles popped or whatever. Update player bubble. Yeah, let's just get a little more clear with the name. And we're going to say update player bubbles popped. And then we're going to say bubbles popped. Oops. And then this, in turn, will update our... this is going to update our player score dot, yeah. So this is going to be this dot player score dot text equals bubbles popped. And then in here, we're going to need to do like a calculation and to see if we need to update the position of our line. So I actually might have another function called update move line, we'll just go real simple right now. Move line. And this can just be like an internal method, right? So I'll just put a little underscore to kind of say like this is a method that just this class itself will call. It doesn't actually mean it's a private method at all, but I'll just do that for right now. So okay. Okay, so what I should do quick first is make sure that I'm not, again, if you were here before and you maybe recalled me saying I wasn't going to have some kind of nice, I wasn't following these strict object-oriented kind of things and trying to say that I really needed to make methods that called and set stuff and private setter getters, all that stuff. I was saying that before, and now I actually need to go back and do kind of something like that. So it's in the pop, okay, the pop bubble, we're doing our scoreboard. We're updating our scoreboard text directly. But now we're going to say this dot scoreboard dot update player, update player bubbles popped. Okay, so that's this, and then we just say we pass that, and we do that instead. Okay, that's great. Now we do. I don't want to do that yet. Okay, we have the method now to update player bubbles popped. And we're updating the text by that, but we also need to then call this dot move line. And then this dot move line will actually move the line to the right new position, right? And this dot move line needs to also be called in this event listener for the opponent. So this is how we update the opponent score text. We're listening for an opponent target bubble changed event. Otherwise, the game event is just going to directly call to update our own player score, our own score for the game. Otherwise, we're listening to an event that will fire when the opponent's score changes. Something that comes in over WebSockets. So, move line, we can now update the line position. So now it's just a matter of calculating our difference. So what we'll do is I guess we'll just take the player score minus. So what did we say? We said we're just going to do some awful things in this move line thing. Okay, so we said our players. We said that as we play, the line will be moving. As we pop bubbles, the line should be moving this way. As our opponent pops bubbles, the line should be moving this way, right? And if we're neck and neck, the line is dead center. Otherwise, it's somewhere, And then the width of this thing represents 10 bubbles. If the line was all the way up here, it would be 10 bubbles ahead at least, or vice versa, 10 bubbles behind at least. So what we need to do is just figure out, I think we'll just figure out the distance. We're going to take our player score. We're going to have a new variable called diff. Constant diff equals this dot player score dot text minus this dot opponent score dot text. Okay, so that'll get us the difference. And then if we CLG this, let's just CLG this and make sure that all of our events and things are running properly here. So if I go here, we refresh, we fire up a game. So as I'm playing, we should see like, on this one, we'll see like positive numbers going up. So it'll be like 1, 2, 3, and then here it'll be like negative 1, 2, whatever. Oh, we already logged a 0 there because I crashed. So every time I crash, it's resetting that. So we do 0, you know, so we got 1, 2, 3, blah, blah, blah. So here we're seeing 1, 2, 3, 4, which is good. And here we're seeing -1, -2, -3, -4, right? That's great. So that is exactly what we want, because that means we're 1 bubble behind, we're 2 bubbles behind, we're 3 bubbles behind, we're 4 bubbles behind. Whereas here is we're 1 bubble ahead, we're 2 bubbles ahead, we're 3 bubbles ahead, we're 4 bubbles ahead. I didn't have to say it for each one of those, but I did. So console.log for that was good, and let's just make this diff with 2 Fs. That'd be better. So const diff this player, blah, 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 blah. That's great. So now we could kind of use that as like our multiplier. So I'm going to do this kind of awful thing. Like I'm going to declare kind of a constant variable. And by constant, or I should mean the kind of a, not, I'm like going to declare this variable locally scoped here, but it really doesn't need to be. So const, this should be a variable that's like set somewhere else. Const, bubble distance, bubble dist, 10 equals 10. I don't know what to name that, but we're going to call it this for right now. So the 10 is going to represent that we can be either 10, our graphics will update within 10 bubbles of each other. So we're going to take our diff, we're going to take our diff, divide it by 10. Yes, we're going to take our diff, if we divide that by 10, or by the bubble dist, so if we're 1 bubble ahead, whoops, our diff would be 1. Well, let's make it a little more interesting, so it would be 2. So like 2 divided by 10, 0.2, right? So we're 0.2. And if we're 2 behind, then we're negative 0.2. If we were 2 behind, we'd be negative 0.2. So what I think we want to do is add, okay. Let's do this. We're gonna have a const. We're gonna have rect bubble width equals 20. So that's going to represent that our entire, each tick mark of our rectangle is, or the entire width of our rectangle represents 20 bubbles. It's either, we're either 10 bubbles ahead or 10 bubbles behind, if that makes sense. So that's what we're gonna call that rect bubble width. And then bubble dist technically could be rect width divided by 2. And then what we're going to do is, I think we can do diff divided by bubble dist, then plus bubble dist. And that will give us our percentage complete. So I'm just going to have a variable called perc. So that's going to be the percentage x that we want, if I'm not mistaken. So let's just step this out on a calculator here. So we're going to take a rect bubble width of 20. We got a bubble dist of 10. So let's say if we've got a diff of 2, so we're 2 bubbles ahead of our opponent, we would do 2 divided by bubble dist, which would be 10. 2 divided by 10. So it's 0.2. But then we want to do 0.2 plus. Wait a minute. That's not right. That's not right. Or no, wait a minute. I think it is right. Wait a minute though. I want to find out like percentage. I want to like have something turn into, I want to have a number that calculates out to like a percentage of the width of our I want this to be at like 50. I want this number here to be at like 50% of the width of our circle, of our rectangle, right? So then like if it moves up here, I want us to like calculate out that we're 75% of the way, right? Because then I can just take that percentage number at 75% and then just multiply that to get out the pixel value, the X value that we want. So that's what I want for that. So let's do, okay. So I'm trying to think, we're using increments. So the width of our thing is covering like 20 bubbles worth of increments, right? Because the line is dead center here. That means we're 0 bubbles ahead. We're neck and neck with our opponent, right? So as we pop more bubbles, the line should be kind of ticking up this way or down this way. So Falknor, so you need 20 to win. Good question, Falknor. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. No, so the actual winning is just a matter of whoever pops the most bubbles in 30 seconds is the winner. So I'll give you a little demo here of that. So if we do a multiplayer game right now, we got a timer ticking down. That's our 30-second timer. So basically, the players are popping the same bubbles, but independently of one another. So we're just trying to see how many bubbles we can pop. So this player's already popped 13. The opponent has popped 0. Vice versa on here. So like if I start popping some bubbles on this player, I start seeing some stuff. So it's just a matter of whoever's popped the most bubbles in that 30 seconds. So like here we can see I popped 13 bubbles in 30 seconds, whatever, 4 mistakes, blah, blah, blah. My opponent popped 8, you know, and the kind of the flip-flop here. I popped 8, my opponent popped 13. Percent equals player left pop bubbles divided by total popped. Wow, you're throwing those equations in there for me already, man. Wow. Nice, nice. Well, so what I'm trying to, I'll explain here what I'm trying to show is this little, so what I want to do is I'd like to have some sort of indicator. That's what this little rectangle is going to be. This is just kind of a little nasty little prototype for right now. Like this isn't supposed to be nice graphics or anything at this point. But this little rectangle is going to represent, the line going through the center of the rectangle is going to represent like, if the line is dead center, it means you and your opponent have popped to the same amount of bubbles. So like at the start of the game, the line would be dead center because you both have 0 bubbles popped, if that makes sense. And yes, got you there. I would show who is in the lead. Right. So I'm thinking for right now that the line would go this way as you pop bubbles. So like what I want this to do is be like a 10 bubble gap, right? So as the line is ticking this way, this will show like up to 10 bubbles ahead. So if you're 10 bubbles ahead of the person or more, the line would be like full on this way. Like you wouldn't see anything beyond 10 bubbles ahead. But as soon as you're within 10 bubbles, then the line would be here, right? And then vice versa, the backwards way too. So if my opponent is ahead of me, then the line is back the other way. Or for you, if this is the camera, it'd be back this way, right? If that makes sense. Because I was trying to come up with like a nice way to really show like how close you are to the opponent. Because right now there's not really anything. I mean, I have the numbers right now that I actually added earlier that show, you know, how many bubbles are popped. But I was thinking, and I was drawing with GIMP earlier about maybe having this line instead of like in that little rectangle there, like actually having a line like down the center of the main circle here where all the bubbles are. And then that line is kind of shifting up and down this way and that sort of thing, kind of giving you whatever. So what was you said a little thing there, perk is the player left popped bubbles over total popped. Yeah, the problem is there's no left popped bubbles. So I see what you were saying there. Player 1 popped, player 2 popped, and then maxed at 10. Or minus, yes. So that's kind of what I'm doing right now, actually. So I calculate a little difference there where I'm taking the player score minus the opponent's score. And then that gives us our difference. And then I'm trying to then figure out if we do 20 bubbles for the other player's reversed. Right. So the difference here, I'm dividing that by, I'm trying to make sure I'm doing the math right here. So if we're 2 ahead, 2 divided by 10 is 0.2. But then I want to offset that by, so I'm 0.2, but that's not, no, that's not what we should be doing. Not dividing that by the bubble dist. We should be dividing it. So again, the way I'm doing this is really awful and messy. This is what we should be doing. So dividing 0.2 by diff divided by 20. Okay, so if we did 2 ahead, we're 2 divided by 20, which would be 0.1. We have 0.1, so we're 10%, but we're not 10%. We're 10% plus, we're 10% plus 50%. So we're 60%. Yes? But if our diff is negative, if we're 2 bubbles behind, then we're negative 2 divided by 20. So we're negative 0.1. But we're negative 0.1. Oh, we'd be negative 0.1 plus 0.5. So then we'd be 0.4. Okay, so that is right. So I just want to do that then for right now. Again, this is just an awful messy way that I'm doing this just for the proof of concept. But Falconer, since you're hanging out, you can actually play the game right now. Just the single player version of it. So it's live right now. Populus.gg. So if you feel like checking it out, go for it. But otherwise, thanks for hanging out in the chat. I really appreciate that. Looks nice, by the way. Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Appreciate those kind words. This is kind of my first game that I'm really like, I mean, aside from some little noodly games, having fun, this is my first definitely first thing that's actually publicly live that somebody could try. But, yeah, it's just kind of a stupid, simple little game, you know, nothing too crazy, I don't think. Okay, so I think we've got a right percentage thing coming out now. So now, this bubble dist, I'm not actually even using that. Yeah, we don't even need that. Okay. So we've got our percentage. So that will give us our percentage of whatever. or percentage of the width of our rectangle. So now the line, we can move the line. We just need to move the x positions of those points in our line to whatever this percentage is. So we need to figure out the pix. We'll just do a new little variable called pixx. Or we'll just say px equals, or p capital X. It doesn't matter. This is all going to change anyway. So we're going to do that percentage times the rectangle width. So this dot rect dot size dot w. Yes, so that's that. And then that would give us the pixels along the width. So we just need to offset that by the x position of our rectangle. So what we can do is then this dot line dot pose dot, oh, wait a minute. No, this dot line dot points 0 dot pose, or no, dot x. Yeah. Equals this dot rect dot size dot, or dot pose dot x plus px, and then the same exact thing but for position 1. And yeah, I'm doing a duplicate calculation there, but it's okay. This is all going to change. Don't worry about it. Learning by practice is always good. Yes, definitely. Figuring things out as you go, that's the way to go, I think. Prototyping can be messy. Yeah, and I'm kind of in a nice little closed system here that I'm checking this thing out with. So my engine for this is kind of allows for messing around with things kind of nicely, I think, without too much penalty. And we can go back and clean all this stuff up and make it really nice and tight later. But I just kind of need to figure out, I just kind of want to have something drawing on screen so I can kind of like get an idea for where I'm going is the right direction, you know? So I think we got it. So now the line is dead center. So as I pop some bubbles, we should see this line go up for this player and then down for this player in like increments of 1/10, kind of. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so as I'm popping bubbles, that line is moving. And it's just moving very statically and not very nicely. But actually, it should keep going beyond the 10, I think. Yeah. So this will just keep going beyond. We didn't put any cap in there. But that's kind of cool. Not exactly, well. Yeah, let's just try it again here. So if I'm playing here, we're popping some bubbles, we're trying to get ahead. Then this player's catching up. Whoops. This player's catching up, so the line's moving back. And then they're starting to take the lead, but then this player comes back. The line's moving back in their favor. Are you looking for some batteries?
No, your little screw thing.
Just some dirty min-max and it is fixed. Yes, exactly. Yeah, so let's actually do that right now because I do want this to at least kind of work for right now, and I can kind of test it out a little more in depth later. Okay, so let's just do something really awful. Let's do, or I guess we could just cap this. We could just say const if, whoops. Okay. That's not what I'm talking about. Oh, hey there.
Hi.
Bekitty has entered the room. All right, so if perk, and the cat has entered the room too. Okay, if perk is, what are we gonna say? If, no. that's bad. We're just going to do some one-liner ifs. Again, just really nasty. If perk is greater than 1, then perk equals 1. If perk is less than -1, or no, 0. At this point, we're set properly. We orient ourselves properly to 0. There we go. So that should be what we were looking for, I think. Let's just try that out quick. That's not what I wanted to hit. There we go. All right, so now if this player gets ahead, that line should stop, and then should stop at 10. Oh, no. Assignment to constant variable. Who's doing that? Who's trying to assign to a constant variable? Scoreboard JS 51. Okay. Yeah, that's because I need to do let here. How about that? We'll just pretend that didn't happen. All right, so let's start this up again. On this player now, he's pulling ahead. This player's pulling ahead. And he's right at the limit there. And obviously, we need some sort of meaningful way to show that the line is here and not down here, you know, like that I'm way ahead. So now we're up by 15. So now on this one, now we're up by 16. So if I pop here, we'll go until the line starts to come back down. If I can do it before, yeah, there we go. So it just gives you that kind of little buffer. Like I have a little buffer in front of me or behind me. Like if the player is somewhere within spitting distance ahead of me or behind me, I will see them relative to me. And I feel like that's probably the best we can do. The best thing we could do. You know, we could make it more, so like instead of 20, we could make this 40 or something, just double that amount, because maybe that would be better. In other words, like now that line amount is, now we got nasty aliasing because of that. But now, you know, we'd have to go all the way up to 20 bubbles popping before we're out of bounds there, out of the boundary there. So maybe something like that's better. I don't know. And you know, here we're rallying back. Yeah. I mean, we've got that. I don't know if that's exactly what we want, but it's something for now. And like I was saying here, because right now it might be nice to have half of it shaded blue, because like you're player 1 and you're blue. So as you're winning, the line is going this way. So you see more blue, right? Or you're player red, you wouldn't be. Red would always be the opponent. You would always be blue. Your opponent would always be red. And then that line, like the more blue you see, that means the better you're doing, right? The more red you see, the better your opponent's doing. CR7's best friend. CR7, what's going on? Coding Jesus. Oh, I don't know about that. Falconer, go easy and simple with 2 recs and different background color. Yeah, you kind of read my mind there. I don't know if you said that before I just explained this thing or whatever, but kind of something like that. CR7, what's going on? Good to see you. Good to see you back. Needs more beard for coding Jesus, I think. Yeah, I just shaved. So, yeah, CR7. I'll fill you in on what we were doing. I know you were around yesterday for a bit. That was yesterday, right? You were here yesterday. We were talking about it wasn't yesterday? Oh, that was Thursday. Right. I did my Thursday night stream. Yes, we were talking a little bit about game development stuff. That's right. Yeah, that was when it was really late for me, so I was falling asleep. I was falling asleep at the wheel. So we're trying to get this little, actually we've done a lot since yesterday too. But that's not that super apparent right now. but I'm trying to come up with like a little UI element to kind of show your performance to your opponent's performance. So like this little line that would kind of move. Falconer is now following. Falconer, thanks for the follow. I really appreciate it. Falconer, by the way, are you? I assume you're, some sort of developer of some kind. You're definitely have some comments. You know what you're talking about. Are you a game developer? Something like that. CR7. I was looking for your stream, by the way, and you were not on at night often. That's fine though. Your stream is on your schedule. Yeah. So. Yeah, CR7. I work part-time. I work a day job part-time. So I stream on Mondays and Tuesdays from 10 a.m. Central Standard Time to usually, sometimes around this time, maybe till 5 p.m. I don't know. I usually try to stream 6, 7, maybe 8 hours Mondays and Tuesdays. So starting around 10 a.m. Central Standard Time. And I tried that last Thursday was my first time doing a night stream. So I might, no promises yet. It's not on my stream schedule, but I'd like to try to do Thursday night streams. Thursday night my time. I got started, I think, around 9 p.m. my time. So that was a little bit later than I probably would like to go. But yes, I'd like to start doing some Thursday nights. But yeah, otherwise not doing the nighttime the American nighttime too much. Falconer, not game dev, but yes, program. Gotcha. Cool. Good deal. All right. So, yeah. So, I'm really not sure what we've got right now is kind of cool. With our little box and line kind of showing, again, this isn't really supposed to be anything too fancy. It's just supposed to be kind of showing the idea of what I want. And like in the heat of the moment, like if I'm playing really fast, am I going to really, okay. And the reason I bumped this up to 40 now, so it's showing 20 bubbles in front of you or 20 bubbles behind you, basically. If your opponent is up to 20 bubbles in front of you or up to 20 bubbles behind you, you will see that line somewhere in between there. So like if I'm playing really quickly, that's not what I wanted to hit. We go here, 3, 2, 1. If I play on this one and I like kind of go fast, for one, it's hard right now because this is out of my view, my field of view, but I'm just trying to think like if it's really makes a lot of sense to have that. It would be nice to maybe have like a little gray line or something and down the center all the time that kind of shows. Well, I don't know. Maybe we do want to fill in. We do kind of want to do something like this, shading in blue and shading in red. Falconer, maybe use the playfield as the indicator. Yes, that's kind of what I have here in my little GIMP drawing here, where I kind of thought like the line could be down the center of the field of play. I can just do a single player thing here. So like you'd have the line right down the center, and obviously underneath these bubbles, so they wouldn't, try to minimally collide with your, minimally inhibit your playing. But you would kind of see the line just kind of like sliding up or down inside of that, kind of just moving inside of this space here, right? That was kind of my main idea, because obviously the box up in the top corner doesn't make any sense, because your focus is always just on what's going on in the game, always what's going on right here. CR7, that's a great niche game. What category would it fit under? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, like kind of a reaction-y kind of. I mean, I like the competitive side of it. That's kind of what I'm going for. You know, that was kind of my initial idea with it, is I like kind of like a one-on-one, just kind of minimal, you know, just kind of a really raw, like one-on-one competitive kind of game. Not a lot of RNG that would affect the gameplay. I mean, it's kind of like an aim trainer. People have kind of talked about it being kind of an aim trainer-y kind of game, so I might kind of use that as advertising. Or kind of like comparing it to like OS or OSU or however you say the name of that game. But something like that. T4EO is now following. T4EO, thanks for the follow. I really appreciate that. Thanks for hanging out. Falconer, or use the radius as instead of a moving line. Okay, then you say just draw enemy circle full field size and your percentage. Oh, I gotcha. Just draw enemy circle full field size and your percentage as a smaller circle over it. So then, like, the smaller your circle is, but wouldn't that would mean the smaller the circle is, the further you are away, right? If you're saying like, you're saying kind of like having this would be your enemy position kind of thing, or like your enemy's state, and then like you would be like a smaller one in the middle. But like as you got closer to that, but then you wouldn't be showing like if your opponent's behind you, right? Like you couldn't really show that. I do like that idea though, Falconer, having like a circle instead of a line, a vertical line going back and forth, like maybe a circle with a radius kind of thing. CR7, I gotta go. Just wanted to drop by quickly. Seems really good. Thanks, CR7. Really appreciate it. And thanks for hanging out for just a few minutes. That's cool. Really appreciate it. Hope to catch you again soon. I hope to catch you again soon, CR7. We'll see you around. Have a good rest of your day. T4EO. I really like the idea. It seems like it would help a lot with aim and reaction time. Thanks, T4EO. Thanks for the kind words. I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean that's kind of I am a first-person shooter fan, and I think that's kind of where my mind kind of went with this kind of game, like something where moving the mouse and clicking or shooting kind of thing was like a skill. Like so maybe like people who play a lot of FPSs might be kind of better at this than somebody who doesn't play a lot of FPSs, maybe. So yeah. Falconer, the smaller your inner circle is, the more the enemy is overwhelming you. And if the playfield is your color, you are owning the enemy. Oh, okay. So it like flips, I guess. The smaller your inner circle is, the more the enemy is overwhelming you. But then like the opposite, right? It would flip the other way. So like as soon as you hit, like this circle would be growing, and then it would turn blue or something. And then it would be like a black line or something that's the enemy now, like going away, getting smaller like as you're... That's almost like a little 3D kind of thing. Like it's like you're getting closer to that or getting further away from that kind of thing. That's kind of interesting. That's interesting. Yes, that is interesting. No, okay, no, I don't. Okay, so then, no, if you're equal, then the outer ring is 50% and your inner circle is 50%. Oh, okay. Oh, then maybe I'm misunderstanding because you said the outer... smaller your inner circle is, and if the play field is hard to explain. Yeah, no worries. No, I know how it is. I'm also an idiot, so it's kind of like, because at first I thought you just meant there'd be like one moving circle, but now you're saying like the outer ring is 50% and your inner circle is 50%. Well, I guess, okay, so if I do understand what you're saying, like maybe we can do a little, as I just learned earlier today, how to shade a circle in GIMP. Whoa. Yeah, like this. How to do this thing here. Border, 2 pixels, beautiful, and then we can go in and just fill in. Bang. Okay. So imagine the play field is a circle of enemy color. Okay, so like this outer circle, right? The play area. Your own circle is just drawn above it. Okay. But then what is it? If you're equal, then the outer ring is 50% and your inner circle is 50%. Like this. Oh, no color flipping. Okay. So your own circle is just drawn above it. But then how do you show, just make the inner circle blue and red ring? But if the outer circle is the enemy color, then if you're saying you're saying this one should be red, right? The outer one would be red right away. Imagine the playfield is a circle of the enemy color, and your circle is just drawn above it. Then the inner circle would grow until it is completely hidden behind yours. But if the outer circle is red, the opponent's color, what is the inner circle showing then? The inner circle is yours, but you said the inner circle would grow until it is completely behind yours, which wouldn't the behind be the... You said the behind, you said this would be red. Oh, typo. No worries, no worries. Deep stretch. Inner is yours, and the field equals the enemy circle would be hidden. Okay. And it would start at 50%, is what you're saying. Like this, kind of more or less. Like this is not 50%, but pretend that's 50%. Yes. Okay. So yeah, you'd start here, but so if you're ahead, this would grow, is what you're saying. If you're ahead, the radius of the inner circle would grow. If you're behind, the inner circle would shrink. Is now what you're saying? Yes, like that. Okay. And then I'm not sure where the colors would come into play from what you're saying. I do like actually the idea of doing it with a circle though. That'd be easier. Because we start 50% is 50% is, because we could just say that, well, I mean, we wouldn't even need to use color, technically. You could just say you're winning, you know, if it's bigger than 50%, you're winning. If it's below, and maybe we could have like a really light gray circle. Well, the one thing is that the one thing I would be a little, well, okay. One thing that I didn't really think about yet is that I don't know if I don't want the it's possible that anything kind of happening in this field of play might confuse people a little bit. Like without having to like put a thing in it in the tutorial. Just draw some circles that represent 0, 25, 50%, 75, and you'll see if you like it. Actually, let's actually try that. Let's try, what I'm going to do is I'm going to keep my scoreboard class here. We're going to import a circle. Import circle from circle.js. Circle. We're going to do a new circle. Oh, up here. This dot circle equals new circle. Aptly named. This dot, oh, no. I'm just copying what I'm doing for OpenPath, but we actually need to specify some parameters here. Position, pose is just going to be, we'll just do dead center of the screen, which is what currently the import canvas wrapper from canvas wrapper.js. So canvas wrapper will give us the screen. So pose of our circle will equal x will equal canvas wrapper dot half width. Okay, and then because our play area is centered up on the screen, so we're gonna do half height. Oh. So that's the position. That'll always be the position of the circle, just for right now. Again, we're just kind of prototyping something. And then the radius would be the so that's pose. We got size is going to equal a object that has an R property, and that's going to be canvas wrapper dot. Let's see, what do I have in sizes dot. We'll just do play area radius divided by 2 times is the play area radius in pixels or units? Actually, I believe that's in pixels. So let's just try that. Let's see what happens here if we do this. And then we need to initialize this. So we'll do this dot circle dot init. And we'll do this dot circle dot destruct. Okay. So let's do that. Let's give it a go. Let's see what we got. Okay, so we got it. It's a filled in circle, which is not what we want. So we're going to do a shaded circle, or we're going to do a stroked circle, not a filled circle. So we do this dot circle dot draw style is going to equal helper dot draw stroke, maybe. Okay. No. Everything's breaking. Okay, so we've got that. Now, oh, I think I understand a little more maybe of what you were saying now, Falknor. So instead, just let it be blue. Okay. And adjust the radius. So you're saying, okay, so you're saying just let that one, that circle be blue, and that's all? That's all you're saying then? And then it's just a matter of same calculation as for the line. Okay, yeah, let's try it. Let's try it here. So we do that percentage thing, and then we do this dot circle dot size dot r equals canvas wrapper dot sizes dot play area radius times perk. Balauzas is now raiding. Balauzas, thanks for the raid. Thanks for the raid, Balauzas. Where's X? Pew pew. Balauzas always coming in clutch with the raids. I appreciate it. I appreciate it, man. Thanks. How's the stream today, Balauzas? Balauzas, hi. Hey there. Kilgore forever. Throwing in some cats. What's going on, Kilgore? Thanks for hanging out. Oh, okay. Slow and just with a little progress. Well, yeah, I know how that is. It's how it goes sometimes, right? How was your game? Not bad. We're kind of messing around with like a way to show, we're doing the multiplayer now, and we're trying to figure out how to show maybe like an easy way to show like you versus your opponent, like how close you guys are kind of as you're playing. And Falconer is helping me with some ideas here, and Falconer in the chat. So we're just trying this out right now. We're going to see if this works. I am doing a circle now that represents, yeah, so as this inner circle is growing, that means we are some sort of number above. Uh-oh. All right, hang on. I got to move the z-index of this circle. Let's move that all the way back. So let's do z-index of 0, I guess. Z-index, whoa, equals 0. Okay, brilliant. Sounds cool. I hope so. I hope we kind of have something that kind of is interesting. This might be a little invasive currently, the way it looks, but like as you are ahead of your opponent now, like I'm 2 bubbles ahead of my opponent, and we've got this circle is like growing, this inside circle. So up until we reach 20 bubbles ahead, what? I've got an issue with my z-index calculations here, don't I? Oh, it's because I'm not specifying a z-index for the bubbles. That's why. That is why. I never bubble. Okay. Never mind. Forget the z-index junk for right now. Yeah, I guess I never... See, I added a feature to let me do the layers with a z-index property, but alas, I didn't actually use it. LOL, always those z-axis stuff. Yeah, exactly. Whoops, that was not a multiplayer game there. Oh, I didn't refresh that browser there. Oh, I needed to refresh both browsers. All right, so we'll forget that for now. Okay, so as we are going, we're gonna... This thing is getting... I guess we did 20 bubbles now. So until we get 20 bubbles ahead, then this inner line will be up to the... Until we get 20 bubbles ahead, then this inner line will reach that maximum. Yeah. So now they're overlapping. Whoops. Okay, so let's do this here. So then okay, so then it's getting smaller for this player, right? So isn't it getting smaller? Should be. Yeah, so then it's getting smaller, it's getting bigger for this player, getting smaller for the other player. So as you're behind, this circle is smaller. But then as this player starts to rally and come back, it's growing and going the inverse way. But then it's kind of like a static thing. So like once you're 20 bubbles or more ahead of your opponent, then you won't have any information above 20 bubbles and beyond. You'll know you're just 20 bubbles ahead or not. Blouses, you might try calculating relative coordinates. Well, that's kind of the tricky thing that I didn't really figure out a good way to do that, because the problem is like you're able to pop as many bubbles as you want in 30 seconds, right? So you might be 80 bubbles ahead one time, or you might be, if like somebody goes AFK, they're at 0 bubbles popped, and then the other player might get 80 bubbles or something. Or, you might have 10 bubbles one time, and then, there might be 10 bubbles versus 20 bubbles, and then that expands to 40 bubbles and 15 bubbles only or something. Like the distances between, in terms of bubbles, I feel like makes it hard to come up with something. Like if it was some sort of like percentage thing, like you're some sort of percent ahead, or like the player behind you is some sort of percent behind you, so you do some sort of like I feel like it would be kind of weird. I don't know. Rosatatasaur is now following. Rosatatasaur, thanks for the follow. I really appreciate it. Rosatatasaur. Yeah, thanks for that follow, and thanks for hanging out. Whoa, we're getting probably close to 100 followers now, aren't we? 96. Okay, coming up on it. Coming up on 100. I don't know what I'm going to do if I get 100 followers. Take my shirt off maybe or something? I don't know. Just kidding. Kilgore Forever. Oh, man, why are you so polite? Kilgore Forever is now following. Kilgore Forever. Thanks for the follow. I really appreciate that. So Falconer, you're saying and try with colors, and now try with colors. Yeah, I think that is where I kind of lost you, what you were saying. Like, because if the shirtless stream would create nice issues with Twitch. Nice. So I wasn't following exactly Falconer with with the color thing. Are you saying like shade in, fill in the color, or the ring should be the color? What about plastic shirts? Is it allowed? Plastic shirts? I don't know. This shirt probably is plastic, some sort of polyester fiber. I don't know. So now try to make the playfield circle red filled and the inner blue filled. Gotcha. Rosatatosaur. Anyway, sounds like a cool idea. Thanks, Rosatatosaur. Rosatatosaur. Sorry, I'm probably not getting the name right. I get everybody's name wrong all the time. Balauzas. I assume I'm close with Balauzas, but I don't know. Balauzas can correct me though. Oh, by plastic I mean transparent. Gotcha. Nice. Or whatever transparency you can use. Oh, we're crossing streams here now. So now try to make a playfield circle red filled and the inner blue filled. But what happens when, how do we show, do we switch it then? So like if you get ahead of the opponent, does the red one become the inner circle? Falconer, just do it. Because like if this is blue, but then this is red, but you're equal. So I don't know if I like that, because if you've got equal, would it kind of imply that like, because that's what you meant, right? Try to make the playfield circle red filled and the inner blue. Yeah, because that kind of like feels like maybe the other player, the opponent, is ahead of you if this one is red, because it's like bigger. That's why I said try it first. Nice. Okay, I got to see if I can fill. Can I separate colors? Balauzas, or maybe like in shooter games, red pulsing borders around the screen. Well, yeah, I mean, we could honestly do like, honestly, it could be really anything. The reason why we're trying to make something kind of in like this center thing is to kind of keep the player's focus right here. Like I was messing around with a little rectangle version of basically the same thing, which you can see that this line is moving this way as we pop bubbles, kind of like the way that this circle is growing. T4io. I'm probably completely misunderstanding the red-blue idea, but what about just the inner circle changing through like green, yellow, red as you're winning, tied, losing? Don't forget the pulsating lights and lasers. Yeah, maybe some rockets too. Grenades. T4io, I think I kind of like what you're saying, right? Like having some sort of fade between. And that, you know, we would also have kind of a nice animated thing too, rather than just like this linear nasty, or it's like this instantly snapping between one position to another, you know, like obviously that looks nasty. Like we want something kind of nice and smooth, kind of like we got with all our other animations and everything going on and that sort of thing. So like, yeah, I could tie a little animation to this right now, but I don't want to do it quite yet. So, and shaking screen, we need more explosions. Yes. Yeah, I'm trying to think if there's a way that I can shade the... Do you have something like alpha value for your color system? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. That's kind of what we can see with actually when you play the normal game. Like when you pop a bubble, it'll fade. Well, when you pop the right bubble, it'll fade out there. Ah, there we go. It's like I'm animating the alpha value out until it's invisible or whatever, until it's 0. So we can do something like that. I'm trying to think if I can do like what you're saying, Falconer, where I have like a shaded amount, or like a, let's go back into a competitive game. I'm trying to think if I can shade, if I can keep my black border but fill in this circle. Do I allow for something like that in my circle class? Actually. Oh, actually, we don't, maybe don't need that. What is the play areas? Whoops, that's not what I want. Play area. Z index, do I specify a Z index? Marathon. No, we don't specify a Z index for the play area, do we? Whoops, that's not what I want. Let's create, oh, Z index of 3 for the play area. Okay, actually we could do our own little fake circle then underneath. All right, so in our scoreboard object here. Okay, so for now, do me a favor, make the inner circle filled blue with 50% alpha. So yeah, let's try what you're saying here. So we could fill this in blue. So then I have to do another circle object, I think. I don't think I have something to, yeah, because a circle has one color. So let's do a new circle. We're going to run into Z index issues. Factual Weirdo, what it do, big guy? What's going on, Factual Weirdo? Good to see you again. For the moment, just use the same one. I can do that, but the problem is for the moment, you just use the same one. If you need to add the border, you can add it later. Oh. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Okay, so if I do this, then it's gone. Well, we're going to have that Z index problem, unfortunately. Because even if I set it to 0, the bubbles are not coming in with a certain Z index. So I would need to fix the bubble Z index. So now if we do, okay, so now the circle should be filled. So if we specify a color, we can do kind of let's do our fancy blue that we've been using for everything else. Where can I get that? That is another one. Xalien Q. Thanks for the follow, Xalien Q. I readily appreciate that. Thanks for hanging out. I readily appreciate that? What does that mean? I don't know. I appreciate it. That's what I meant to say. Smiley face. I'm smiling back. There we go. All right. Okay. I feel like I got something in my eye here. I hate that. All right. Oh, it's a hair. That's what it is. Long hair problems. All right. So we've got, I just want to get that blue. Where is that blue color? Falconer is getting really antsy right now because I just can't seem to figure this out. Okay, so actually I can just copy this whole little new color object thing here. Let's do that. Scoreboard, and then we're going to have to import color. Color equals new color. Nope, auto import won't work. I have to import it ourselves. Import color from color.js. It's that easy. Okay. So now we've got that, and we want to set the alpha value to 0.5 or something like that. Let's see what we got here. Pin your hair up into a ponytail. I have the same hair as you. No way, XAlienQ. Really? It's easier that way. Yeah, it is. It is. I don't have a hair tie down here anymore. I kind of keep my hair down when I'm down in my basement because it's kind of chilly. Just kind of keeps my neck warm, you know? All right, so... Okay, we got a blue. Ugh, that's nasty. And the problem is... okay, so once we... This is kind of interesting. Okay, I want to see what happens here. Yeah, there we go. Now we can tell we got that real alpha because it's drawing over this bubble. So obviously that's messed up. Don't blame the color on me, says Falconer. Falconer. I'm gonna throw everything on you right now. Factual weirdo. A quick restart button would be nice. Yeah, for myself, right? Wouldn't that be swell? Yeah. Instead, I have to quit every time and then. Well, because right now I'm dealing with the multiplayer, which I have right now to... Oh, now that's going to break everything. There's something wrong with when you quit a multiplayer match in the middle. I got to fix that. I took a note down, though. XAlienQ, or like restart on Alt-R. Yeah, we could do something like that. Or like a quit... Like a little macro or something kind of in-game to quickly quit and restart the game somehow. That'd be kind of cool. But yeah, I have to do this dumb little thing on my development version where this little red circle is technically a button. Well, I'll plug the game. We got some new people coming in and hanging out. I'll plug the game myself here. So you can play my game right now live. It's called Populus, as you can see here by the menu. So the link's down there in the chat, populus.gg. You can check it out right now. And right now, just a single player is available. So you can go in and there's a little tutorial, and that button is not disabled. That tutorial button is not disabled. It's gray. What was Rintar out W had brought up that the tutorial button looks like it's disabled. So I need to, because it's gray. So I'm going to pick a new color for that. And we'll get that figured out later. But the tutorial does work if you do click the tutorial. Factual weirdo at 38. Is that good? That's pretty good. That's pretty good for first starting, I would say. I've seen people get somewhere from like kind of from their like first games they play like kind of low 20s to like 30 usually. Well, so we'll say 20 to 30 is kind of like the median, the mean, the average. I don't know. Of people who have observed play. XAlienQ got 29. There you go. Right in that that meaty part of the mean. So yeah. All right. Yeah, so I'm working on multiplayer right now. That's kind of I want this game to be kind of a one-on-one kind of game, and I think that would be a little more interesting. But I'm trying to come up with kind of a cool way to make it so that it's not just a direct like head-to-head race. So there's actually another mode that I worked on yesterday. Balauzas, already, mate. Have a nice dev time. Thanks again, Balauzas. You've rated me more times than I can count now. So I have to pay you back at some point, someday. So thanks again. I always appreciate it. And have a good, what is it? What time zone are you in? Is it really late? 25 on my first game. No worries. 1 a.m. Gotcha, Balauzas. You're like in Spain or something, right? Is that right? Sorry if that's wrong. Maybe I never knew the country you were from. Could be way off. I might be thinking of someone else who's from Spain. No worry. 25 on your first game. 29, 38. You guys are all doing well enough. Lithuania. Oh, actually, maybe I remember that. Lithuania. Europe. Lithuania. That's a fun name for a country. Nice. Well, yeah, Balauzas, have a good night. Get some rest. Hope that's what you're doing now at 1 a.m. I don't hope. I mean, you can do whatever you want. You can be a night owl. That's fine with me. Sometimes I'm up at 1 a.m. So yeah, so you guys are all doing pretty well for just starting out. Don't worry. Don't sweat it. Don't sweat it. Yeah, it takes a little bit to get used to, for sure. And I might even change how the gameplay works currently right now to something else to make it a little more, I don't know. We might do something. I kind of want to make the game as fun as possible, but also kind of requiring like a certain amount of skill, right? So that a high skill ceiling that lets people just kind of run with it and get really good. And also kind of is also fun for people just starting out to try and kind of have fun. You know, like you should be able to just go to populus.gg, play the game, figure out how to play it in like 20 seconds and like kind of have some fun right away. That's kind of my goal. But also, if you get really good, you know, you can kind of have fun playing really fast and just kind of have this somewhat unlimited skill ceiling-ish thing. Excuse me. All right, so whoa, we're at 99 followers. Crazy. Okay, I was gonna say we were getting really close to 100. That is crazy. 100 people clicked that follow button, and somebody threw that follow down. Ben Halverson is now following. Factual Weirdo is now following. I thought you were already a follower, Factual Weirdo. Wow. 101 followers now? Come on, you guys. The community is stepping it up. Ben, okay, I missed a couple messages here. Hang on. Factual Weirdo, there you go. All right, if Kilgore, if only I would be shooting not the balloons but my ex. All right, I'm sorry, Kilgore. I don't know if I can help you there. Ben Halverson, hello. Ben Halverson, how is it going? Ben Halverson, do you stream? Your name is familiar to me. Throwing out the indubitably. Yes, sometimes, Ben Halverson. I don't know why your name is familiar. If I've seen you streaming maybe before or something. I guess you're a developer of some kind if you're here, probably. Typically, people who show up here are developers of some kind. But no, I appreciate Ben Halverson hit the 100. He hit the 100 follow there. Factual Weirdo hit 101. At least according to my numbers there. They call me Snow. They call me Snow. They call me Snow. Thanks for the follow. I really appreciate that. I think you are follow 102. They call me Snow. Man, you guys are awesome. Thanks for that. I wasn't by the way, I was just saying I was at 99 followers. I wasn't implying that people had to follow me. But thank you all. I really appreciate that. Of course. I just knew I was getting close to 100, so I was like, thought I would just throw that out there. And I knew that some more people had followed, so I was like, oh, let's just see what it is at. And then we were at 99, so that was kind of crazy. Ben Halverson, yep, I stream JS, and you may have seen me on the nodejs.dev GitHub. Nodejs.dev on GitHub. Let me look at that real quick here. Wait a minute. Ben Halverson. Nodejs.dev. That's literally Node? Or Nodejs.dev is something. Nice. I'm just looking at the GitHub page for Node.js.dev. Yes, it's part of the Node.js org. Nice. Oh, that's pretty cool. All right. Sorry, I'm behind on the chats here. Okay, okay. So let me catch up on the chats here. Factual Weirdo, you considered giving some sort of slight mercy when it comes to detecting a hit, like the hitbox is a bit larger than the actual visual. No, Factual Weirdo. No way. No mercy. Those hitboxes better be pixel perfect, otherwise I am. Yep, there we go. But no, seriously, Factual Weirdo, that's a good question. I mean, I believe that is often used to make the experience less frustrating. Yes, I would agree with that. I mean, I would say if you're having trouble with the hitboxes, maybe just make your window bigger. So right now I have kind of an awful system to just say, hey, make the size of the window based on the height. It's like the width of our window doesn't actually change. Okay, and forget that the stat screen doesn't change. Just overlook that fact. But if you're really having trouble with hitboxes, I mean, you can go bigger, right? And this is one of the things, like, I really don't know how that will go with the experience of the game. Like, if you're like this, it's easy for me to hit these big circles, but I feel like I have to move my mouse a lot more, right? So I feel like I'd rather play at a smaller size. Me personally, and with my mouse at whatever, I have it at 800 DPI. And I'm using the default Windows mouse settings, so maybe if you've got a higher DPI on your mouse, or CPI, we should say, to be more correct, then maybe, the different screen sizes and everything would make a difference. I mean, we might also play around with the bubble sizes too at some point. I did that actually a little earlier on the stream. All right, I gotta keep reading these chats here. Kilgore Forever, you know nothing, Snow. Did Snow say something in the chat? Did I miss that? Oh, is Snow coming over from? They call me Snow is from Was that from Balauza's stream? Ben Halverson, it's eventually the replacement website for Node.js.org. Sweet. That's really cool. Ben Halverson, I feel like I've seen your name. Shout out to Node.js. Yeah, for sure. Yes, it's part of the Node.js org. Ben Halverson, I definitely have seen your name around somewhere. And probably maybe on GitHub. I don't know if you're on some other thing too or whatever. Maybe I have seen you stream too, but nice. Nice, nice. I'm using Node for the back end. So represent Node.js. Awesome. Awesome. Well, yeah, thanks everyone for these follows and everything. I feel loved, to say the least. So I don't know if did Falconer ditch because he was like, Jared's not working on the stuff I want him to be working on anymore. Falconer was giving me some ideas for this boundary thing for the let's fire up a competitive match here. Oh, server crashed. Node.js. I'm ditching Node.js. WebSocket is not open. That's not possible. That is not possible. Okay, so the server crashed. Yeah, I'm not going to use Node.js anymore. Falconer, no, just lurking, doing some research stuff. Gotcha. Well, I didn't know if, I wanted to look back at our circles here. What? Oh, I needed to refresh the client. There we go. Refresh those browsers. Player requested match. There we go. Okay, so now we've got this blue faded out circle right now for kicks, and it's growing. This is kind of weird because it's like I didn't do the Z indices right for the bubbles, so now this is ruining everything. Okay, but I forgot to look. Let's go back here. There we go. We're getting in the game. So as we're popping some bubbles here, this should be shrinking for this player, but growing for this player, right? So we go. That's annoying now that the colors are changed because this thing is on top of some of the bubbles, the blue thing, but it's 50% transparent, so like you can see through it. That's my own fault for not obeying my own system. That's what I would like to call that. So now this one is small and that one is large. And Falconer, I don't remember what you were saying. Otherwise, what the other thing was going to be. Oh, you wanted to make the other one red. The outer circle red. I don't have a good way of doing the outer circle as red though. Like just the outer circle being red. I don't have a good way to do that without, don't worry about that being over the top. Oh no. Oh, this is too wide. That's the problem. Okay. And these things don't scale with the window. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. With servers crashing it. All right, something happened. I'm not cleaning up. When you quit a competitive match, I'm not cleaning something up properly. And I took a note. To take care of it. So don't worry. We'll get to that eventually. Okay. Falconer, my idea would be inner blue 100% alpha. And the playfield red filled 100% alpha. But for that version, the Z-axis has to work. Yeah, right. Fix your frizzy hair. It's frizzy on the top. Beckitty. It's not that bad, Beckitty. Is it? Beckitty is my wife, so she'll say mean comments, without any context. Is that better? Hey, come fix it yourself if you really want. I'm just kidding. Is that better? That's better now? All right, thanks, Big Kitty. So Falconer, my idea would be the inner blue 100% alpha, and the play field would be 100%. But for that, the version of the z-axis has to work. Yeah. So the reason why I didn't change the z-axis is because I feel like I never took the time to properly z-axisize all of my visual elements. So I'm like slightly, oh, that's a button. I'm like slightly worried about what would happen if I were to change the z-axis of a bubble. Like let's actually try it. Let's just try it. No harm in trying, right? Okay, so when we do, wait a minute, new bubble. Wherever we do bubble, bubble.create. That's right, I have a static method for bubble called create. And we can do, I'm doing a z-index of 0 for those. That's the problem. We got a z-index conflict. I could just do -1. You can always just go negative. Why didn't I just do -1? Okay. All right, so let's go -1. Hopefully I allowed for support of -1. Where are we going? Scoreboard. Z-index -1. Because I'm just doing a number sorting to figure that out. So when we add the drawable elements to the screen. So let's this should be fine now. Yeah. And now we should, yeah, there we go. Beautiful. We don't have any issues. All right, so Falconer, drop the cat on him for some fun. Yeah, I keep the cat's got to stay locked upstairs, because otherwise when I'm sitting at my desk, he's just a kitten. So he either tries to hit my hand, hit my mouse when I'm moving my mouse, he tries to hit it too, or hit my keyboard when I'm typing, or go behind my computer where I have a bunch of cables and he just likes to kind of sit back there and, like, I don't know, feel the fan air or something. And then I hear like my little USB disconnect sound when he's running around back there, and I don't know what he's messing around with, but anyway. Kilgore Forever, see ya GL. Oh, GL is good luck. Okay. Took me a while to compute that. Kilgore Forever, thank you. We'll catch you later. Thanks again for the follow and hanging out and everything. I really appreciate it. All right, so Falconer, make the target at Z10 and field at 0 and the blue one at 1. Factual Weirdo. Game works somewhat well on mobile, indubitably. Yeah, I don't really intend for it to work on mobile right now, at least. I don't have any, but I'm not blocking it or anything right now. So if you go there, yeah, it'll work. The page will look a little funky at first, but if you flip it landscape, if you flip your phone landscape and play, it should, for the most part, look pretty good and play. I've noticed it's like very delayed because like the mobile Chrome is like taking the clicks, the mobile version is kind of taking the click events from the mouse and like, or the tap events from the phone and like translating them to click events, you know, for like support or whatever. But that ends up being like really delayed feeling, I guess. Like yeah, there's something not quite right about it on mobile, but yeah, it does kind of work. The bubbles get a little small too for what you'd probably want on mobile. Like you really have to have a precise tap for some of the bubble sizes. So at some point in time, I might take a look more at actually making it work on mobile somewhat, but we'll see. Not right now, at least. So make the target at z equals 10 and the field at 0 and the blue one at 1. What is the target, you're saying? My idea would be for the inner blue 100 alpha and the play field filled 100%. But for that version, the z-axis has to work. Last step is the play field red. Okay. Did I do the circles you have to click are the targets? Oh, okay, that's what you meant by target. Well, we can just shimmy these z-axes around now that I know I can do negative numbers. Which, yeah, there was no reason why I couldn't do a negative number. I'm just doing like a number sorting on those. So we don't even need to do, well, the reason why you'd probably want a more lighter color is because I don't want the colors of these to be like too close, if that makes sense. It's like I'd even want to like dial this back to maybe like 25% alpha. I mean, the alpha doesn't really matter, I guess, at this point, but actually, no, that does matter. Never mind. So I guess it's all right. I'm not even gonna mess around. Let's just make this like, how bright is this blue? If we do blue 255, we do red 200 and green 200, and alpha we'll do as 1. All right, so let's look at how bright that is. Now, it looks kind of purple to me on my monitor, but maybe that's just because there's a purple right on top of it. But that's good enough. And then we'd do the same thing, but with red at 255 instead, because then we shouldn't have any bubbles that come too close to that color. All right, so last step is the playfield red. Circles you have to click are the targets. So you're saying the z-axis working, try. Okay, so you said fill the red. Now I kind of have to look back at your chats here. Falconer. Because we wanted to fill the play area with red, and then we said the play area one would be on top. Make the target at Z10, field at 0, the blue one at 1. Okay. No, the field would have to be -2 then, right? The play field is a drawn circle, right? Yes, it is. But I'd have to do, to fill it in, I'd have to do like a new circle. So I could actually do that just right here. So we can do a new circle object. Yeah, so okay, so I'm going to keep that there. Let's do this basically. Circle big. We'll just call this circle big, and we will do a new circle. That, but then this is always going to be that, and then 255 red and 200 blue for right now. And Z index for this one will be -2. And that should give us exactly what you're talking about, Falconer. Or not at all, because I didn't initialize this. So let's do that first. How about .init and .destruct, just to be nice and cleanly. And there we go. There. 3, 2, 1. Oof, those are ugly colors, but we're getting the right idea at least. Okay. Yeah, so then do a new circle, but make sure it is below the blue one. As you can see, nothing. Oh, colors are always last. Right. So this is what you're talking about now, right? So now if we properly play, we will see the blue shrinking on this one, but on the blue will be growing on this one, right? So, whoops. So then as we go, we're seeing stuff. So is this exactly what you were talking about, or is there another step? because I like this kind. I mean, I like it, but at the no, it looks like I meant gotcha. Because the one thing is I like it as well. What happened? Does it work? Does it? It should work, right? If I go above, yeah, we already proved that point. So if I hit 20 bubbles now, we go above. Now this will be completely blue. And then here, I'm not gonna have enough time to catch up, but you can try 255 blue and red for a try. Isn't that what I'm doing? Or you meant just pure 255 blue and pure 255 red? Oh, okay. Yeah, well, that would be a little bit of a weird thing, I think, just because of it would be very vivid colors. I mean, let's give it a shot. We'll give it a shot here. How should I know, anyway? 3, 2, 1, go. Yeah, so like here we're talking real bright. So we're kind of conflicting space here with the bubbles themselves. But for like that one there is kind of hard to see. And that one, my eyes, I'm getting optical illusions. Like this blue equals this blue, but because it's in this like darker blue, this looks like a lighter blue than this blue. So it's like, oh. Now that is eye cancer. Exactly. That could be part of the game. Just like these weird optical illusions that make everything look weird. Yeah, actually, I want to go kind of the opposite way and make these even more intense. So let's try like 220. 220. Whoa. 220 for the other colors to kind of just see what that would look like. But yes, we kind of are in a good place, I think. Yeah, so there's much brighter, kind of shouldn't conflict with like the saturation of these colors. I think I used the term saturation correctly there. I am using HSL to generate the random colors. So then, yeah, so then we're kind of on the come up now. The blue circle is growing. I'm getting closer. Oh. Yeah, I really need to test this. I'm going to have to get Bekitty down here later, and we'll have to do some test rounds. Some actual competitive test rounds and just see how it feels. And I need to test this with my other game mode. The other game mode is probably very frustrating, but instead of players popping bubbles independently, they're popping the same bubbles. So I don't know who was around for when I was kind of showing that before. That's what we did yesterday. But if we change this one little value from true to false, or from false to true, we will see. And actually, this is going to all be screwed. Don't even pay attention to the circles this time. This is going to be screwed up. But basically, here I pop this bubble. Now green disappears from this player's. I pop blue. Blue disappears for both. So both players are trying to pop the same physical bubbles. Like I'm popping these, and the state of the two players is the exact same. So ignore that the scores and that the blue and everything. Ignore that. That's I knew that was going to happen. I need to fix that. But ooh, there's a little issue with that opponent circle thing there. But that mode, I don't know if that's a good mode or not, really. Like, I played it with Bekitty last night a little bit, one-on-one, and it was a little frustrating. We'll try it again, and I plan to I got some family coming over for Thanksgiving, for the Thanksgiving holiday. That is an American holiday. I assume at this point in time, everybody watching the stream is American, but maybe not. I say Thanksgiving at like 10 a.m. and people are like, "What? What are you talking about?" So I got some family coming over for Thanksgiving, and I'd like to have them try the game, and I'd like to throw like a couple of them head to head in this game mode and just see what happens. So I can kind of sit far back and watch them play together and just see what happens. I can see that getting frustrating though. Haha. Yeah. Yes. And like just in my test last night with my wife, I felt like it was probably more frustrating than there just wasn't something about it that was like, oh, cool, you know. So I want the final gameplay, I need it to kind of be somewhere between those two things, like some sort of way where players aren't directly impacting each other, but kind of, you know, but somewhere more compelling than this sort of, they're just kind of popping their own set of bubbles individually, and, you know, they could be way ahead or behind or whatever. Which, I mean, that still technically works in this case of the game, but I'd like to try to play maybe a bunch more rounds of this mode where both players are popping the same bubbles. Whoops. You know, like this. I definitely want to kind of mess around with that further and see. But this definitely allows a noob to go up against someone who's good and get wasted. And they would just be sitting there with their mouse going, what do I do? You know, and the other person would just be stomping all over them and the bubbles would be just disappearing. So like, that's not, and you know, when there's like probably 3 people playing this game worldwide, that's not going to be good. So yeah, T4EO, I can see that getting frustrating though. Haha. Yes. I already read that comment, didn't I? Yeah, it's really only enjoyable at the same skill level. Exactly. Or maybe not even, or even at the same skill level, it might still be kind of dumb. Like, so that's where I'm kind of like, you know, I don't know. But that's why I want to throw like 2 people who haven't played the game at it before, like just into that mode and just see how they react to it, I guess. But I might want to try to find something a little more in the middle between that, where there's some sort of way you can more directly interface with a player in some way, like, I don't know. I mean, without it getting to be something that would be frustrating otherwise. But yeah. So we pretty much got Falconer's idea dialed in here. Let me change this back over to the other game mode. Change our true to false, and we are back into the other game mode. Factual weirdo. Do you enjoy the music of Gil Scott-Heron? I don't know who Gil Scott-Heron is. So I don't have anything more to say about that factual weirdo, I guess. Who is Gil Scott-Heron? What kind of music? So we've got what we've got right now, which for this other game mode that the players are basically completely separate. The players are popping the same set of bubbles. Or I should say the bubbles being sent to each player are identical, right? So if I pop 1, 2, 3, 4 here, and I pop 1, 2, 3, 4, they're the same colors and shapes and position. There's sizes, positions, everything. So from that, it's an even playing field for both players, but they're kind of popping them at their own speed. Get the background color flashing or something. LOL. Yeah. Yes, we had a bunch of crazy ideas. People were throwing out some crazy ideas yesterday, like screen shaking, and like if you get a streak or something, you could like shake the screen of the other player, you know, something like that. Put on We Almost Lost Detroit by him. I'm sure you will like it. Very smooth indeed. I would, sorry, but I won't play any music on here. Just for reasons. But I will look him up. I will look Gil Scott-Heron up. So thanks for the suggestion. He's a jazz soul artist. Nice, nice. Very smooth indeed. All right. Yeah, I will. I'll check him out for sure. I'll write it down. In fact, on my sheet of paper. DMCA. Well, yeah. I'm just not gonna play anything in general. I guess. I'm just gonna stay away from anything. From playing any music. So yeah, so I think, wow, we are coming up on 8 hours now. Crazy. That's fair. Makes it hard to concentrate sometimes for me. Yeah, I agree with that. I don't always, even like working or whatever, I don't always listen to music or anything. Yeah, I'm just gonna stay away from playing anyone else's stuff on while I stream. Not that I necessarily worry about any sort of whatever strikes or anything, but but also too, just kind of having. I mean, it's kind of nice when you see somebody streaming and they've got music kind of going in the background, but at the same time too, I'd rather it be kind of like if somebody's got me pulled up, I'm probably pulled up in the background and maybe they have their own music going or whatever. So I don't want to. I'll just let people kind of do their own thing. So, yes, so I think we're looking pretty good as far as we've got something here at least right now that's working. And Falconer's idea of the blue thing, I kind of like that. That's the one thing I'm not so sure about is like the size, like if the sizes seem kind of weird. Like I like the idea of like, you're ahead, so the blue one's getting bigger, and eventually you overtake the red. But the thing is, that's I think the thing that might be throwing me a little bit with that is it feels like you're kind of behind red right now, a little bit. So that's the one, like it feels like I'm trying to catch up to red right now, even though I'm ahead by 8. So that's just kind of the vibe I'm getting right out of the box. But we'll see. Factual Weirdo, time to sleep. Take care, guy. Hey, you take care, Factual Weirdo. Appreciate the follow and everything. Have a good night's rest. We'll see you in the next one. Falconer, you could always swap the values. Yes. I have another idea that's a little more graphically advanced. So I'd have to kind of sit down and figure out exactly how I'd want to do it. Swap the color in the radius, then 1 minus percentage, then 1 minus perc. So that the red is the small one. Let's see. Okay, you said swap the color in the radius. So that would just be my color, I guess. We would just do this. VS Code to the rescue with that one. And then... Well, okay, just swapping color like that would make it so that the red one is the growing one when you go forward. But then you're saying, then we're like inverting our percentage. So like this, you're saying? T4EO, what if you, okay, so you say, what if you shrink it from 100%, or players have opposite colors instead of the same? Yeah, let's see what Falconer has here. And then, so then this, then blue is bigger, right? Did I not do this right? Now red is growing. Oh, I screwed something up because now this is way off. This is our box one is showing the example that it's screwed up. It's going down. Because we did 1 minus percent. The calc is missing. Oh. Little please excuse my dear Aunt Sally. Yes. Order of operations. How about that? Huh? Okay. Yeah, because I wasn't exactly following what you were saying either, Falconer. I'm just kind of copying what you said. So then, well, this one red is growing. Did I still not do something that you said? T4EO, or players have opposite colors instead of the same. Well, T4EO, the first thing you said, what if you had it shrink from 100%? Okay, so, well, the thing about that is I want it to convey if your opponent is ahead of you or behind you, basically. I want that to be like the thing. So like, you couldn't necessarily shrink from 100%. 100% wouldn't, it probably isn't ideal because one person would be growing and one would be shrinking. Falconer, now I'm confused as well. Well, I don't know if what you meant at first, Falconer, was just swapping we made blue the big one, and then red would shrink instead. That's what you were trying to say. So like as I play, red is shrinking. I think that's what you were trying to say, right, Falconer? Blue would be the big one, red would be the small one. Then as blue pops, red is shrinking down. So I think that's what you were trying to get at with the 1 minus stuff. Yeah, what would I need to do that? Let's see. Oh, you're right. I did that in the wrong spot. That's for the, oops. Yes, line 74. You got it, Falconer. Oh. Would help if we refreshed our clients there. Yes, so now, there you go. Exactly. Yeah, that's not bad. That's not bad. And then this one, the red is very close, but now we're battling back. Red is shrinking. Yes, yeah, something like that. And T4A, you're saying, but what if one person had a blue inner and one had a red inner? Makes it feel more like overtaking rather than catching up. Yes, exactly. Right. I think, yes. I mean, it still kind of has, I mean, I like that. Yeah, so as we go, we're kind of smushing red down, and then it's kind of like a battle of red kind of catching back up or down. You know, we could have like maybe like a little gray line kind of representing the equal part, the 50-50 part. Whoops. All right, the server's probably going to break again. Nope, okay. Yeah, because we could have like a little gray line maybe, or like another black line or something around the 50% way. Or so where they're equal, where they're 0-0 or 5-5 and 10-10, you know, where they're tied. So we could have that, so it kind of like, you kind of see like, oh, I'm just slightly beating that player, or they're slightly beating me kind of thing. Yes. All right. I'm liking it. I am liking it. That's a good start. That's a good start. So I'll definitely, this gives me something more interesting to try. Ooh, actually, one more thing to do. As I said, it doesn't work. It doesn't work when we do the shared bubble mode. So that is this mode. And what happens is both players end up the same, and there's a reason why, and I know that why. I know that reason. So like here, we're doing the shared bubble mode. So like when I pop a bubble, it pops on this player too, right? Pop here, pop there, that sort of thing. But right now, both players are showing the same score, which doesn't obviously make sense. So let's see if I can fix that. And then let's see if I can fix that. And I think all I need to do is actually just update a method, or my event listener, or add a new event listener maybe. Event. And then let's see what that event is that comes in. Oh, server bubble popped. New target ID. Oh. Okay, so I'm not actually sending the score. Okay, so I'll hack this real quick. This is not the way I should do it, but we'll kind of do it the quick and dirty way. This whole thing is not the way we should do it. So we'll do server bubble popped is the event we're going to listen to. Server bubble popped. Ooh. The listener is something, and then, okay, the listener is receiving bubble, marathon, WebSockets wrapper. This is what I'm looking for. Okay, so this u.pop. So if u.pop is false, then we're just going to uptick that number. Because you can't go back. Currently with this game mode, you can't go, well, okay, with any of the current game modes, you can't go back in your score. Your score won't go down at all. So that sounds confusing, don't worry about it. We'll get more into that later. Not today, but some other time in the future. So now, we have, how does that come in? Do I do something with that? We have okay, so we pass an object, new target ID, that's fine. U popped. So we can destruct U popped. So if U popped is false, then we would increment, we would do if U popped, not U popped, So if your opponent popped, then we're going to increment this dot opponent score dot text plus equals 1. All right, so again, this isn't a super good idea, but that's all right. Move line this, blah, blah, blah. That's great. All right, and then what I think we're going to do for, okay, so now that's half the battle. The other half the battle, Crazy Gamer YTB. Crazy Gamer YTB has followed. Crazy Gamer YTB, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Yo, what is going on, Crazy Gamer? Quick question. Is there any way to debug an online game while playing? Like a game that you're, like your own game that you're developing? Or you're saying like just any game in general? Like any, is that what you're kind of, I'm trying to figure out exactly what you mean. Valorant. Basically, it's whatever the developers, in a case like you're looking at a game that's made by someone else, like Valorant. I mean, you can view whatever things that they would allow you to view, you know, if they have some sort of debug console or something to turn on or whatever. Yeah, if you're developing your own game, you can do whatever you want. But for some, there's no like general way. It would be whatever the developers have enabled for that could be accessible. And yes, what Falconer said there just now is very true. Careful, whatever you try might not be liked by the dev and considered cheating. Yes, exactly. Some stuff might be allowed to be enabled or whatever, but Valorant has most stuff hidden. Gotcha. T4EO with the real deal there. But I'm doing it for bug bounty. Yeah, I mean, they would probably, if they're doing bug, I'd assume they'd give you kind of anything you would need access to from a bug bounty program, probably. Or anything, you know, like, or give you any ways to enable something to view something or something like that, like a frames per second counter or something. But if you wanted to like, I mean, as far as in the game, like looking at a game, I mean, yeah, like Falconer said, you know, you do something that could be suspicious, like you start trying to break in and exploit things, like T4EO just said. I think that's more exploits in the game itself. Oh. Yeah, I mean, the short answer, Crazy Gamer, is that there's not really something you would do as like a developer, that there's not some secret tool that a developer could give to you to say, hey, you do this, or, you know, that some other developer. Basically, debug stuff is available for, you know, the developers of a game could make debug things visible if they want. And you could try to, you know, go in and do things really nastily if you want. But again, as like Falconer said, that could be seen as malicious. Falconer, game of the bug bounty system. Okay, that is new to me. Yeah, well, Valorant is still kind of early access, is it not? So they're milking the thing. They're hey, well, they're paying you to do HackerOne Riot. So TLDR, which is too late because we already did the big explaining thing. But if you're looking at some sort of tool that developers use to, like, in general to figure out debug things, you don't really have that. The developer of a game themselves would make things visible or invisible to the player. All right, so I was going to look at, what were we going to do here? We've got, okay, the server restarted there. So let's queue up a multiplayer match here. So now, as I pop a bubble, yeah, we have the same problem still. So on the client side, I need to do, we need to differentiate between, yeah, we need to do, well, all right, I'm going to do something kind of bad. Quickly, just for hacks. So I'm setting this scoreboard.update player bubbles popped to this thing, but let's do something really nasty. We're going to do bubbles popped equals 0, and then we're going to do for this dot bubbles dot for each bubble, and then if for each bubble, come on, or I will just do B. For each B dot popped, then we're going to do bubbles dot popped plus equals 1. So we're going to increment that thing, and then we are going to just push bubbles dot popped in there at the end. So that would avoid this problem, I think. So I won't explain what I just did there. It was kind of, so this should work, I think. No, still doesn't work. Okay. Oh. Yes. Okay. Now, yeah. All right. Okay. How do I get around this? Falconer. Yes, what you just said there. I think you have to contact them first and announce to them that you try something. They might even provide some basic setup. Yeah. Right. Like I was going to say, I mean, I've never done any bug bounty kind of things before, but I would imagine like they'd want to give you like the best footing possible to detect things. By the way, one target vector for those games is either changing or reading data before they are processed by the game. So technically, you read the network data. I was actually just going to say Wireshark. Yeah, for that, you could start with Wireshark. Yeah, because I feel like that's probably one of the most common things would just be like altering the packet that you're sending out to the server or something to say like, I'm going to move 100 units instead of the default my vector plus 4 units or whatever, my current move speed plus 4 or whatever. And I think a lot of that stuff is, you know, that's stuff we're going to get to at some point once we actually start detecting funky things, network related. So yeah, because like to maybe expand a little bit more on what Falconer's saying, like looking at the code for a web browser game is pretty easy because the code is just right there, or at least the client side code, right? But you know, looking at code for a AAA native desktop, native Windows game, native game on Windows or whatever, that's going to be a lot more ridiculous to look at if you wanted to. Because you're talking about looking at assembly now, versus just having some sort of readable, human readable code right there available to you. Or you have all the human abstractions, when you look right at JavaScript. Other stuff would be libexchange, but for that you would need a little bit more programming knowledge. Okay. Nice. So that'd be like kind of injecting your own stuff, I guess, is what you're saying, Falconer. Yeah, but just, like analyzing the network, the packets that are going out, that'd probably be a lot easier to figure out what the data that you are sending to the server is, like your player position or whatever, or your mouse input, or your keyboard input. Yes, or insert a middleman, library. Gotcha. Yeah. Yes. All right, so what I just did just now does not work because I knew it wouldn't work. How many? Oh, we're at 8 hours now. All right. Well, I was going to try to make this quick, this last thing quick, and I don't think I could do it. So I'm actually going to undo what I did. Now undo this, and I'm going to have to come up with something else. But I think I'm going to end the stream in a minute here. Because I've been going for 8 hours. I'm getting hungry. What's that target bubble ID? I think that's what I want. Let me just make sure that I fix this quick, and then okay. So we're at least back to where it was before, right? 5, 6, 7. Okay. All right. So yes. So I think I'm gonna start shutting the stuff down. Well, technically, my problem is Vanguard, Valorant's anti-cheat. Yeah, I mean, I didn't look at that, what you were talking about with the bug bounty thing, but I assume then you're given the clear to kind of try to break things, maybe. I mean, because his bug bounty is technically different than hack me kind of thing, right? Like just try to do whatever you can to break me. Like that's different. Because I mean, make sure whatever you're doing, crazy gamer, is okay with Riot. Falconer, good idea. I go get something to eat as well. Yeah, so, all right. Well, I think I'm going to shut the stream down. We'll just do a little quick recap of what we've done today. The first thing we did this morning was I made it so that all I have to do now is just change this little Boolean, shared bubble mode, so that I can toggle between the two different types of multiplayer modes, which is basically, we've got the one, we have what we're just looking at, which is where players are popping the same bubbles. Or they have, so if I pop red here on this player, it will disappear from this player too. So like the players always have the same state. And that's part of the reason as to why it's showing the same score for both players. So I gotta figure that out. But that's part of, so both players are always popping the same bubbles. And it's just kind of a matter of who pops the bubble first. So the other game mode is, all I need to do now is just change this to false. And that's kind of what we set up. We set just a nice little toggle between that. So I can kind of quickly test the two different game modes. So now each player, they have their own copies of the same bubbles. And they're kind of just popping their own copies of the same exact bubbles from the server. So as we play, I'm just kind of popping my own bubbles along my own merry way. And then this player is just doing the same thing. And as you can kind of see here, the bubbles still are the same colors and positions between the two players. but they kind of have their own separate states for each of those. So, so that is cool that we got that. So I can at least kind of toggle between the two game modes just with changing one little thing, and I can kind of experiment with different things. That was kind of my goal for today, was to get that going. And then we started working on, there was something else we did in the middle there, I think. But then we started working on our actual kind of alternating between, kind of trying to, a nice way to show the scores. So that was kind of what we started tackling just now. And we have that currently working on this game mode, where now I can see I've popped 8 bubbles. My opponent's popped 0. If I go over here and start popping a few, now, 3 to 8, 8 to 3 on this player. And we're kind of messing around with like some sort of showing some meaningful way of comparing the two players. And with Falkner's help, we were coming up with this. Well, now time's up. All right, I saw a couple of chats going up here. Let's see. I think Riot only gives you certain data like login, but for the rest you're on your own. Otherwise, bug bounty would not make sense. True. There are some programs for reverse engineering stuff from binaries, but not much experience in that field there. Yeah, me neither, really. Important note, we need more explosions. Absolutely. Absolutely, Falkner. So, with all that being said, we're kind of in a good place here. Again, I'll plug the game here real quick. You can play the game today. The single-player version, populus.gg. Just go to that website, populus.gg. Link is in the chat right there. You can play just a single-player mode. There's a tutorial, and it's not great. It's not disabled. That button is valid. You can click it as I forget the name of that user in the Twitch chat now. Now I don't have them. They subscribe though. Taiwan. They're from Taiwan, and they have some Taiwan characters. But you can click that tutorial, and you can play it. You can try out the tutorial. But otherwise, just the single player is available right now on populus.gg right now. And I have a Discord. So there's not a lot of people on there right now. It's kind of, I kind of set it up maybe a month or two ago now, a few weeks ago. So, so you can check out the Discord and join, and I'm trying to update that and get better at kind of updating that sort of thing. So the Discord's kind of just to go along with me streaming, and kind of, it's not necessarily strictly about Populus, the game, but, just about me streaming, that sort of thing, and the like. Falconer, have a nice day. Hopefully catch you next time. All right, peace out. Crazy Gamer TBH, Crazy Gamer YTB, TBH. Why did I say TBH? TBH. To be honest, that's what TBH stands for, right? Crazy Gamer, I'll try it now. Cool. Give it a shot. Thanks for checking it out. Yeah, so normally I stream Mondays and Tuesdays, 10 a.m. Central Standard Times when I get started. So it's kind of the morning for me. And I stream for a while. I've been going for over 8 hours now. So we went from 10 a.m. to 6:18 p.m. pretty much. So I'm trying to do some Thursday night streams. No promises on that, but for sure every Monday and Tuesday, pretty much. There might be some exceptions where I might have to do something with my day job on a Monday or Tuesday or something. So there might be some time. So far that hasn't happened since I've started streaming back in August. But yeah, so Mondays and Tuesdays in the mornings in America, that's when you'll find me here on Twitch. And maybe some Thursday nights, maybe some weekends. Probably not this weekend because, this coming weekend is, no. That's the next weekend is the Thanksgiving weekend. I'm all screwed up. Anyway, Thanks everyone for watching. I'll raid someone here quick. I've been doing that now. I've been trying to do that now. We got a few viewers. Try to drop in on someone. Whoa, did somebody follow me? Did I not see it? Oh, no. Crazy Gamer is showing up as Crazy Gamer. You changed your name because you used to be Tutors22. I remember you before that name, Tutors22. You changed your name though, I guess, to Crazy Gamer TB. I kind of wish you would have kept the Tutors2 name or whatever. I'm seeing that in actual Twitch. Nope. Oh, so that's not you? Well, then why is Twitch telling me that Tutors2 has followed me? Because that was somebody who followed me at some other point in time. Okay, I don't know. Twitch is screwed up then. Crazy Gamer, I love it. I assume you're talking about the game. Thank you for that. All right, some people have left, so I guess we'll still drop a raid here. Let me see if we'll drop in on One Lives Left. He's been doing Jonathan Blow's programming language. We rated him the other day, but we'll drop in right now. So thank you everyone for hanging out, for sweet hangs, for having a good time. Appreciate it. Thanks for all the follows. We hit 100 followers. That's exciting. I should have planned something. I didn't think we were going to hit 100 followers today because I think we were at 90 today, or 90. Maybe it was like 94 or 92 or 91 or something. So thanks everyone. Thanks everyone so much for that. That's awesome. But for now, possibly see you guys on Thursday, but otherwise Monday for sure. So, all right, we're going to raid Falconer. Bye. Tiforio, see ya. Crazy Gamer, peace out. All right, we're going to drop in on One Lives Left right now. Raid. All right, so let's Crazy Gamer. I pop 14 bubbles. You got it. All right, I'm signing off, guys. Thanks again. We're going to drop in on One Lives Left. All right, the raid is going now. Oh, raid now. Okay, raid now. All right, and now we are ending the stream.